and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
On Friday, 12th of March 2021, the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Chairman Sabonso, who read the budget statement for the 2021 fiscal year on behalf of President Nana Akufo-Addo, said government is putting measures in place to increase the toll fare. And we are here today at the Accra Central to find out from the drivers what they make about this plan of government.
I think it's good, but my problem is we are paying the toll every day in and out. Some of us use the road maybe 2, even 3 times a day. But our roads are still not fixed, especially on the motorway, for instance. When you are coming, it's very difficult to drive at night. You see, I can see the street lights are ongoing. That one fine. But the roads, once we are paying, they should try to fix the roads for us as well.
From Todome to Have, the roads are not good. The road is very bad. The road is not good at all. And right now you want to increase the toll again. I just bought 4 tires for my car, but I'm not sure that car I can even spend that. I can even use that car, that tire more than 4 months. I have to buy another one. So if you increase the toll, whereby they've increased the fuel more than 4 or 5 times, and we've not even increased our transportation. So what is the government telling us? If the government don't know and he increase the toll again, we will stop work for maybe 1 week or 1 month, and we will see how the people at the voter region or people at the other place, they will manage and come to Accra.
Every previous week they keep on increasing the fuel. Why our fares also remain the same? Government should do something about it. Tax increment also is too much. He has taken vehicle income tax from the tax system from wheel drivers, and look at the tax system that he has also keep on introducing. It's killing us. We don't want to go against the government. Government should think about it, especially the transport system in Ghana here is very bad. Look at our road from here to Nsamu. It's an international road, but look at what is going on. We keep on buying spare parts each and every week. So government should do something. The vehicle income that he has taken off and keep on increasing fuel system. Keep on increasing fuel is paining us. If government did not do something, we also take the authority into hand to increase our fares.
It's not good for me. Say they will increase the toll because we are paying how do you call it, income tax, roadworthy, insurance. All those things have been increased, and this government too is increasing this how do you call it, the toll. Fuel too is going high. So what are we doing? It's only the government is getting profit of we the drivers. We are useless in the company in the how do you call the system. To bid what? Since when? Since when they started making this? No, I'm asking you, since when? To do drug carriage? Okay, maybe at my back, when I'm after my dead body, that I will get it.
And when me say or increase fare na toll na entering wine. There's a once for a day. Uko ba nyina obetwa. Ekwanu de hia ye. But increase here, on say ade no enye top plan na ye twa road weight. Ye twa income tax. Anyway mu nyina nti say opesa ya bibi man ya. Onye na ye bet or increase be high.
So you heard what he said, that they are appealing to the government not to increase the toll fare, because if they should, it will affect their business. They are paying a lot already at the toll booth. Even though if they should increase it, it will help to construct better roads for them. It's outrageous for them because what they are paying is already too much. You heard the drivers here at Accra Central. They said that they do not agree with government to increase the toll because it's already expensive and they are paying a lot. But even with that, they do not agree with the idea of government building roads with the proceeds they will make from the toll fare. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, my name is Amos Eko Kofi.
It is no news that Nigerian businessmen and women in the diaspora are thriving in their businesses. They have significantly contributed to the economic development of the countries they find themselves in. But do we know the challenges and the demands required for their businesses to thrive? So Nigeria speaks to the owner of Homeland restaurants to find more. Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Angela.
Okay. Please, when did you move to Ghana?
I came to Ghana 2011.
Did you come with the mindset of starting a business?
No, I came for working for someone. But along the line, I switched off to my own.
Okay, that's really commendable, I might say. I'm so proud of you that you've taken that bold step. So how was it starting the business? How was it in general?
Well, I started in a little before I moved to in a large like this.
Have you been in a situation where you had to take loans to start the business?
No. I've never taken loans. When the business was small, I have to continuously, like whenever I sell, I don't remove any gain or profit. I put everything into it for the business come up.
Okay, that's wonderful. Now let's talk about your space. Like you have a really good, serene space. How did you get this place for the business?
Well, it is God that it is by God's grace that I got this place, because here in Tinto Lane, it's not easy for you to get a larger place like this. It was God.
Did you get the help of fellow Nigerians in the country to get this place? Or who did you speak to? Did you have to pay anything? How much is the rent for this place?
Well, it's through Nigerian person I got this place. But the amount, will not be able to tell.
Okay, you don't want to disclose that. I respect that so much. I respect that. So now let's talk about your customer base. How many people come here averagely on a day?
I can't be able to count them. But what I know that whatever I cook here, all by grace of all finish, but I cannot be able to count how many people that come here. A lot of people come here to eat. From various places. Some people from Medina, they come here. Some people from Kaswa, they do come here to come and eat.
So you can say at least 50 people a day.
If you count it, it's up to 50 people.
Okay. So the people that come here, are they mostly Nigerians or Ghanaians or other African nationals?
Both Nigerians, Ghanaians, they come and eat here. Even sometimes I do have white people to come, they come here, come and eat. I eat eba for that matter.
Oh, you have eba? Wow, okay, I would like to taste that after the interview.
When you taste it, that means you'll be coming here every day.
Wow, that's nice to know. Okay, so what other food do you have?
I cook a lot of things. Like every day, I have everyday varieties. It's not what I cook today, I cook tomorrow. Like particularly today that you people came here, I have vegetable, egusi and okra soup, rice with sauce, pepper soup. Those things is available for today.
I can see that like you've kept your place really, really neat and you've obeyed the COVID protocols as well. Do you have extra workers here, like cleaners and all of that?
Well, I have some people that cleans here. Like this boy, he's one that take care of this place. Make sure that this place is neat all the time. And we too will obey the COVID-19 protocols, not like that.
Do you pay any extra taxes here? As a Nigerian working in Ghana, do you pay any extra taxes?
We do.
Tell me.
Like we do pay the one they call Amen. We do pay revenue. We do pay tourism. All those things we pay them.
Where do you see yourself, the restaurant, in about 2 years?
It's great. It's okay. We are seeing myself now than 2 years ago. But today is okay for me.
So do you regret starting and running a business in Ghana? Do you regret? And do you wish you could go back to your country, Nigeria, to do your business there?
I didn't regret to even starting and ending. I didn't regret, and I don't wish to go there and stay and run my business. Because what I'm getting here is okay for me. I will not go to Nigeria and run the business there.
So given and granted, the working conditions here in Ghana is good.
Well, for the restaurants, we don't have conditions like that, apart from this COVID-19. So they don't give us any condition. Condition is that we should make the environment to be neat, because they do go around to check if the environment is neat or not. So they don't give us any condition. Once you pay all those things I told you before, the tax, there's no more condition like that.
So we'd like to taste your food. I want eba. What meat do you serve? Which other meat do you have? Which other meat do you have?
We have meat, fish, chicken, and goat meat. That's a punchy.
Eba and fish. So if you could take us to serve us?
We still say a plate of food here. Like a plate of food, vegetable is 13 cedis. Egusi with other one is 10 cedis. That's how we sell. We say a plate of food.
So the average price is 10 cedis. 10 cedis, 13.
Yes, exactly.
So I wish I could buy more, but I have just 10 cedis. So please give me 10 cedis food.
Okay, I will.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see that she's serving the special Nigerian delicacy, egusi. So I'm going to try that for the first time. Let's see how it goes. So, according to Angela, a Nigerian setting up her business in Ghana, the conditions for her business to thrive are great. She pays taxes and all that as a foreigner in the country, but they are okay for her business. And she has customers who are not only Nigerians, but Ghanaians and other African nationals. I'm enjoying her food right now. This is eba and egusi stew. I can say it's really, really good. My name is Barbara Isinamboni, reporting for my Nigeria.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
We are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. Guys, I have realized that majority of you that watch my videos are not my subscribers, are they? Why? Please subscribe to my channel. So today, I am currently at the fishing harbour, Tema Fishing Harbour. So I'm currently here and I want to see and feel what happens here, how it feels like, and I'm taking you along as always. And so, I mean, you know what to do. Give this video a thumbs up. I'm not here alone. I'm here with the beautiful Kanitat. How are you, darling?
I'm fine. I'm super excited for this journey with Stella Chanelli.
What do you expect here?
I expect fun. I expect to see lots of fishes, obviously.
Yes. Kanitat also has a YouTube channel, so do the needful.
Subscribe to my channel.
Show her some love.
Watch my videos, like them, and share. See you on my channel.
Let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
Hello, my boss. What's your name?
I'm Emmanuel Rebecca.
Okay, I'm Stella. I see that we are currently at the fishing harbour, and it's my first time here. I see that most of them are going fishing now, but the usual thing that I know is they like bringing the fish in the morning. It means that they go fishing like at dawn. Yes, but I see them now going. Can you tell me why they are now going?
But we have it in types. We have some of them, they will go in the morning, some in the afternoon, some in the dawn time, some in the evening time. So the people you see them now, they are now going.
They're now going, okay.
They're now going, and maybe 6 hours, 4 hours time, they will be back.
They'll be back with fish?
With fish.
Oh, okay. So are you a fisherman?
No, I'm not a fisherman.
But you are?
I'm a hustler.
You're a hustler?
Yeah.
So what do? You buy the fish or?
I used to buy petrol for them. Maybe the items they used to go to the sea, I was the one supply them.
Oh,
so
okay.
when they come, I was the one in charge of the fish.
Oh, okay. Oh, then you're a rich man. We will share your money today.
I'm not all that rich, but it's part of the business.
Small.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you also.
Where a grouper?
Grouper? Hey, is it very edible? Me who be that? So, guys, I just came across this boss. Are you a fisherman? A fisherman, yes. And then he's mending his net. So I decided to ask him, what goes on around here, and he doesn't speak Chi a lot, so I will try and speak my little Ga and my little fancy Chi so that he can understand. So what causes like oh, okay. And who say wait? Why do you use this? Where are they for them? Oh, okay. I see. Oh, okay. It's in net. It means that the net, it doesn't float like and that's what. Oh, okay. Now, what is the difference? Who say I see different type of nets. Anyway, what's the difference?
Windy. Anyway, shall say.
Okay.
On say Abobi Wawa, near the Tanya. That's not me. No, I don't. Say, when boy. Oh, okay.
When
it's where. All my net in Apple, I see them.
I see them saying kitchen
on content on window tuning.
And see, every time they are bad, but almost every time they are electric. This is a way, this is a pump. Oh, okay. Now, business, we are supposed to say. I say. Then I'm money, I say. Oh, and I season, like time,
I didn't know you on body.
Oh, okay. On Nalo. Ah, me no Nalo. Oh, you have spot your fuel. Fuel. Oh, sorry. So this gentleman just came from a catch and they came with nothing. So, I mean, it's just a waste of day. So it means that there are good days and there are bad days.
Not as where we said you push.
It's different. Hello, boss. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes. So, you were speaking to my friend about the fishes, and then it caught my attention. I wanted to know, why is it that now there's less catch of fishes?
Because now our canoes are more plenty.
Okay.
Than the ordinary time.
Okay.
And now the work is now different. We have light fishing. We have other fishing we call skoki. We have other fishing we call like asha. So now the fishers making more. And if there's one area where fish has come to use it, all the boats will be there. And at the same time, the outboard motors
are making noise. Oh, okay.
So if less people used to get small fish, then now the fish will run down.
Oh, okay. So it's difficult to catch them.
Or 3 days before it comes. So it's very difficult. So we try and get small, and that small. If everybody gets by, say 10 crates, we come to our boat. We see that this is great fishing. Fish are there as well. But it's not that. The canoes are more. That's because you can see more fish, but we are losing.
Oh, okay. But so how long have you been doing this business?
Over 30 years ago.
Wow, you're an old man in this business. So, I see young boys too around. So your kids, do they also follow you?
None of my kids even come to work.
Oh, okay. So your kids are in school studying. Oh, that's good to hear.
They're in factories and then.
Oh, that's good.
So I used to try to work hard to push my children.
Oh, it's very good. Thank you so much. We have shrimps here. Oh, this is octopus. Finally seen octopus. Another octopus. It's octopus.
Yeah, this one.
Fish. Oh, this is a very big one. Good morning. Wow, this is a very big catch. Oh, and there are others here too. What type of fish is that?
It's the one that they used to make kako. Kako, yeah.
Look at this huge. This is a shark.
And this, yeah, this is a shark.
Where I am currently is like the different side of the fishing place, the fishing harbour, and here it's more like a fishing hub. And so everywhere is like everybody are offloading their fishes from here, and then the fisherwomen are also buying just to sell. And this is a very big catch. This is a shark. I don't know this type of fish. How do you feel speaking to the fishermen and having a good time here?
It's been very insightful because, funny enough, I thought I knew about fishes, but I actually don't. So many facts about them catching the fishes and all those very interesting things.
Just look at one very big fish here. Yeah, that's like, wow, very interesting. So we are currently going to eat kenke and fish. We can't see this fish and get away with it.
Never.
And so we are going to find kenke to eat, and you all should show her some love on her channel. She has a YouTube channel. What do you do on your channel?
I do lifestyle and travel vlogs. and very, very interesting and lovely videos. So please subscribe to my channel. My name is Kanita Cherry, and that's the name of my channel.
Wow, look at this. So we are going to find kenke, and I mean, you know how much I'm taking you along. Even though you don't get to eat it, you get to eat it through the lens. Don't mind me. So Emmanuel has been very helpful. He brought us here to find where to get good kenke. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you come here and you need fuel, you sell fuel here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. There are really, really cool people in Ghana, to be honest, because like when we came here, we knew nobody, and everybody is looking at you. Everybody's like, I want money, and he was so helpful. Like he took us to wherever we wanted to see, and it's been so great. It's currently 7:52, and we're about to eat kenke for breakfast with Kanitat. Kanitat, you're about to eat kenke for breakfast.
Yeah, and that's okay.
That's a typical Ghanaian breakfast. So this is my breakfast. Just after fishing, I have here gan kenke and some shrimps, and also red fish. I mean, everything was right here from the fishing harbour. Kanitat is also having something similar. Look at how excited she is. We're about to eat gan kenke. Are you a gan kenke person or you're a fancy kenke person? Let me know. Gan kenke all the way. So let me know in the comment section if you're a fancy kenke or a gan kenke person. Then you dip it into the pepper sauce. This is red pepper and black pepper. Yeah. So guys, we just finished eating our kenke and I'm so full. How was the meal? And I mean, nothing beats having kenke in a Gan community. I mean, since it's been prepared by the Gan people, I mean, you should expect that your kenke is as delicious as you expect. And so yeah, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed being here and experimenting my entire experience. Hello, bye bye. Yeah, so you all should also show Kanitat some love.
Yes,
visit her channel. Tell her Stella Shanili brought you here, you know? Show her some love. Smile for them.
Love.
Give them something. What should they expect when they come to your channel?
Expect fun videos and vlogs. I vlog a lot and you're really going to enjoy when you come to my channel.
I hope you can tell from the men behind that, they are staring at us, they're like, see, and since we were here, a lot of people were like, like, look at them. Because some of them were insulting us in Ghana. Not, like, they didn't know that we understand Ghana small.
They think we are some white
they think we are some foreigners. So yeah, until next time on my YouTube channel, I love you. Yes, you. I love you. Bye. Mwah. YouTube. How is business? Business is saying.
Oh, business is this trip. Business is all right.
Oh. Okay. Tell everybody to subscribe to my channel. I say subscribe to Celeste.
Subscribe to the channel.
More than 2,000 people die every year from road accidents in Ghana. Apart from these 2,000 people that die, another close to 15,000 are left with injuries. Some they can't walk ever again. Some they can't handle anything with their hands. They have their hands cut off due to accidents. And these accidents are caused mainly by bad roads, carelessness on the part of drivers. You and I being careless on our roads leads to so many deaths, so many fatalities. It's about time we make road safety part of our daily livelihoods. The practice of road safety, abiding by the rules and regulations, and also allowing the police to enforce their laws. Police, enforce your laws wholeheartedly without bending the rules to suit Tom, Dick, or Harry. Road accidents are killing every day. I keep saying it that the seriousness we attach to prevention of COVID-19, if we attach that same seriousness to the prevention of road accidents, we will reduce our accidents rate by more than 50%. My name is Bice Osekofo. Dodona Frame Obuo. Tie Papa Driver. Tie Mr. Passenger. Tie Motor Rider. Yen famo yen home buying. Afe wote kren wo woka mu a memfa mentena woka sti achi no monsa a sign bruni friend accident. Do the right thing, save a life.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. I have spent 2 nights at Meet Me There Lodge and I've had so much fun, but I just realized I haven't really shared some few travel essentials with you. Apart from the things that you usually use to pack whenever you're traveling, that's your clothes, your toiletries, your what's it called, anything, your toothbrush, everything, your soap and everything. There are some few things I would like to share with you. I'm sure a lot of people who are coming who are not Ghanaians would easily forget or wouldn't remember to carry. So this video is just to share with you some few travel essentials that you need in 2021. And I mean the few months get allergic to any sort of, well, not that I know of, I don't get any allergies, so then I can just quickly just spray a little, then rub it all over my body. So if you haven't been to the Meet Me There, I've posted a YouTube video on my channel last week. You can check it out and then you see how the atmosphere is. This place in particular has a lot of insects. It has a lot of mosquitoes and all that. So yesterday I came, the mosquitoes are very terrible. Once you use this, they have a lot of brands, but I use this. When it finishes, I'm sure any brand that is available at the pharmacy, I'll get it. And you can get it at any pharmacy in Ghana. You just spray a little, rub it all over your skin. You're good to go. No insects. Just know that in Ghana, we have a lot of mosquitoes. And so be prepared to buy an anti-mosquito repellent so that you don't get all these insect bites. I get a lot of questions. Oh Stella, are there mosquitoes in Ghana? Yes, there are a lot of mosquitoes, and especially even in the outskirts of Ghana, it's worse than even in Accra. So yeah, you really need a repellent. This is what I use. Then now, we are in the pandemic, so obviously your nose mask to mask up, and then sanitizer. This is sanitizer. I have added rubbing alcohol just so it fastens my work for me. All you need to do is just, then you are good to go. You all know that already, so yeah. The next thing is sunscreen. You really need sunscreen. It doesn't mean you are black, so you shouldn't use sunscreen. If you notice, when you don't use sunscreen when you go to the beach or when you go to the poolside, what happens is, let's say you're wearing a bikini, you see that all the parts that you're wearing a bikini is the color, the color of your skin is actually like chocolate, because I am chocolate. I'm not very dark. I'm not too fair too. So I'll say don't know if I'm chocolate or fair, but yeah. So you need a sunscreen when you're going to the pool, when you're going to the beach, because it's sunny. It's sunny. It's sunny in Ghana. It's always summer in Ghana, except for the fact that we have rainy seasons, which are like from April, May, June. So yeah, apart from that, you still need a sunscreen. It can rain in Accra, it can rain in Ghana, and the next minute the sun is scorching. That's how bad our weather is. So yeah, you need a sunscreen. I actually got this from Palace Mall at the Dowenya Road. You can get it from any pharmacy. You can get it. Well, as I told you all, I don't react to lots of brands, so I'm not really particular about what I use because I don't really react to any of them. And so you also just need a little. You just rub it on your palm, apply it on your skin. You're good to go. So if you're not too comfortable about the products you are using, or you're not too sure if they will react to your skin, just use your body cream before you use it, so that way you are sure that okay, you're not going to react to anything. So the next thing is, I always used to carry a bandage. If you guys watch my videos, you know how adventurous I am, and I like to do a lot of here and there, and sometimes you might get hurt during that process, and so you need a bandage just in case you get hurt, together with a painkiller. I usually just carry a Panadol extra, just in case I fall sick. If you have any allergies, then I will suggest you carry your allergy pills and the allergy body cream. I mean, a lot of people have allergies to a lot of things, so I mean, me personally, I don't really have allergies, so that's why I do it, just the painkiller. And I usually carry a lot because I don't know who might be in need of any of them. So I mean, I'm not going to take all this, but yeah. So the next one I usually carry is cutleries. I usually just carry cutleries just in case, because not everywhere I travel to would if you're not comfortable using their cutlery, you can use your own cutlery, or not everywhere you find yourself that it's a restaurant or a lodge. If you want to do camping and all that, you obviously need your own cutlery, but I always just carry this. Is just the this, and I have my reusable straw, and then my spoons. I actually got the spoon, fork, and I got this from Banana, and I got this from a friend. This also a brush to clean the straw, so it's reusable. You can just wash them and then you're good to go. So yeah, so that's one of the things I would encourage everyone to carry. They are some of them are so basic that it's so easy to forget, and you're like, oh, do I really need this? Do I really not need this? But to be honest, I think you need them. And then one most important thing, thread a needle, and a pin. Guys, you don't want to find a situation where you are in a bus, you're in a trotro. Trotro is locally is bus, but locally called in Ghana as trotro. And then you tear your dress and you're like, yo, what do I do? I mean, this comes very handy. You get to just sew them if you get anything torn, and a pin just to protect you from, I mean, if you don't want to show some cleavage, you can just cover it, just and just pin it. So yeah, I usually just carry them. So what I do is I have a bag, a black small bag. I usually just have like a small bag like this that I always keep these stuff in it. So whenever I'm traveling, I don't have to just think of what to take. I just pick the bag, then everything is in it. So if you are somebody like me that's very forgetful, I'll suggest that you just get a small bag like this. Then you just keep everything there. Just the only thing is you have to be noticing the expiring date, because some of these products do expire. I got this yesterday, so it's something that is not going to expire. So you just get a small bag, then you're good to go. Then tissues. I like this particular tissue because it's very handy when you're going out. It's very small to fit your pocket, and so yeah, I usually like to buy this. This is very cheap. I think it's 3 cedis for a pack of 12 or so. Yes, I got it at Palace, and so yeah. Then I also usually carry a knife, a small knife. It's knife, scissors, and a nail cutter. Yeah, the knife comes in very handy for things you want to cut, and also to protect yourself as a traveler. You need something to protect yourself, be it pepper spray, which I don't have. I usually carry pepper spray. If you don't have pepper spray at the moment, when you finish using your sanitizer, right, you can just mix local pepper called ashawameko. You just mix it with water and salt, then you're good to go. Just keep it in your bag, just in case, just for protection. Someone is trying to harm you. But I like to carry the knife, because I know I'm not that, I don't know what will happen, but the knife comes in handy in all sorts, be it protecting yourself, be it cutting things. Maybe you get a fruit, you want to just quickly cut. This knife personally helps me, so it's almost always in my bag. These are like things that are always almost in my bag. And of course, a speaker, just in case you're a music person. Yeah, you can do that. And then an adapter. Just know that we use this type of adapters very common in Ghana, unlike the round and the other type, right? This is the type that we usually use in Ghana. So yeah, this is how it looks like. And then I think that's all. Now, one more thing is an extra sheet, extra bed sheet, extra duvet, extra. Always carry this, because you don't know where. Some hotels don't give you things to cover up. Some hotels don't, especially when it's a budget-free place, somewhere that you are paying very little for. They usually don't give you extra sheets, so you want to just have extra sheets, just in case even the pillow is this is not stuffy though, but just in case it's stuffy, you won't find yourself wanting. You can just use to cover up. If you find yourself at the beach, it's actually all purpose. This actually looks like a baby's blanket, but yeah, I usually carry this all the time, and it's also something I will encourage you to. It can be a white bed sheet, any color. You're good to go. So that brings us to the end. Yeah, lastly, don't forget your shades. Shades just to protect your eyes and the sun. So basically, that brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. These are usually the things that you must not forget to carry, aside from the clothes and shoes and toiletries, bags. And also, I also forgot, don't forget your snacks. Your snacks are very important. And last night I came here with cranberry juice and I got wine. One more thing I forgot to mention is a water bottle. You really need a water bottle when you are traveling in Ghana. So you can just buy any pure water. That is, if you drink sachet water, you can even just get a bottle of water and just pour it in it. It always comes in handy so that you always wouldn't be dehydrated. You always have water with you. Now, there are some locations in Ghana that actually serve free water. When I mean free water, it's actually very good water, mineral water. So it's like Belacqua, Baltic bottles. It's a dispenser, so you just have to refill. Like this place I am currently at, Meet Me There. It comes in very handy. So once I just go to the reception, they'll just refill the bottle for me. It's a dispenser, so they just refill for you, and then you are good to go. So you don't have to buy water. So if you are somebody like me that is very minimalist, you want to carry a bottle with you everywhere you go, especially when traveling in Ghana. So yeah, one of the things that you should also not forget is a power bank. A power bank is used to charge your phones, your laptops. Well, can it power a laptop? I don't know. It can power your phones, your camera and all that. So if you find yourself in a village, you find yourself in a remote place that you cannot charge your phones or there's no electricity, this comes in handy. And so yeah, one of the things I really do not forget is a power bank, and I always make sure that I charge them before traveling with them. You can have as many, as many as the mania the better. The many the better. So yeah, so one of the things I also don't forget is a power bank. This brings us to the end of this video. Until next time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like. If you're watching me for the first time, I do travel, lifestyle, all over around the world, but we are in the pandemic. So yeah, I'm vlogging most of my travels in Ghana. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Let me know in the comment section what are some of the things that you usually used to carry whenever you travel that I haven't mentioned? Let me know in the comment section. I would like to know, because sometimes I feel like these are the things that I find very important, but there are some other things that people usually find very important that I have not mentioned. So let me know what you usually used to carry and share with me in the comment section. Let's get this comment section interactive. Until next time on my YouTube channel.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Revelation chapter 22 verse 2. In the middle of its street and on either side of the river was the tree of life, which bore 12 fruits, each tree bearing its fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. Hello and welcome to yet another exciting edition of People and Places. On this show, we don't only visit places and learn new things, we also meet people with interesting stories. Today, one such person joins us for an interesting discussion. Did you know that several plants and herbs, some of which we cook for consumption, have several other uses? Our guest for today's edition, who calls himself a spiritual herbalist, will be giving us all the details into what makes up some of the herbs that we may know or not. Join us, it's going to be interesting. My name is Lord Harry Sidoasari. Welcome back. Now our guest is Reverend Kweku Menu Eric, but he's well known as Reverend Peace. Rev.
My brother.
Akwaba.
Yeah.
Great. You tell us that you deal with spiritual herbs.
Yes, please.
Tell us more about that. What exactly do you do?
Me da say. Me ye aye honhom enyuma. Efa aye haban ho. Because your fivefold ministry e wo nyame dwuma mu. Apostle or prophet or evangelist, teacher, and then pastor. Now, maybe a prophet by calling. Now, Radin Uncle Pon Fremen, what they ahaban a come free and
how did that happen?
By revelations and also by dream. And Uncle Pon discover at the chairman mammy who said ahaban a come free and no one. Yehunu saa no eno wana moana yegusu anyame fa yenso ede wagie manema. Yeah,
I see. Kase oyi trail, right? As far as the herbs are concerned, in what mode did it happen? You said it happened in a dream. How did you know that this was what he wanted you to do?
At times I say me sonda ya etimi de me call a yetic forest na dayenmu no me hu say me book any pen ekurame ti bi a forest wonum no medru honum na bi a projector kese ebo honum. Yeah, na say ahaban we na beto so a ahaban no ba with the name any ade ahaban no eye nti daye nimu no I was say metre edit to honum. I have to write it down. Me training na we anu akọ ebia edua we ade a eye ni din di say nti ade beche no na ni nyina ka metirim nti always no me hu ni sane me koda me pen ni me book eda eye meka se ba bia metiko.
Really?
Yeah, nti mani ti woda ye ni ma have to write it down sane be ya me re emfi.
When was the first time this happened and when did it start unfolding?
Before say e sha ase no me sofo panyini ene dan edi e de kire me by revelation say Ohu say nyame de saa chede no e de amame. And one thing is me family mu no haban ye haban djuma pa say yemfa haban san yare bie wo wiase de me family ma ya de a e wo family nim.
You come from a family of herbalists?
Family
nti bubusia for no omuye
haban nuro say diabetes tobacco yare ahodo bebre wo eye ewiase de meka se wa busian so ma me no anasa me spiritual mother ne dan na di e de kire me no started from a year dream na me sonda ye na me hunu ebi on so by revelation say ne me nam se ya itimi se haban we say ade a eye nie me nama me kopia haban so bun sa haban no me te voice sa haban we eye ade ebi kura mpa na me nim ne din but automatically me te voice say haban we din di say na ya ade say so bu on ma na me pese me gi achinyi a na matibi e dia ye obi a wo sa problem nimu na at the end of the day no any penny solution.
I see. Now catch how it started here.
Yeah, please.
Right. Also for penny back catch.
Yeah,
tell me that bank want to be able to tell the timeline how long you've been doing this.
Okay, or catch me somewhere 2011.
Okay.
And Oma Mr. Professor. So I started by 2012, 2013. na me wo Bible college mu na ehya so right after there no a talk also any up to now na day in day out to be minya da in twemu 72 hours ya ebia minya dream see a chere me he foforo.
I see. Yeah. But akola no be sa in because o say we bush from omoye you say that team. You didn't see anything like that?
Abusianum na abusian once me ka say abusianum de ne physical side. Say enipa no awo problem. Yare bi eda ne so eno no ewo honum. Nti one de automatically se nya wo to abusianim a ya de automatically ewum. Me wo young girl 3 years. Say what one ma bun say opia bontin se obeba na haban kura no opia bontin a se odidi agura bon so beti haban wote haban se ne se bia bibi na atwa wa moja wo blidi se de kura na se wo posa na de tale so a I was say stop it akura afi no ko 3 years on so ya de wo family nim enti ehyaase me ba family nim na wo honom a na me so meye ba na nye spiritual ba me ba call ne ba no nyame de huhum dia ba be ka physical dia no ho
nti huhum dia no emum no ai
huhum dia no say obi wo etwere that is epilepsy any spiritual problems obi wo ho no ma promise and fail spiritual marriage you need those kinds of sane ma no eno ne nyankopon so a discover sa helps ya yetimi de kutia sa huhum problem no. Because epilepsy be on ma a spiritual thing.
Some of them.
Yeah. Make maka sebe 60% of it spiritual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Indeed, what are some of the herbs that you work with? Habain, tell me more about that.
Habain de a dorsum. A dorsum. Na Bibri wahasi and okura mamfebiama. Yeah. Prekese na wapontene de mfansha simfiri hon.
Okay.
Prekese we say ayo obi a okọ baabi a ebeka say enipa accept no matter what he or she would do enipa accept no waye papa kura na de boni atua ne ka or forces obey ade ama nipa ka say nipa smes we good but or the more na wo ye na yebu nanimtia prekese yeah ano enipa no opa obetwitwa ne sei obewa isa na obetwitwa obepema akoma 7 no meaning say ye wo 7 days and make you 1 week so Monday Tuesday up to Sunday enti enipa no betwitwa otwitwa ne sei ya obebom paye de agusu aka che urade nyankopon se onipa biada saa 7 days no ye won ne day born was saa 7 days nim a wo kutia no e wa ablabom okona nima enko oye bibia enyeye amani pantimi accept no urade nyankopon hye ne wonu manyam so the we say kan ni pedua saa de ni firo so right after that no obebom paye e de aguso o de bedware anwumle bo 7 a o de bedware won saa de na continuously for 7 days ni anhwe ne ebesi aye prekese
dey like
yeah prekese dia eye no ena yemfiri honum na yemla sa ahaban we si we ye fle no egro
okay
egro at times no memla physical use of it akura wo akura ne se akura ne furuma no intimi ente ana se waya ne se epra we obete egro we si wo de be keja kakra wo ya obeposa wo be chim emunsuo no wo chim nsuo na beba na wodi begu eye atreso na wodi nkuto aka wonso anopa wodi be fefa eye furuma no anwumle wodi be ye anopa wodi be ye within 72 hours I was say furumanity
this will burn the whole area around it.
Yeah, within 72 hours 3 days ebete ato honum anyway sepa and say ne difference ni eketuwa bi yeah we ni mo ha ba we ni soso chen we say
okay
we ni friend tamiewu yeah we ya the year back to sender obi tormented obi pese or sell life oko wani ma enko ba bia obekọ bia ya say we nipa semesi pesu okun we aya sa haban we say obete sa haban we my brother say what say now we share bookum now tum either Bible book and I impo de to cement so na tie so within 1 week obeko na afifi haban ne keke wunyate haban ne say sene matini na we de to wonum even kurampo betimi de ato eye sofa che we say so within 1 week obeba na afifi
afifi wen
ebe fifi akunya na so
really
yeah haban bia ni wonum a etimi yes ade no apart from satam e we say plant of leaf no say bia opese we dey back to sender obepe red marker anase red pen na enipa na automate we enipa na all how no ebi won ma wakoba bi asim say ono a ne obeka na be ye adwuma say nye say enipa na enye adwuma so for instance unim nipa koro a wo ye sa ade no nti obetwere from Monday up to Sunday e dey gu sa plant of leaf we see so tamia we so
the friend is in plant of leaf
yeah
plant of
leaf enwu
okay
yeah
plant of life
yeah plant of life okay. Yeah so obetwere from Monday up to Sunday e dey gu so obetwere din ni nyina ono wo ye no whereby wunim nipa kora e bia automatic life ana wone wo ma a life na wa ye saade no e dey gu plant of life we say so we are what the beto eye wo pillars wo be da so for 3 days right after that no wa wo be pe Bible scripture eye revenge say ye de bo adane ya na se bibi koso a wo de be take revenge e wo saade no ho wa Bible scripture bi e be kan wa komedua wo be based on it now they are bomb pie e wo so we are what the be kwa akotu gym fire what the be to gym na waja no honum enumle ebo 7 na bompaye ye ne sa to aso just 3 days ni yehwe nipa kora wo ye sa de no
but when you put it in fire won't it burn won't it wilt I mean ebeshe sashi a eshe no eno na be kire empire na wo boye ne be ye nti obi wo honum a wo say me body mu hyehyeme say ya to maduro ni those kinds of say you know we ya dey back to sender so be kutia wo pa wo ye bibie nyeye and it's always supposed to be in fire won't you find to ebia in
fire nko it depends on problem na wo na mu no wo betima tutu from the ahye honum yeah answer be tutu from the ahye hono eno eye onipa yare bi da ne so na yare no aye chronic disease say eye da ya be doctor krampo yi na be fie so mla fie mbewu sankrofone na time sa no mo de hyefom bible says so be consume na no te akodotie mu nti onipa kora oye saade no se wuo na wahwehya ma no e dede a onka mehwe uwi a sama be kan no tutu from the ahye.
But let me come back to you,
okay.
As Reverend Peace. You are a minister of God.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are using something like back to sender for vengeful stuff like this, I mean, what does it say about your ministry? The Bible says vengeance is for the Lord, no? And see, what I don't know, open my microphone back to sender and all those things.
I say one problem before you were no. Yan church sadi we see we are solid baby bet na solid them one ma be bompire ye fast na we nya problem the problem na no eyi we nya solution to the problem. Yes, so ni obeye ne say obe free osofo ne na ase na akokonfo akwaje mwa. So last minute no osofo no wan kire ne ne wo so fa so. Ya sorry a onsa na e kan asem bi say aduro obi akwaje aduro obi akoyese obi akoyese empanifo bu bebi se yankoti adurumra eno ane ahaban se ye ka se sika ahaban eye sika ye wo empire wo bebo ye wo ade a wo beye those days nyankopon ebo Adam no ordinary dia garden of Eden wo mani to me over a year lips eso eka che ne se enwura mu ho ne ma nyina woni bi na ode ba akopɛ esi wo se ma onko se dua no ho na ade ba ko a ewo ma me pesa ahwefo yehu ne nie ye jai ne nyame ede amaye no ene ye de akoma eye konfo ne those kan onse si a wo bisa me se wo ye sofo na wo te aban Ezekiel 47 verse 12 si eni aduaba no ye mfa na ha han sa yade so obi ye bayifo a eye yare ene woni pa ne so nti ya wa haban a wobetimi ate na wode asa saa bayifo no yare na menatu akọ.
Really?
So yeah, the father said watcher said ya wo ahaban bi wa ha say saa ahaban we say a friend a confirmatico.
A confirmatico.
Etiko. Yeah. A confirmatico. Saa ahaban we bayifo betu before say witch or witchcraft bet me etu no. Without this one won't mean to.
So you are saying that someone who is possessed or someone who has a spirit of witchcraft cannot be exorcised
without this leave.
Your friend is saying
a confirmatico. Yeah, without this one won't mean into. Na ne oye ne say otu a wote saa haban we say bi. We obete ye wo eye bayifo bia ne eye na kraboa. Ye kasa kraboa
animal in which they turn to.
Yeah, very good. Okay. So at the end of the day no obi ye kraman, obi ye wo, obi ye emoa bebre. It depends on yes animal na nipa no otani ansa na watu no. Obete se woye wo a wote saade we se bia ne nan kokurumoti no obete no aposa ne se nsu no de beso ho no wonya de so ho no ma within a short time obedane aboa no peso odane no obedane wo no okoba bi opeso okọ woye kraman a wote we se oposa obi oye bayifo bi ohwe me bia unsa me ka secret wote we se obeposa we se oposa woye kraman wo de be ka ne ha se the nose.
So you're saying that every supposed witch has these plants and they use it?
Yeah. So what we no oposa wo de be ka ne hwene at the end of the day nipa no will turn into dog before so betimi akoba. So it depends on a nipa no be aboa wodane ansa na watu enti saade we si ya so ene nyame a kire me a me sa fa so edi tu bayi sa haban we a bayifo no enya ansa na omatu we si ya so ne sa yo machi wade.
A confirmatico.
Okay,
let me just hold you here. We are speaking to Reverend Peace. He's a spiritual herbalist. He's been telling us some details and secrets about what we may term as regular leaves and plants and its efficacy and some of the things that they can be used for. You're watching People and Places. We're taking a short break. Please stay.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. So a lot of the foods that we eat are plant-based. If you cook a lot, you may know what I'm talking about. We are speaking with Reverend Peace, and he's been telling us some of the spiritual effects or spiritual functions of some of these same plants that we are used to. Reverend Peace, you were telling us about a confirmatico and how you used to exercise witches and everything. But how credible is this? How do we know if this is legit?
Say never ye juma. We say Mamin chira de bimfa emma eye na hwefo free. Obi a wo say bayfo anase opesu ohunu say obi eye wizard or witchcraft opesu ohunu say nipa na wo hwe no we want sa a confirmatico we say bi want na haban no 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 want maku say 7 owi a want sa we no we say no want baako enka ho onposa so nya posa wi a nsu na beba no onfanfa no forehead say na mama so na ona obi oye bayfo ofie ho bia da wode nani behu no obedane na so ne ne dada ma wode nani behu no
I say yes.
Oh yeah. So oye bayfo e wo dem honom na say oba bedane a wode nani behu no saa de we me kire man bi e wo US Mr. Ernest do say kwatin me kire no na me de ye oil e de man oso opeso de nani hunu ne oye no e wa blabum because ko ba bia yesi we ba ono amfa nani huni at the end of the day no me de we say eye ade e de man perhaps ba ko bi de kan ho ama me de man no e we US my brother so or hweme obe confirm me man 7 days so on fanya saade no we up to 6 days on the 7th day akọ adwuma ba what in sofa chair mu se won woro no ho wo se ase ne nikum we si ni trase sei ohun se eye ne cousin apie dem honum oba wo de eye etu gun he came there with the gun wa ponte won susu obekunu na wo se onko ba bia nso ma saade ni si mu ne bra ne cousin ne krampo do mu mo ni din da nipa we uswa but at the end of the day our years saade no.
So was it that he had a vision or he dreamt or a premonition?
No, any secret here, what helps him no. There were 3 types of a revelation. You will dream.
Yeah.
Now transfer from there, now transvision. From there, now a vision and cancer. The same me no din komo met me hu ni sade we say na ekoso we na ekoso and ye was a be start here onipa no obeda no waso daye that is dream and a trance no ono no fall into trance.
Okay.
Trance no say me no din komo e bia I feel so tired na I say me da
as a what about on die
mo and hu ni sade so within 30 seconds ohunu ne kaze no more than 10 times and say no e bia no abre. So ko shawaye and or into bed or call bed no so no and also sa afi de no nya ni deep dream when nya da ye pan say ne kaze ne floor steps our di 230 no up to now ne kaze ne yaka ohun yan so wan fle no phone so kura bank say e bia woni ne ko ana say bibi atise when nya hu ni say kim and of fle me ka kire me and am ne bom pan na me kire ne wo say oye up to now.
So is this plant what a lot of okay, let me not say a lot of, some of the pastors used to see people who are supposedly witches in families?
Na minshira I say na me kan say be say your 5-fold ministry starting from a apostle followed by prophet and then evangelist then a year teacher and also pastor.
Yes.
Na a prophet e ni say wode nani hunu ne e koso awurade nyankopon da intasmadi e de kire no na obi a woye prophet bia hia so be kwa akote ahaban e de aka nani ansa na ohunu ade ani ye obi ohono ma ono ne pese we ni me kire ni purpose we say onipa ne pese ohunu ne e koso unse obi ohono ma woye Thomas yeah what doubt ne ma obi bia ni wo ana ma me kire we say but obi aye software me ahaban wono wo honum but aya na menchere se meba na maba be kire se kwete ahaban bi fa so ani so and this at the end of the day nyamedwuma na ewum na bi be say no a lot of akromfo be mu a o meba be te ahaban da so mani so mu wi a o mu da agenkrofo sika edi enye sanso na e wo se esi enti ye wo ahaban wo honum a wutimete at the can when near at the end of the day when you baby but I mean you soup because our hodada yeah and the soft when you be yet dear but and you money yeah
I see.
Yeah,
tell me more about some of the other plants. There are more.
Yeah, we your plan no for
what
no for
okay.
Na bro we no friend no sausage tree. Yeah, no fortunate. Na we say no ma menchere ade kakra amfamla eye hunam. Obi a oba a wase yare no oso no we shape. Ne bia yare bia bono. Am at the end of the day ni shape ni nyina akọ na wo breast yare bia bono obi otimi nya breast cancer. Am at the end of the day no the breast no etimi kete obeya we say bema ebia wenya syphilis, bilharzia, gonorrhea na nasefo no treat yare ne ko but ne pennies no ntimi anye large te se ne net ye abeye kete we.
So it's essentially, for want of a better word, fixes organs that have been damaged because of sickness.
Yes. Yes.
Abia na oyare and as a result of oyare ninti. Abia tisena wakano. Something happens to it. It's no longer effective. I do in a bay.
We.
And yes, and yes, she no akofana and then.
We need the American sound. At times no. Obi wo hono ma se uchechi ni se ya no ofro papa mepe hips metususa mepe tokese mepe anentu mepe no fokese mepe wisi meme de ne se memfanye bone se wo de ne your original
good nyame de
ma se sa de memfanye ma
unfa nye mano anase ode ya enye adwuma
ode ya enye adwuma yeah
we need
but
to get things clear
say enipa no nyame de ma no and at the end of the day ya we binti ama afon eswatia we eno de menkyere no we say ena nyame abie mani wo ho a me de ye ade ne de manipa within a short time wa we ya ade ne duru ba bi a wo pese wo stop here edu kese a wo pa ubejan
so it doesn't have any limit
dabi so wo petise say nessa wo tokoso ya ne tere do ye peja otokem
ajesa
we no fotene ne dia no ana obi a wo se ekuro woni nipaduam ne nipaduam abubu atokuro tokuro ya wie bi ama ono a wonya pains wato no ma okọ hospital a omoso mu hunu hwe ba ono a within nipadua no hu se bibi koso wato no ma na ne sorte no ofun no olusu weight we de mama nkyere ne free go ahead obaho horo ho on wash ni nyina na ontwitwa ida so be papa no otwitwa ni into pieces nketenkete be sese owi a onfa nsu mu ho na onfa sija so onnoa no onom na nopa enwumre anopa enwumre onom to so be 3 weeks 1 month nyehwe lose no weight ni nyina anase the weight ni lose ni nyina no obesa gain ni back we sausage tree no for
ne bro for doing but why is it that the English name is sausage tree and the tree name is no for what is the correlation?
I'm say meaning say amfonso ni free ye nananu mu say Saturday we say no abakosama mate no won say obi those days so obi ayoba na say wo breast ye nketenkete a at the end of the day so kwa say eno na make say a secret ya me person mechire
no but say waka say adi say nyame na de ma wa say original factory settings are onyoma enye dwuma so why you
those days ade ana ye nananom no mo ye they always practice on it and at the end of the day na ye adwuma e de ma wo mu ba me nyame da na didi kire me no ye waka kire me se obi enye bai ebia ade ne wo ho dada ene bia ya wie bi amana lucia
it's not like you are discontent with what God has given you
yeah eno na me kasa fa ho but ne minim ni se di nti omofran no fotene no tete ho no se obi ewo ebia yawe woni nufumu na ye ketekete ne ho ya okwase a ye meka se nyame a discover the action nti ne ye friend no fotene no okwase na okokofa na ne opeso ye na ye obi wo ho ewa ebi wo ho no ma besi free ase ko ho no ebi kase tisese so it depends on size ya wope
so this is the fruit
this
is the fruit
at the end of the day what the yesu we are obenya kase na open and we tell mo friend no fotene on say the size no it is a breast it is a breast and at the same time so say to say penis enti near a train no na yamfa we see we at the purify nipa there's purification.
I've seen this before. Okay.
Na mekanya some ketua bi ewo Psalms 51.
Psalm 51.
Verse number 7. Ka witumi kan ma me a.
Mekan.
Psalms 51 verse number 7. Na yenhwa de bi wo honom say ade bi wo honom aye ka wansema.
Okay.
Na ewidinti ayeka.
So Psalm 51 verse 7.
Yes.
It says, "Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow."
Okay. Fa adwira yi me ho bone. Na me ho afi dware me. Na ma ye fita asene nsu kyerema. Adwira ne eni.
So this is hyssop.
Yeah. We na say David eye bone. Na ne wo ye bia enkoso a we say okotete sa adwira we say bi hyssop ye bi. Na waposa no wonsum. Owi anu ade adware. At the end of the day, near okoye ya anu nti ema bibia we ye bia enkoso no. We nti na ne waton. We say me wo MPs mienu ewo eye Ashanti region.
Sir?
Meka se Kumasi a nyame nam saade we say so ma at the end of the day omu seat omu sakan. Eye assembly members de yenka abato ye ayetoto ya we ene wurade nyankopon fa me so se ebia ope promotion ewa ablabom enema nkoye ema wa wu se wonye bone bi ba de bia busuan mu nnome na edi wunya.
So it's not like you are physically sick. This has to do with spiritual.
Yeah. We're spiritual side na mention. So at the end of the day we say by so be shame no per se ebia o yusu no sisia me Kenya we onkotiti we say bi oye bibia enkoso ebia okọ for promotion bi okọ for interview bi okọ embassy bi we onkotiti sa hesop we say bi adwera no onposa ewunsum onfa adanchene enchena bo ni bi no onfa kakra
the crystals.
Yeah, onfa kakra engum eda ye ni day born onfa nware anopa anajo onware ansa na ade echi a ana ade na du honum amanako okwa ne wohwehwe bi awurade tumi nti ede be ma no. Don't forget so be kind Psalm 51 verse 7 no ede account at the end of the day awurade be hye no ho enimonyam ama ne wohwehwe no ne nsaka eye so adwera ne eye no.
Okay. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
I'd like to pick it myself. Okay.
Okay.
And yet I do when I say onam na utia so a wow. I mean the text in
I don't know ewo honum. I don't know ho. We the fella no empupua. Empupua. Yehwa de bi wa ha se.
Aha, yes. We na make come. It's texting your
mo. We ade a eye doso. Obi a empupua. Obi a wose ya reject no. Ewa ablabum. Okoba bi a na yi ni mu. Waye papa na de bone atua ne ka. Empupua we say we esaye attraction. Ya de attract enipa. Ewa ablabum obi se metama so. But be man ba na okọ. Meboa oba na obedi sika na sika ne sampe na okọ. We nhum nioma eye edoso. Sa empupua we say ya de attract eye aboafo a eye ni nyankopon yi wo mu ede o maba. E obi o no ma oba wa kwam with evil spirit and odeba. Ode be say wo nioma. Se wo decide we say bi kan at the end of the day nipa no oba no anye papa obekọ. Ye wo magnet and ye wo metal. On say sa ni mienu ni ye adwuma. But okofa eye magnet e de aluminium kan ho a enye adwuma because o mu nhia. Sa na we say tie. Enti obi o de sa de we say bi be kan no ho. Na eni papa pa nyankopon ahyede ama no se omra na akwan mu no. Se nipa no ye papa obeba beboa no nko ade a oba obeche.
How does it work? Obey crackle now or they are showing who and I what do you do?
We are 1 year day. Oh, I 1 year day. But my men fabako and check a year yashafo. Medicho move free. We over quackity we say. Now, what it we are? What the best share in Zoom? Fashion Zoom for 3 good days, like 72 hours. What the shame we are? Yi efrimu enso na aba hon sorry anajo efri be 9 10 me pa che time wo dware a wo mpia bontin bi bompa ye bi a wo pe egusu ne wo pe se urade nyankopon ye de ma boguso uwi a fa wo hye ho fa soap nka ho fa wo hye ho keke empepa ho uwi akokoda ye ne sa to aso be 3 days ni anhwe ne urade nyankopon be ye mpopo a ye sa de ye booming yeah
booming
opese wo dwuma ekoso obi wa no ma wa bi pharmacist obi wa no ma wa bi restaurant obi wa bi adwuma enkoso enipa first na nipa ba but enipa mabiem first na ono atimi se na ade na improve but se ni nyina nya adwuma biem we ya de ye enipa betu agu ono mu atu agu we epupu a ene de ye sa ade no
okay.
Yeah.
Does that mean Mambisa Hassan, the plants no? Yeah. Do some of them have more than one function? Because what you are talking about, I think you said a similar thing.
Yeah.
With one of these.
Yeah.
I think this one. Right. Yes. The Anya Baptist Center, I think was for this.
Yeah. We need a unit here. We unit here now. We na make us say we travel for the funuma.
Okay, okay. Because there was one that you said that if you want the goodness, baby enkosi ye ma wa use.
Ade ba ko won say herbs no. Ubetime nya herbs. Into one say me can say me di kan ba ku bi ansa na me be kan we say we di bibi be fra. Yeah, now I was talking about prekese.
Good, good.
We say
prekese.
Yeah, wo soap bi ho no mama ye soap no. And Habaya media yi soap number 27. Yeah.
Alata semina now.
Ani. Yeah, alata semina. And it be on so amonchi. Yeah. Enti we say no, ya wa haban bi ono ma, etimi yi adwuma be 7. Ya wo te say sa tame awi ana making. We ayi adwuma both spiritual and physical. Obi also wakuma yade pa wo severe heart attack we say obetete saa tame awu we say bi na wa wohoro so ode nkyene agunsum dia wohoro so wonya de wohoro so pe onfa to nanum onwe saa de we say ento aso within best 7 days na onko checking akoma ne hwade
nti de bia no are
yeah onwe na no pane anwumle onko checking hwade
okay mami Oka say it serves as medicine. But the country is going through a national crisis, if I can put it that way, with the coronavirus. We've even gone to the point where we've got different versions of it, different strains. We now have a vaccine. How come, did you first of all get any revelation, spiritual revelation on how to resolve any of these?
Me da say sa ya we say COVID-19 no obi ani ho no mo betimi atena se ewo Africa no memfa Africa per se enkasa mfa a obeka say black person and I say black man and a black woman enya sa ya di we say anu odru. Yeah.
Wow.
Ghana has a cramp minim. Mia minian momu ye drew. A bibi drew. I be been to me person do me dim betuga. Minim nipa bear 3 or more kumasi. Our mo drew. It me saya real. By a problem I want to say. You lead the senate did I anonymous bino. And ye easy. So dear drew beko. Na ya bejiatum. And yet easy. The problem is, I yet nimia, neko ye will be nian, or seeing your papa.
But woe as Reverend Peace.
Yeah.
Would they call it? First of we habaya etimi etu coronavirus. They say
media habaya me wo ye de boosti a system no. And no any ahabanya mewo
e we kit say vaccine no
yeah it me boost on say we say you say with me e boost your immune system na entimu and no de me wo ho ayi wo ho no but me share denya specific edra meka say edru we say coronavirus edru but me wo edru as we weak e wo system ni mu a wono ma a energy drink within a short time ubetimi hu say obadi no as I strong.
And did you take it up to the FDA with the, because I know the plant medicine, they have an association. Did you take it that far? I don't know Manfanko.
The entire Manfanko they say ansa na ade no krampo wo de beko na ye be approve di ama wono my brother say ya really betimi akum nipa be 10,000 e we Ghana ha e bekum ansa na ye approve ade ne say o ade ne ye hwehwe mu no eye saa na tie e betimi aye saa de we si betimi asaya de we si no na nipa akum mu no na doso because meka say my colleagues ya making omode ekwa no it take more than 6, 7, 8 months. Okay. Whereby ya obi de aduro kwa within a short time na de no omo da farm machine mu omo da farm fidie on say oh e good. But how we say aduro we say nko de ya de ko na almost 1 year. That means bibi wo hono. Ba na yem pese ye be kasa akoho bebre amankofo bi amfa ye ho timusem ka na ase timuka ewo ho aduro ne de nyame adom akire ye bia se eba se wonipa yemre ewo system nim wonipa opagya ne ho enyeye opagya ne ho anu ahwe ase se opese ne system no ye so strong ya ane de nyame adom wadom ye bi yetimi enna nyame nam so de sa ne mayare.
The very piece. One last thing. On say nyama working nano omo emotion na ebia so omunya journey bi no more chance na omo say ejuma na say ejuma, but you say you say how credible is it? Is it something we should believe? Who based me a chair BB like on the sets near who said this thing is legit?
Near mechanism yawo sa haban we see ya say a dry na mema working bi ahwe say obetimi ya
say a dry
yeah a dry na ka wo say eye fresh ni ahoden we ade a eye no me wi aba be kan bi ahwe ade a eye ne say sa ahaban we say obi a wo say woni atenka ni feelings our form na
no person me father
da bi me person we tasty ahwe ni tasty no na unhunu from to say sugar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, from to say sugar.
Never anything.
We edin a yade fle no ye breku ani na sa breku ani we say no ye wona ba nkasa wo hono na ba ne de emlesim ni ne be kan wasem we se obi ese sa de na yare sa tinkana make us found yare inti so bi hwe me na so wo sa problem bi a man ferry because bit me go aware yeah enti we say na so far metima aka say metima kire e wo set yi so say ubetimi activity na wawe and obi onim sabriku ani we say bibia no ana opa onko baby omoton helps no nka so opebreku ani omo de mana on tibi no one hwe ade.
What's the difference between breku ani and no14 or what's that?
No 14. Yeah, no 14 they say wa hu say
no, I guess they also say no 14 no where any factory settings like oyari now offer it brings it back, but here you are talking about way 7 almost the same purpose. And no 14 gives the size. Yeah. But you are saying with what's the difference?
And America say ahaban no yeah wo ahaban bi wo no me betimi asayare be 10.
Okay.
Ya wa haban bi odua bi wo no me betima sayare be 4 ya odua bi wo krampa na ade ye nse ya ade ba akopɛ enti sa haban ya wo say se mele ma ye kwan a metima yi haban ba ako ana odua ba ako aba ba ako metima kyerɛw spiritual and the physical uses of it metima kyerɛw say we spiritual adwuma be 15 amebubu ni na so physical adwuma be 10 Baba kwa fa foforo no ebe ye adwuma bi abe 3 spiritual physical ebe ye adwuma be 10
okay
nti we say dia eye no eye different we say yawe bi woni padua ni ma esa we say enso eye say ana we say nso ade ba ko woni say memfa nka ho say obi ewo akomayare on say yesaka we say no asabi pia akomayare won titi we say na ba no na hom na yi no ne leave no on huru ho won titi bebre na won twi no apotowiem na onfa emfra ewo okay onnom anopawia na enwumre within a month ni ehwe akomayare na di so many years ebeko yeah.
Reverend Peace, thank you so much for your time here. We've learned a lot. Means me kase let me kai ni di yeah me kai BBT ko
akonfetiko
me kai no fotine me kai back to sender.
Yeah.
But yes, this has been today's edition of People and Places. We have been speaking to Reverend Peace. He's also known as Reverend Kweku Menu Eric. He's a spiritual herbalist, and he's been telling us some spiritual uses of plants that we may or may not have known earlier. Join us in our next episode. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari.
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
You are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and today our guest is one of the Black Satellite defenders who distinguished himself among his peers at the tournament. His name is Frank Asinki, and we are here to have an interesting discussion with him. Stay tuned and we'll be back after this break. Thanks for staying with us here on GhanaWeb TV. And as I said before the break, my guest is Frank Asinki. Asinki, Charlie, welcome. Charlie, how far? How's the tournament been ever since you came back and stuff? Like, how's life been? Life after the AFCON?
Okay, we just came back on Monday. Today is Friday, so actually 5 days. Everything is fine. But then we are just from the tournament. God been so good. We won. I'm preparing towards my next.
Okay. Yeah. So, how did you feel when you got the call up that you're going to play for the national under-20 side?
Yeah, first of all, I was very excited. I know it's an opportunity for me to showcase myself. So I think I'm very proud of that. Yeah.
Did you ever know like you were going to get a national team call up?
Actually, I've been there before during Waffle time.
Okay.
I had my visa to go to Denmark. So the time I was in the camp, my particulars came and I have to leave.
Oh, so that's why you didn't play at the Waffle Cup?
Yeah,
okay.
Because I have to go to Denmark.
Okay. So, but you joined the team within some few weeks and you were able to gel with the team. Like you and Ibrahim Danlad, as well as your pairing defender, you were all tight in defense. How did you manage to like have that relationship with them?
Yeah, you know, as a footballer, you need to manage yourself. Wherever you are, you have to at least do everything that is possible. So me joining the team, it's not like I'm a stranger or something. I've been there before, so I know them already. So we managed to play compact and ball defensive.
Your first game was against Tanzania. You guys won by 4 goals to 0. It was your first game. Was there any pressure? Tell me, was there any pressure?
To me, there was no pressure because I'm playing Denmark and it's a first division, so actually this tournament wasn't all that pressure for me. I've played matches more than this tournament, so it wasn't all that pressure for me.
Then your next game too, you guys did well. There was a clean sheet in that game, but the third game was against Gambia, and that game, the team lost. That was the first time you were even conceding in the tournament. How was it like in camp?
Yeah, you know, before we played that game, you know, we have qualified already. So people think like we were relaxed, but then we went all out. At the end, they scored. So people were like, because you have qualified, that's why we lost. But then it wasn't like that. We went and we are willing to win, but then it's unfortunate we lost.
Personally, did it affect your confidence?
Yeah, because we were trying to win every match, but then it wasn't like that. So we managed to at least put it behind and then focus on the next matches.
Okay, so in the knockout phase 2, we met Cameroon that match. Charlie, We nearly lost that match, if not for your player who got the equalizer. And you took the penalties in the penalty shootout. Like, we rarely see defenders go for the first 5 penalty kicks. Why did you do that? Like, how confident are you in taking penalties?
You know, always when you are training, after training, you play penalties. So actually, practice every training. After training, you practice on penalty, so you are used to that.
Okay.
So no one was panicked or something.
So like, if you had missed it, like, you would have taken it cool. You know, it comes along with criticisms. Wow, that's great. That's great. So we went on to beat Cameroon. Then we made it to the semi-final. Then to the final. Along the journey, did you ever believe that, like, when you were going to camp, that you were going to win this tournament as well, just like Wafu?
Yeah.
Was that a mentality in camp?
Our coach always say mental toughness. So we go it by, let's say, game by game. So when you win a match, you have to put it behind and then focus on the next game. Wow. Before we start the tournament, we all agree and accepted that we are here for a trophy. So that's our main motive. So I think we win the tournament, we were aware that it can happen that way.
What was that secret thing that made it for you? Anytime you stand on the pitch, like, you were different, like, you were playing like a senior player, someone who had been in the team for long. You were commanding defense, and sometimes when there are corner balls, like, you go in for the header and stuff. What makes you, there's something particular about you. What's that secret?
Yeah, you know, as a player, everywhere you are, you have to prove to the fans and stuff, but then that place you weren't having fans there, but then, you know, I've played more matches, which to me the tournament wasn't all that tough, at least. Despite that, they were showing it on the telly and stuff, asking me to give myself pressure and stuff, so I took it easy. Okay.
You know, you are one of the most popular players here in Ghana. Anytime a match is played and everything, everyone was like, Ibrahim Danlad, Asinki, Maxwell Abbey, Precious Boa. How was it like? Were you on social media at the tournament? Were you seeing your name?
Yeah, wherever I watch, I read some of the comments, always my name is there. And that means I'm doing what is supposed to be done. So I have to work more because, fine, many are praising me, the same thing.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum. The 63rd edition of the Grammy Awards was held in Los Angeles on Sunday and has since courted controversies. So Burna Boy and Wizkid were part of the winners, and we didn't have any winner from Ghana. Stonebwoy and Samini have been engaging in a Twitter war as a result, because Stonebwoy thinks that the support from Ghana has not been enough. But Samini says it starts from respecting the elderly. And so for Stonebwoy to have disrespected him, he is not the right person to be commenting on this. But what does it take to be or to win a Grammy Award? My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa. Welcome to Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guests are seated. Nana Yao 18 is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Nana, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Nana B is a columnist, a lawyer in the making. Opasa Seattle Wayi. Ada. Oton Sasi. Nene, welcome.
Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm well. I trust you are doing well too.
I'm doing great.
Nice. So, what's happening in showbiz? Ama Bruni is on standby to give us Nkomo. We'll be back to discuss what she presents.
Dada, you're quiet, the people now watching so in some ya buano and a yes answer the brim. A year in some more now watching me Canada, Nkomo be or hopa. Sansona, Ama Bruni, Masena Babium, the best song. My entire when I embrace ya. Na say ka relationship goals e wo Ghana ha e yo chiame kwame ne ne yere without doubt what can do one be count just say one ware ni ye fem kofo keka say na on ne yere on ne ma eno na chiame kwame si 10 years after marriage no the book be about betudwa love lockdown until person win a long lasting relationship or wa ware mu relationship ma na wa pe ba ko na we ready na esa book yi love lockdown eno mu na chiame kwame I presented 2 scenarios ba ko also 5 reasons why it is good to have sex before marriage. And the next one we say 5 reasons why you should abstain from premarital sex. Na yen na so cha me kwa me mai yen tie se wo ne hu kafo ehima asa na mo ware no chirema boa ma mo aye se bia bukwa kwa ware na fede surprises bia se na o ka se bia na o pese na ye sofa na enya sa na fede o de how about ware mu ni ade and o san so chirema e be ma relieve nti o san so cho honum se wo ne obi beda na no nche se no nti no be ware mu nti one kasa o de toto ho a but disadvantage nso wo ho o cha me kwa me twe ma se who have sex before marriage a to lebu a STDs ne niama e na ncha dan so mbo asa nti one kasa wo hwe ne be boa wo no na why sex before marriage and sex after marriage one kasa na betumi decide. Hey, my goddess. Just a brasa me a gospel musician also the same bia betu bia fa a premarital sex. Brasa me so no dey na dream mu de. Or the other for as a sanka won obi betena so or yere ne okunu. Sanka wo protest right kakra. Di brasa me so no dey. Ese unu didwem kakra ansa na maka so mo betena se na ma wari because eboa ema hu se o we na me peye midini bia na afenya kwakotena wari atena wo besu na be ka se we dey nya nyanka me pani bi nti ono dey se unu obi be hiem eye mpemegori ansa na ma wari a na adwin mu de ewo mu so yo Kristo ni but ono dey o se eboa bebre mpem bebre eboa na eye brasa me interview on eyi Kofi TV ye no just nsem me dey doors brasa me chiremu a amafu munti o o se ne yere ni ama wa ware na gina che se ne yere na tare ne ho no ye tafri bomski wati ase deda oral sex brasa me se ni je ho na dey brasa me so oto ne bo ase na o ye ne yere na akoma so adema na o chema na reta mo ni hie mu no na on hye de hu ne be ma na turn on pa so yo bury medi oyi nyamesem ne to nchen na wakoso na ne yere pen wa ya ama nti wa ye Kofi Mensa wu tifie oyiri bi anasa o girlfriend bi so ye oral sex man na church and brasa me kura o chemo no ko ye gospel musician and the bolske ono kwampo wa ye na nka wo
ye wale ye ko ani mu black Kofi me so me yiri nufu a na ogina ho budin edem katira mafana sum no ogina ho budin edem safa ne tirima budin me nunu na budin awana me isi baby a wo hwehwe na nya ho na sew na
baby oba na ka kire o
oba na ka se baby a wo hwehwe no enya ho no na hede na ma adwene se wla de kasa no quality and I'm saying odo na shahin me wan so aso me ti say me cho de ama ma wale da so ti asi o so me ti say na o de call underground o de call underground when I'm say don bele me Jesus kasa o de call underground me say don bele me Jesus kasa ti me wan say black of answer me black of ti me wan say wa so me ti e de call underground. Hey, me voice ya me catch them me dey worship we blade na dey ensensene na mabehu. Black coffee. Na so do me nye bi da bet na me dey microphone beto for. Me your mama. Na ne me di boom head in hemle. Ka blokoto la blokoto.
Ah, amanfo. Actress Moisha Budon, or the same be to Ghana for me any. Also, no pass or no Moisha, which she helps in the 2 kitan in Nyame Guniboswa, or be no bet me any boy. Moisha Chairman, no cran and send no be hold you down. Ah, Obua. Ntimo be and tries hard in a cry. Now Moisha me say, now what tree did in man. Now what tree and Moisha did the birthday. No one casa theme be or the buy, no to say I don't know your African princess. Hey, Moisha. Picture be a Moisha de to her pink and yama oh, what a birthday ni dear wedding. Now one man so hand so Moisha sounds so a rendition of a year Beyonce, you American musician Beyonce, Ninyon be a friendly diva. Now what shall South be a Moisha dear? Ah, just say hips no wash she say no because Moisha ni so to miss house out. Before we are so the see ade ya sanity. Your friend no Moi Beyonce. Ghana Beyonce send one ka say o wa video be hu asawa ye sister Moisha odi for new birthday no na ye gina Beyonce sem so a ye ba ha enye Ghana Beyonce Moisha di o original Beyonce a Shatawale ni ko ye anwum Shatawale chema Ghana fo my nya ade amana so ni ko ahwe international big arts a oni ko ye anwum ya aka o jejim saka mu be so mu na ma hype no Nigeria for anka wobeye o chema Ghana ha ne nkwafo no won to dwom won hu se oni be o sha kwakoye collaboration ne America won so akotwe international art won ye collaboration o chema manya ade kra cause na ko expecting Shata chema the next generation as na ye benya eye collaboration as big as onone eye Beyonce din Shatawale dem ko se o kasabat uchema Satan to say Beyonce na the biggest artist in the whole world. Into one na kwakoye collaboration na hina bia na mbetumi de na kwakoye. Na eye Kofi Jama you ono oka eyi American rappers you or ekoso Kofi wa kasa wati ase ono na ochema eye ya talk ne sorry remix yo on eyi Stormzy any Kwesi Ataye in 3 days amanfo in 3 days normally hit 1 million views and then kwafuka say hey sa kodio Shatawale Saminio Stoneboy montumi anyebi o say ya talk go ba na anu na say ya and na in 3 days ni nyom sorry remix na ababenya 1 million views and na Twitter for one sanso ne compare Shatawale Stoneboy ne Saminio na Kofi Jama se munye sa ah nya ya banka ye mpanyimfo anka ye be hwe won se ne wo ye na ye somo na afa na ade na mo ne ye compare Kofi Jama se won pesa ade new art na won aban mamu fa won compare mpanyimfo won anka sa won spot down to opam chopa mo compare mamu nka se they are bigger than them omunso musua in their due time omunso beba up until na wa kan ni hey nkomo ho hey mbi se na wo twi ensem epiepie eyi actress efia Schwarzenegger o wonta abrofo mame ochema Ghana fo me na modem ho tetare eye ne ma twins muntwe won ho kra na enye mo lie o se so tiase o himi die ore mpenema obia bia o ye Ghana ni ene ne man twinada ochema ohia in-laws amoya abrofo nti Ghana efo na ya mo tetare ne ma na nse yo ko school no munhu se erinye video bia betu dwaye eye Fia Schwarzenegger ne mani mu ba ko oni girl bi ase girl ni su won break up ene Fia Schwarzenegger ba de tu jase Mon forget your penema ne man ni Ghana for enye eyi emenya relationship bia ono emi higher because they were investing in man on pay Ghana for girls until we ambition be say when the man be better na forget no rempene say yet waso dia ene ye Fantana you formerly of Rough Town Music ochirema Ghana ha say no say as a female artist omunya support no munya kakra mu promote won but adwuma ne de bebre aka ochira ye Ghanaian female artist omo compete with American and it's about time mo supporting one what do one ba mo pushy a video mo nyese na mo ye ma merima na se na ebe ye adwuma no ebe ye lucrative ama te say aya akono ama mia na won so we bem nti fanta na chima mo support one na wonnwom so ye de saa na say Gina fanta na nsem so ye female participation in music industry ma ye backing vocalist ye can backing vocalist Kasepa Ogana ha Nanama you after so many years over 40 years so back in Kofu just a big art baby wa back home finally she's been awarded AFE Music Awards on 94 ni immense role we play our music industry another like Calvin Boy samudin so ni Stoneboy nya beef ni e ma ne back him there any like eno kwa na shoot ni app ma just say Calvin Boy do abaye Calvin Boy no say nkofo twe ma Ghana ha say wo label bi na say wo fi ma voice na afede wa ba fem kran and then that was not his case on the Stoneboy beef na brain is ska nkasa nti and then ho aba ne mfaso National Film Authority for na wording same bia betuja wo twe ma from May 1st TV so say your audio visual in content ni bia ya wo show no wo ba be hwehwem na won ahwe say if it's right for the time and because for chema sometimes all hours my friend die e bonze na wo show same be movie bia parental guidance na ni nyina na etwebusa without any guidelines bia so wo chema from May 1st no mba be hwehwem ansa na wo be show movie and I say any content on TV no I say one kasa one approve say is this the right time to show and enya dia say mo frahwe nti sa nyama nyina wa be hwe ni nyina ma yen TV so afedi awofo wonye mbetumi adwom push out ati ase ajeta nan no ne yiri eye elom anan almost celebrate 14 years in marriage and that femo and na fem kra na watching your pictures some year photo shoots be I say ade na water garden be fruits be kakra and studio pictures na ade na mafuche ma won near Japan because one already fe say o push away to me keeping the family out of public eye but then a woman anniversary no wa ba no abe post man for so ma worry fe enu bi na yensu ye hwe say years to come next year celebrate 14 years 20 years ni adi tajeta nan we wish you all the best in your marriage ebejina ajeta nan senseni so na ene nkomo no ye dia besi me amede brem ye frame Amabroni Abrantepa so mu man.
And that's Amabroni with Nkomo issues, the tidbits in the world of showbiz here in Ghana. So many things happening. Let me begin with Nene and see which one he would want to touch on. Nene.
Yeah.
Can I predict?
I mean, yeah, I'm quite predictable.
You want to talk about Tafri Bomski and all this?
I want to talk about Ochame Kwame.
Okay, you talk.
You know, Ochame Kwame and his wife are two of my favorite people in the world. I have a personal relationship with them, and I feel like, based on interactions I've had with them on different platforms, they are two of the most genuine people I've met in my life. Even you can attest to that when you have your broken heart.
Did I say to that?
But Ochame Kwame who consoled you and everything. So I'm glad that they are putting out a book to share some of their secrets with the world, secrets that they have shared with some people who are close to them. So I think that the book will be beneficial to the world. And on the subject of the book about sex before marriage or sex after marriage and all that, you know, as a member of the Church of Pentecost, the position of my church is sex should be only after marriage, right? But as a human being, you see, I have some friends who got married as virgins. I have some friends who got married to women who were virgins. I have some friends who had sex before they got married. And there's something I've noticed, right? One thing I've noticed about women in general, as a feminist, somebody should attack me. Women don't change, right? So if a woman sees you as a friend, you always be a friend in her eyes. Even if she's married to you, you'll still be her friend, right? So if you and the woman don't have a sexual relationship, it's usually very difficult to cultivate that after marriage, in the sense that she has in her head, you know, she has some type of relationship with you, and that relationship doesn't include sex. The fact that she's married to you doesn't automatically mean that the sex is going to come. So I feel like she may like you as a person, she likes talking to you, she may like your presence, she may like everything, but she's not sexually attracted to you. She's not going to automatically become sexually attracted to you just because she's married to you. So it's always good or important to know whether your partner is sexually attracted to you or not, and also whether they are sexually compatible with you or not. And people will say that sex is not important. There are other things that goes into marriage. But actually, sex and money are two of the reasons people divorce the most.
No, let me speak on the untold issue that came up with the comparison of Sarkodie. Ghana ha ebimutimo ding. You see, you have people who intentionally make it an agenda to destroy young people's careers before it even starts. And then definitely start to you. I know of legends who have tried in so many times to explain to Ghanaian, especially the media, because they trigger these conversations. A media compared to everybody. We are a blogger, we are influencer, we are part of the ecosystem now. So we trigger those conversations. It's in Ghana where a certain legend, a certain artist who will spend 5 to 6 years in the industry cannot get a hit song per the fact that he's still active. Unless it's maybe miracle. If you are 10 years to 12 years in the will cry. Because a media person will tell you that when you Yautog is a unique young bull doing his music, he's doing well. Adome Srano, he had released a song, he met a certain group of people who pulled some strings, and then he got Stormzy on the song. Let's all be honest. Let's go and watch the kind of media houses in UK that shared the link of the song Sorry Remix. Let's all go and check. Isn't it supposed to be a big win for the industry, Abrante? Why should somebody set an agenda to destroy the boy's career before it even starts? Because comparing him to Sarkodie, now, if he's not careful and he gets swollen-headed, that will be the end. I was talking on Spice FM in Takrade, and I told them, listen, before the Sorry Remix, go to the boy's YouTube channel. Go and check. He released a couple of videos on his channel. Go and check the views, the numbers.
On those videos.
On those videos. Again, there's a song called Sikabefi, which is for one young artist called Kweku Darlington. That was also released on his channel. Koshe video views, no. Never compare the one that Stormzy and Kwesi Arthur were on. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I think that behavior of and they have to find every possible way to catch somebody who is a bit older or probably experienced in a certain field, no, out of the system, to let the so-called claim young people find their way. No, you have to stop.
Okay.
What am I saying?
Yeah.
Now, Kofi Jamal case never. Why will he speak up? Because it's just a home say unyanko about this year.
As in so.
That be for all the economics so him.
Name for person.
You get what I'm trying to say? Because issues like this, Ubon say because the way I at the end of if we are toga, to say what am I saying? We have to stop that. It's an agenda. Whoever started that thing was trying to end the young boy's career before it even shoots up.
Okay. Right. So let's take a break. When we return, we'll be talking about the Grammys. Stonebwoy and Samini. I'm going to face over Twitter. But there is a bigger conversation. The Grammys. What does it take to win Grammys? We'll talk about this after this short break. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. So over the weekend, the Grammy Awards was held, the 63rd edition of the event. And after that, there's been a conversation. And that's because Nigeria's Burna Boy walked home with the Best Global Music Album Award And Wizkid, having featured in Beyonce's Brown Skin Girl music video, was also a winner, as Beyonce's video won the Best Music Video. So there's a conversation as to why Ghana has not been able to win a Grammy Award yet. We've seen Rocky Dauni earn a nomination with his 6th studio album. So before we move on to the Stonebwoy and Samini Twitter fight, let's see what it takes to win a Grammy. Let me begin with Nene. What does it take to win a Grammy? If I want to be a Grammy Award winner, what do I have to do?
The point is, the Grammy is organized by the Recording Academy, which is the short form for the Arts and Science Recording Academy. An American, very important, it's an American trade organization. You understand?
Yeah.
It is an award scheme organized for American musicians to reward them. It was the history of how the Grammy was started. It's a long one, but the point is to record American musicians, to reward American musicians, right? And so the other categories like, you know, global, best global album and all those things, to recognize artists who are not Americans but are doing well in the American market.
Yeah.
So to win the Grammy, the easiest way to win the Grammy is to have music that is selling in the US. And to have music that is selling in the US, there are several ways you can have your song selling in the US. For example, the Adele album that won her the plenty Grammys was her 2nd album. And that album was produced by Rick Rubin. Rick Rubin is the founder of Def Jam. He's very, very respected in the Grammy community, or in the American music community. He's probably the most respected producer because he does both hip-hop and rock music. So everybody respects him. So if you have an album produced by Rick Rubin, you have the respect too. So that's why there are some UK artists who have, who are big, but have never won Grammy because they don't have the endorsement of Rick Rubin. For example, Ed Sheeran, right? Ed Sheeran, he used to be managed by Elton John. And there's a story he shared that his first album, Elton John, he was nominated for the Grammy because Elton John. So Elton John approached the Recording Academy that they wanted him to perform, which is Ed Sheeran. And then they said they can't help Ed Sheeran perform because nobody knows him. And so they agreed that, okay, then Elton John will perform with him. So if you watch that performance, Elton John was the one playing the, all he did was he played the piano and then Ed Sheeran performed. According to Ed Sheeran, that was when he met Taylor Swift. And then Taylor Swift took him on the tour. And then he became a huge in the US. So his album after that was the one that had the one that he liked to all the girls in the world. I'll Be Loving You Till We Are 70 or 90. And then that
Thinking Out Loud.
Yeah, that album. So that album became his biggest album because he had the endorsement of people like Taylor Swift. You understand? So if you look at the album that won for Burna Boy tweeted something after he won the award that last year when he didn't win, he spoke to Angelique Kidjo, and Angelique Kidjo told him
what to do,
and he did that. If you look at the album, the 3 producers who makes the album were Mike Dean, who works with Kanye West and Beyonce. He actually is the only producer who have worked on every Kanye West album.
Yeah, and he said that Kanye has 2 albums. Every time there's one album that will be scrapped and the other album that will come out.
Yeah, and there is Timbaland, and then there is the executive producer of the album, P. Diddy. And P. Diddy is the marketing god of American music. So if you have these people producing an album for you, you can most likely win the Grammy. Because most of the people who vote in the Grammys are, people who have, either you have to be a former winner or you have to be part of the academy to vote for it. And usually, you may not know everybody who has been nominated. You may not know who Burna Boy is, but when you are going to the credits, you see Sean Combs. Okay. So you vote for that album because of the name.
Okay.
So I understand. So winning is more political than art.
Okay.
Yes.
Nana, based on what Nene has said and what you know about the Grammys, are our artists failing in that regard?
I think we won. And I made a live video, 44 minutes. I won. Okay. First of all, no Ghanaian artist is failing. No Ghanaian artist is sleeping, and no Ghanaian artist is lazy. Let me add something to what Nene said. To win a Grammy is to give the American government money, as in taxes. Drake is from Canada, Toronto. For him to win all the Grammys, he had to move from Canada and live in America and spend and be taxed.
Yes, his music is made in America.
You understand? You have to be taxed. You have to give the government of America money, because we are rewarding you for also trading in our country. That is the line that a lot of Ghanaians and a lot of people in media don't even know. Because when I say Obonyoma and you know Grammy, if music took people to Grammy, I'm sure there are a lot of African music that could have even been in the category than even Burna Boy's album. I'll make an example. Justin Bieber was seen by Asha Raymond, right? They had to move the boy from Canada to the US.
Sign him to Def Jam.
Sign him to an American recording label. So they spent money in America. Let's bring it home. How many of our boys here can actually do better promotions in America? Let me use one of the richest African artists, Davido, who was born in ATL, came back to Nigeria to build his career, got the hits, Damiduro, became a big artist, and tried to now break back into the foreign market, so had to move to go and sign some international label deal. All the Nigerians that you know, check the labels and things behind them. Those are American-owned record labels. Davido will get money. Come talk say him that he has money. Doing promotion in America, his money is almost finishing. Davido they travel with private jet too. He cruise private jet. He open him mouth say, my money is getting finished in America. Because as Nanaya Radio, as I said here, who works with the Orchard, I can tell you that the least amount of money an artist needs to do, make a solid appearance on Apple Music, bro, is $5,000 to $10,000. You see the Apple Music Ibro dance with the Nigerian artists, that they will say, oh, I have Burna Boy in the studios with me and all that. Bro, it's $10K. It's between 5 to 10K. When you pay that money, Ibro Dems will also plug you to other interviews like the Breakfast Club and they will do $10K, bro. Do you know how much $10K is in Ghana?
That's fine. It's huge.
What 60,000, 600 million.
What is the revenue conversation for an artist in Ghana? For him to be able to be comfortable to take care of his family, for him to have enough to say, let me travel out there in America to build a business that will feed my music.
Okay, so what is the challenge?
The challenge is that the revenue funnel for Ghanaian artists is not enough.
Boys don't get money.
Boys don't have the money.
And that can be traced to what?
It's everything. I was talking about it on my Facebook. I was saying that the system is weak, because what are systems? They are people. People make up governments, right? So, for instance, let me do a very basic mathematics for you here. Even in Accra, to promote one song, it's like this. You have 10 DJs charging you 500 Ghana cedis, 5,000. You have 10 bloggers charging you 400 Ghana cedis to post the music, it's 4,000. You have 5 radio TV stations charging you, let's say, 2,000, it's what, 10,000. Accra, when you do all that in making the music and you are done, you have to spend over 20,000 cedis on one song. How do you tell an artist, who has 3 sources of revenue. 1 in Ghana, event, show. 2, endorsement deal. Or 3, corporate performances or appearances. Right? How do you tell them that this 3 that is not even guaranteed? Because you see the endorsement deal and things, it takes certain favor and certain connections and certain politics for you to get that.
Okay.
How do you tell an artist that make it go America, make it go do promotion worth over 40 to 50,000 Ghana cedi,
Right.
when he is not making when he is not making 80% of revenue from music? How do you do that? How do you even compare a Ghanaian artist who is an independent artist? All the labels we have in Ghana, they are not even close to let's say Universal Music Group or Epic.
They are not even close to the small labels like
Empire. You know what I'm trying to say? They're not even close. So how do you tell a Ghanaian artist who has to find a middle point in this crazy industry where everybody is eating from them? Let's all be sincere. A lot of the so-called media houses right now, I put it on my Facebook page today, I said that the day taxation will be taken serious by Ghana government, right? That's when we will see the number of stations we have in Ghana and the ones that never existed.
Evading tax. Okay.
Bro, so, let me land.
Okay.
The major problem is that we are comparing 2 different people. We are comparing a group of people who have open plugs. If I say open plug, there's a Nigerian who works in Capital Extra, works in Beats FM, works in all these big radio stations, right? When he's there, he locks in the music of these artists. He connects them to the right people. And when the people go back, do you know that? It was once said that Rock Nation, Jay-Z's label, was sitting down with Don Jazzy.
Yeah.
Did you hear that thing?
Don Jazzy actually, when they were signed to Kanye's label, they had a management conversation because they worked on the Watch the Throne album. Don Jazzy's name is on the credit for the Watch the Throne album.
Exactly, bro. Why is that? It's numbers. Let me explain the numbers part once I wrap up.
And let me say this: when the band was signed to Kanye's Good Music, apart from Kanye West, he was the highest selling artist on the label. He was selling than John Legend and Common because he had numbers, because of Nigeria.
So that's where I'm going. We have a market share. So I'll do this mathematics, right? Let's say a telco comes out to say, hey, Ghanaians, from today, if you go to Spotify, AudioMac, Apple Music, Tidal, Deezer, Amazon Music, it's free, data free. I say this on authority. No Ghanaian artist can make 1 million Ghana cedi from a song on any of these streaming platforms. You know why? The number of Ghanaians who stream music, we are between 200,000 to 500,000 people. And I'm talking about repeated plays. Like you will go on your phone and you will repeat a song 3 times. How do I know? I sit on a database of how many Ghanaians listen to music on Apple Music, Spotify. When you say artists no more Ghana Hano, when they upload their song on YouTube and they go and check their data, the region, the geographical whatever, you will see Ghana like the number where you go see for there, your heart go cut.
Yeah.
Like you go see Ghana, flag there, 200 and something people. America, 1,000 something.
Yeah.
It's the
issue.
people
who do content in Chi.
I'm telling you, listen, we have a bigger problem on our hand. Grammy, and yet, yes, Grammy is the biggest award in the world. At the same time, it might not be the biggest to every artist because of our location.
Okay.
Say Wahi, Stoneboy winning Nico and Kokonakola award, they kind of saying he's won the BETs. Yeah, he's won all these awards, right? He's worked with Morgan Heritage, a Grammy Award-winning album. He was part.
And Andre Harris.
We didn't even talk about it. We didn't even celebrate. Kill Beat was on the Divide album for Ed Sheeran, on Ife's ODG.
Grammy-winning album.
Grammy-winning album. We didn't talk about it. It's like, just I don't know why. As a Ghana for you, enjoy your home.
Man, let me say something before you go on this song.
Quickly.
Right. The thing is, I want to use Bob Marley as an example, right? You know, Jamaica is a very small country. I want to debunk your point about numbers. Jamaica is a very small country, but Jamaica is a very respected country when it comes to music. when it comes to reggae music, Jamaica is recognized, the most recognized country, even though Jamaica is not the only country that do reggae music. The reason being that Bob Marley was so successful in Europe that the labels were looking for who else is like Bob Marley that we can market to the rest of the world. And Bob Marley was not first promoted as a reggae artist, he was promoted as a rock artist because he plays guitar. And when he was successful, he told people that what he did was reggae. And this was done in Jamaica.
But this is not the banging.
But the thing
it's not the banging my numbers game.
The point is,
I wanted to face that.
The point is, when it comes to the numbers thing, the reason why, even though with their small population, Jamaica is recognized is because somebody from Jamaica, an individual from Jamaica was successful. I think that the problem with, we've never had any Ghanaian artists.
That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why. There are a lot of reggae, even in Ghana. I can say that 2/3 of our Ghanaian music lovers in their homes, when you're growing up, you grow up on
reggae music. Yes.
Then if I say numbers reflect not on the country, numbers reflect on the music genre and the people that respond to the music genre.
Okay.
How many people know about rock music? Make sure Grammy Award. Me some album, music genre is I say metal.
Yes.
Metal. It tells you that the numbers of people who listen. Let's forget about the country. Let's talk about the people who listen to the music.
See, when it comes to selling, marketers want the simplest thing they can sell.
I have worked on an artist in Ghana for him to be signed to Sony. In our conversation with Sony, and we sent the data and we sent the research to Sony, they came back to us with a simple mathematics saying that this is what you want us to do. The market share value does not support.
Because probably they don't think that
the market share value is not Ghanaian. So
yes, that means
that at the time was spearheading a certain Afrobeat conversation. Afrobeat was now growing in the American market. Therefore, a lot of people it sounded new. That's how come Davido's If became one of the most biggest Afrobeat songs. That's how come when Americans heard Ojo Alegba by Wizkid, they went crazy because it sounded new. The world is designed something.
And you know
music
something?
That is new.
When it comes to sounding new, Ghanaian and Nigeria both do Afrobeat.
Yes, but at the point where Ghana was succeeding with Afrobeat was when Fitz Odigi was the most powerful. Check the records, bro. When Fitz was leading the campaign for us, when he was pushing Tina, when he was saying that, yo guys, come, let's do this. Even Azonto, it took. You see, sometimes when we do these conversations, they are very, very deep and. Some of them are very technical, so it's hard for us who sit behind data to even break it down.
Okay, let's take a break. When we return, we'll delve into the Stonebwoy and Samini Twitter banter. We'll see whether or not Stonebwoy has a case, how definite was, or how clear was his tweet, and the Samini have to go on that tangent with the Sun. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. And we are back to focus on the fight between the father and the son, Samini and Stonebwoy. For those who may not be aware, Stonebwoy was Samini's protege. He was signed under his label. It was Stonebwoy was under the High Grade family until he left to form his own Beam Nation, Benetton Music. Yes. So, this is the tweet Stonebwoy made a day after the Grammys, which was on Monday. He says, with all due respect, let all other African countries give it up for Nigeria for their constant efforts in Africa when it comes to entertainment on the global scene. Congrats for holding it down at the Grammys. As for Ghana, shaking my head, I'll be back. Then Samini comes and replies, he said, Ghana will be okay if we begin to keep it 100% with each other as artists, my G. It starts from being honest and calling a spade a spade. Do you think they disrespect Idibia like you disrespect Samini? Hashtag year of truth. Before you give extra fixed funds to Nigeria, check yourself, faker. Then Stonebwoy comes and says, no disrespect. You just finished the tweet beef with Shatawale. Is it my turn now? We know each other personally. I cannot do this with you on social media. Then Samini responds, shaking my head, Stoneboy. He laughs. You know you can't throw dust in the eyes, in no one's eyes, my son. You know exactly where I am coming from. Don't trust GH in congratulating Nigeria because they don't disrespect their legends like you do, period. A word to the wise is enough. Another reply comes from Samini. Says, after calling me a sellout on a public stage during your mismatch clash, who sold who out? Come on, we come from high grade. We come from grade 1. You get the nerves to be tweeting at me. Shatawale is a mate. You are a son. Get the difference. The last tweet from Samini to the same message. That message was received 3 replies. It says, you disappointed me, son. So that's what has been happening between Stoneboy and Samini. So, Nene, what do you see? Is he saying that we are not supporting, or Ghanaians are not supporting the artists, for which reason Ghana has this Grammy Award drought?
See, what Stoneboy is failing to understand, what Ghanaian artists, especially, you see, there's an issue I have with Ghanaian artists when they talk about themselves. It's like they don't know what they are doing. Music is a business. Capitalist business is individual driven, right? Let me give you this guy, Burna Boy. Burna Boy was highly disrespected in Nigeria. He was one of the most controversial musicians in Nigeria. It was people that the blog almost always wrote negative things about. Before 2018, you will hardly find positive news about Burna Boy in Nigeria on Nigeria blogs. Even till date, there's still negative news about Nigeria, about Burna Boy on Nigerian blogs.
It definitely won't stop. So
you understand? When you say support, what do you mean as an artist? I feel like Nigeria started supporting Burna Boy after the Ye song blew on the global scene. And they started seeing him as somebody who is representing the country, right? And I feel like when it comes to Stoneboy in particular, Ghanaians are very supportive of Stoneboy.
But that's not what he's saying.
You understand?
I think you don't understand the tweets that he did.
What the point I'm trying to make is that my point I'm trying to make is that when you say support, in what way are you talking about?
Yes, it's bigger than fan base.
I'm not talking about fan base.
No, I'm telling you that the tweet from Stoneboy is a deeper conversation that is happening in our certain gatekeepers circles right now.
See, the point is about the conversation we had earlier, about the earlier conversation we had, right? When it comes to fan base, when it comes to gatekeepers, to win the Grammy, it's not really about the Ghanaian gatekeepers.
No, you're not getting. I'm saying that it's a deeper conversation. You didn't get it, sweet.
Okay, Nana, break it down. How do you understand?
Let me tell you. I happen to have traveled with some artists around the world, and this is not somebody is telling me. I am telling you on authority because it happened to me that there are a lot of Ghanaians who are sitting in powerful music positions in the world. Ghanaians, they sit in powerful music positions where they sit as gate that they can open a door and take our music to a certain level, or an artist to a certain level. I'll give you an example. Have you seen the Sarkodie Black is Love concert? Have you seen the company that he tags, the Sikh people? Have you checked who is behind it? Can somebody just check? Check the name behind it.
Who is behind it?
No, you check. It's a Ghanaian. You can check. All the Stoneboy tweet was trying to say is that a certain level of Nigerian powerhouse, right? They understand the fact that we need to go to the world together. Don't get me wrong. I understand. You've been a musician before. You are a great writer. You're a great poet. You know the conversation before you became a musician and the conversation that came after you started going to school. I'm saying that Ghanaian artists, two-thirds of them, they be ungrateful. We all know that. They don't. I say Asante Kai. We all know that. But Stoneboy is trying to let us know that when you travel, you meet a certain Ghanaian or Ghanaians who are sitting in some key positions that have closed doors. how I saw the thing. Because listen,
so the reason why I said I'm coming, because the reason why I said Stonebwoy in particular can't say that is because I know people who have worked with Stonebwoy. I've also worked with Stonebwoy when I was working with Samini, right? And as of last year, before COVID, I know the people who were working on his world tour. You understand? Who are Ghanaians who are sitting on
exactly my point.
So when I say Stonebwoy in particular cannot say things like that,
no,
mean
but
that
he's not speaking for himself.
Should we narrow it to
no, because let me you see, like Vejablo interviewing the Americans on his show on Apple Music. Why would he interview them on Apple Music? Because they've got it to a point where it's easy to sell them for him to go to Apple office and tell them that I'm going to interview these guys. So who are they?
So you'd have had no challenge if it came from a different artist than Stonebwoy. That's what you're saying.
What I'm trying to say is that you would have to have built a certain platform for some people outside the country who are Ghanaians not to look like they are throwing you a bone by putting you on.
You think some of our artists have not done
that? No, bro. No. Listen.
No, I said that when you are at that level.
No. I was
artists who are doing that, some are reaping the reward. Sako there has sold himself well. Stonebwoy himself has sold himself well. Samini, Shatta got the song with Beyonce because of Leslie. Who is a Ghanaian, right? So when you put yourself at a position where somebody can easily recommend you to somebody who is a powerhouse outside the world, they do that. I think that when it comes to supporting each other, Ghanaians do that when they feel like you've earned it.
Okay, Nana, come in.
So you see, Charlie. See, I am saying that comparing a Nigerian force, push, drive. I have worked on Ghana Meets Nigeria for so many years. I have seen how Nigerians who live in Ghana approach empire to have a certain conversations on artists who are coming in as Nigerians and how they provide hospitality for them.
I won't disagree with you on that.
I have seen how Nigerians, as I worked on Afro Nation, if you see the powerhouse that hold hands to drive Nigerian musicians to where they are. That's how I saw the Stonebwoy tweet.
Okay, where you're coming from.
What happened? We were in Lagos. Stonebwoy performed at the Sound City MVP Awards 2019. Had a great show. I was reporting for Ghana, so I did a story. Ghanaian stars called me, media people called me and said, "Bayu, what are you saying?" You know? The thing you watch, they sing, somebody is see the stage in top, you know they mind now. Where I say, so as I be international journalist, where I go the place, where everybody from Cameroon, everybody, you think where we had that experience? The guys from Kenya, Tanzania, yes, it was even worse. But for Stonebwoy, when he drops a song, the crowd cheered. The guys say, no. The thing where you watch, it's as though it comes to the extent that the person even called me on video. To make sure say what me who say the me can again can I say bro
papa say ho here be in Nigeria na
oh me ba ho unti say me ba ho ameka be bin chero hwe this word this African content that we dey Abantepa ko bi aniwa omo ye hypocrites in Nigerians, but you will not beat them when they are together. That's the simple truth. Obianka said Davido no Wizkid. Obianka nim say fight wo ho. Yeah. Obianka said Burner any Davido fight wo ho. But when Burner win the thing, Davido pick a phone, Twitter, congrats to Burner Boy and Wizkid. We did this country. Make Ghanaian artists go win so. Selected few, those who are in his circle. All I'm saying is that the Stonebwoy tweet didn't call it was not a tweet that's supposed to trigger the things that it triggered. It was a tweet to let us wake up as people and say that, listen, when we want to go to the market, we can go to the market united. Because Nanayao has a plug who works with Pandora. I can pick a phone and call Pandora and say, let's program African music. Let's meet with Ghanaian songs, right? I can send a Ghanaian song playlist to Pandora. Pandora is it's the biggest music streaming platform in America because it has the highest usage of American usage, not The word
It's the
American.
biggest online radio in
Yes,
Nigeria.
American users. You understand? We push the music to these people. We push the artists to do what they have to do because the investments no day Ghana. Bro.
Okay, right. Let's look at Samini's reaction.
It's uncalled for, bro.
Bema, I love Samini. Me, the 10 times Samini, my raw material on at a concert to tear an artist, it was Samini on stage. I love Samini more than anybody in this room. And I've worked with Samini. I've gotten a lot of girls just because I know Samini. But I want to say this. Rasta is talking the nonsense.
Samini is not making sense?
He's talking the nonsense.
How?
What is he saying? You understand? What is this? You see, when you say disrespect legends, what Stonebwoy had a Kojenchi on his album, right? On his last album, he had Kojenchi on it. Yeah. So you don't expect everybody to respect every legend. You understand? There are some people that he feels that they've personally contributed to his music, so he respects them. Well, this the two Baba thing he brought. Two Baba changed his name to Two Baba. Why? Because
rebranding.
No, not even the rebranding.
Rebranding.
This thing where the news about him was that he's a chronic womanizer, having babies with everybody, and he decided to own it. That he's a father for all, so he's Baba. He started calling himself Baba, and that's how the name Two Baba came. To own the negative press he was getting. You understand? There's an artist who understands that you can either let the wave take you down, or you can ride the wave.
Okay.
You understand? Samini, when Samini was on top, Samini did a lot of features. He did like 50 features before he put out his first album. But he was on top between 2006 to when he started going down. He wasn't working with just anybody. He wasn't even going to perform just anywhere. I remember in 2000, when he put out his album, I think 2011, when he put out his CEO album, and we went to Legon campus to promote the album. And then Tony told me that Samini has never performed on Legon campus before. Every artist in Ghana, you perform on Legon campus, and most people perform for almost for free. So I asked them whether they would be willing to do that. And he said, yeah, they're willing to perform for free, but the school will still have to pay for the band, which at that time was going to be around at least 5,000 for Samini to come and perform for on Legon campus. And you know what's funny? Years later, when Samini started going down, he will now dab his CD with the beat on it, and he still won't mind, obviously. But he went to do a show at Koforidia a few years ago without band because the people couldn't afford the band. Okay. You understand? When Samini was on top, he wasn't looking up. He wasn't like quote unquote respecting the legends. You understand? He was doing his own thing, carrying himself like the superstar he was, and he earned the right to do that. So when somebody is having their moments and they are doing what you were doing, now you have a problem with it. You understand? I love Samini. It really pains me to say this, but Samini shouldn't be. Maybe he's doing it for publicity. You don't know, because Samini is a Grammy nominated. He was on a Grammy nominated album. He was on Rocky Dawuni's album. So if even he had come in, he could have come in to say something about Rocky Dawuni nomination, how the media didn't talk about it. That would have made more sense. But to go on a personal attack like that, I say, we're meaning that to work.
Okay, Nana, I'm making point about Mama Wama explanation, and I move on to Nene on the Samini thing.
Bro,
yeah.
The Nana can na matter. The only thing I can say, Samini tweets now, you know, it's needless. Service is childish. You understand what I'm trying to say? The series of tweets he put out, the only part that made sense was that it doesn't even make sense. But the fan said, because of what the gibberish he has been putting out into because that part said, don't praise Niger and tarnish GH, blah, blah, blah.
No, correct.
What am I saying?
Yeah.
That part, I give him like...
It says, don't trust GH in congratulating Nigeria.
Yes.
Because...
That's somewhere aired in that part.
Okay.
Yes, but he didn't air, he didn't make a mistake because he wasn't referring... He wasn't throwing shade at any Ghanaian. He was saying something that he said, I'll be back. Now, let's speak to the Samini stone issue. 2013, Rakus Productions organized a press conference for an artist called Kaki for a tour. Samini was there, Stone came. Were you there? At the Silver Lounge, 2013, around 2013.
I know that's what we're talking about here.
There was a certain tension between Stone and Samini back then. Anybody watching the show?
So that was when he had just left the label.
It's a certain tension. Fast forward, a certain Shatawale came to attack a certain Samini, and that was calling Samini that Samini never helped anybody in the dancehall reggae fraternity. Therefore, he is a selfish guy who wanted everything for himself. So quickly, to prove Ghanaians wrong, he formed an alliance with Stone. Somebody that he had a tension with. We haven't even spoken about how Stone left the high grade label. We haven't even tackled the conversation on what happened, what triggered after the grade 1 album, what happened to Stone leaving. That whole story, Yatnaso. Because the alliance made it look like everything was cool between the father and the son. Now, who about Kabetia say same in Kwalaye what their parents do.
Yeah.
2/3 of the time, not what they say. To go for answer a phone. Now we share a phone so. Now they be about Obano man on tablet. Ubefia not only kasa answer from the phone. No memia because he's doing or she's doing what a father does or what the parents do, not what the parents say. Whatever Stone Boy is doing is what the father has been doing that he's also doing. If Samini feels Stone Boy is disrespecting him, it's because of what the son has seen the father do in the system. Now where I am saying, Obi winning the Grammy. Nam my bed chairman, I had not obeyed me at him, calling me a faker and all that. And you see, Samini goofed big time because in the Assassin sound clash, Shatawale made it seem jokingly that he had called Samini and that Samini was on his side. And that before that, Samini came out to say a lot of things about the Assassin sound clash, making it look like Shatta and Stone, they don't merit to even clash. And the guy will feel, your son will feel like, no, Papa, you shouldn't do that. You should even call me on the side and say, yo, bro, I dare your back. Vim. Say, agreements for the sake of the alliance that we made in the past. Many women in your call, Shatta show yam performing. You have to even do a video and say, yo, Shatta, today you meet your meter. My son will clear you. Then backstage, you will call your son and say, yo, you know, say this thing like if you make me, I'm do. The boy was pained. And what the boy said was, oh, if you know because some father sell out, he even called you father, he even reverenced you in a jokingly form. Because he was responding to the same joke Shatta made. In a joking form, he said, oh, if you know because some father sell out. If he had said, if you know because some guy sell out, like that one, then you go people. But he referenced you. He said, oh, if you know because some father sell out. Now, what pain now, there was move from that time, basically by this time, till now, he's still harboring that pain in him. You get what I'm trying to say? At a point in time, Samini won a mobile. Do you remember?
Yeah.
That was in 2008 or
when he won the mobile, you know what happened in this country?
What happened?
Mongugu, video TV, let me show TV, but hey, Charlie, Vim, not that there, and I think he was doing the switch of name.
Yeah.
So at the time he won the mobile, the pricing, the behavior, the approach to business, everything changed.
Yes, exactly.
The people that he was hanging out with, he wasn't hanging out with them again. Are you saying that if GhanaWeb should open an open forum right now and say any artist who Samini has done something to, you know, a guy called Lengwakat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who has been fighting Samini for how many years now?
I check.
Charlie, I felt like when I saw the tweet, I felt disappointed. I'm like, the same way Shatta in time, I said that he shouldn't have responded to Shatawale in those back and forth thing that he was
that one
doing.
I endorsed that. Responding to Shatawale was very important.
That thing and all that.
No, responding to Shatawale was very important.
No, I'm about. I felt like he shouldn't because I know that when it goes to the music, he won't deliver.
Okay.
London,
quick.
Your son has not disappointed you. your son also has issues on his chest that he's also trying to be. Now he's also a father.
He's trying to be an independent man.
No, you forget that. Now Stone is also a father to dance or art. Now that people like let's say LaRusso, let's say Capone, Kevin Boy, they also look after him. So he also has to check the way he also goes about his utterances in public spaces.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
This tweet from Samini, it was needless. The two Baba issue, right? I've also been in Ghana. I was at Kimbisky. I saw how a certain Nigerian artist disrespected two Baba. I was in Lagos. I saw how a certain Nigerian artist treated a certain producer, legend producer in Lagos, backstage at the Sound City MVP Awards. I was there. And I said, oh, Africa, I said, come on, Tom, right? In their own space, Nigerian. But when they come out and they are together, don't try. You will not win them. Even here, the boys who sell the mobile phone, a wires connected, they will speak the language. Then they form the alliance, and then they go. If you only hear away every time somebody for sure say, if you be the right person, you will be wrong. If you hear away somebody
What
for
people in Ghana like to be worshipped. I don't understand that thing.
So somebody is sit on A, somebody is sit on gate. you make a vessel. Somebody is sit in some conversation where you go change Ghana music in terms of the royalty system, right? It is sits there because it won't make the Ghana people come see him, make them reverence sound, make them cook fufu and things, can make it chop for London. They make it there, so you come, so I will help you, okay, all right. So now. If I go down, if I bow, Charlie, now you're there.
Mummy Uncle Day. Now you're 18, Nani Aredu is with oneplayafrica.com. Nene is a columnist and they've been helping out with the discussion. Let me still remind you that we are celebrating our 22nd anniversary. And yes, GhanaWeb is 22 years. Yache, you're giant. So watch out for more. There are more stories on our website, www.ghanaweb.com. Sorry, our YouTube channel, lots of videos and programs there for you. GhanaWeb TV. Let's get interactive on social media. Is at the GhanaWeb, both Instagram and Twitter. Same on Facebook. So until we come your way some other time with yet another episode of Bloggers Forum, we say stay safe and be good. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
On Friday, 12th of March 2021, the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Osei Chairman Sabonso, who read the budget statement for the 2021 fiscal year on behalf of President Nana Akufo-Addo, said government is putting measures in place to increase the toll fare. And we are here today at the Accra Central to find out from the drivers what they make about this plan of government.
I think it's good, but my problem is we are paying the toll every day in and out. Some of us use the road maybe 2, even 3 times a day. But our roads are still not fixed, especially on the motorway, for instance. When you are coming, it's very difficult to drive at night. You see, I can see the street lights are ongoing. That one fine. But the roads, once we are paying, they should try to fix the roads for us as well.
From Todome to Have, the roads are not good. The road is very bad. The road is not good at all. And right now you want to increase the toll again. I just bought 4 tires for my car, but I'm not sure that car I can even spend that. I can even use that car, that tire, more than 4 months. I have to buy another one. So if you increase the toll, whereby they've increased the fuel more than 4 or 5 times, and we've not even increased our transportation. So what is the government telling us? If the government don't know and he increase the toll again, we will stop work for maybe 1 week or 1 month, and we will see how the people at the voter region or people at the other place, they will manage and come to Accra.
Every previous week they keep on increasing the fuel. Why our fares also remain the same? Government should do something about it. Tax increment also is too much. He has taken vehicle income tax from the tax system from the drivers, and look at the tax system that he has also keep on introducing. It's killing us. We don't want to go against the government. Government should think about it, especially the transport system in Ghana here is very bad. Look at our road from here to Nsawam. It's an international road, but look at what is going on. We keep on buying spare parts each and every week. So government should do something. The vehicle income that he has taken off and keep on increasing fuel system. Keep on increasing fuel is paining us. If government did not do something, we also take the authority into hand to increase our fares.
It's not good for me. Say they will increase the toll because we are paying how do you call it, income tax, roadworthy, insurance. All those things have been increased, and this government too is increasing this how do you call it, the toll. Fuel too is going high. So what are we doing? It's only the government is getting profit of we the drivers. We are useless in the company in the how they call the system. To build what? Since when? Since when they started making this? No, I'm asking you, since when? To do drug carriage? Okay, maybe at my back when I'm after my dead body, that I will get it.
And when me say or increase fare na toll na entering wine. There's a once for a day. Uko ba nyina obetwa. Ekwanu de ahia ye. But increase here, on say ade no enye toll plan na yetwa. Yetwa road worth. Yetwa income tax. Anyway mu nyina nti say person ya bibi man ya. Onye na ye bet or increase be high.
So you heard what he said, that they're appealing to the government not to increase the toll fare because if they should, it will affect their business. They are paying a lot already at the toll booth. Even though if they should increase it, it will help to construct better roads for them. It's outrageous for them because what they are paying is already too much. You heard the drivers here at Accra Central. They said that they do not agree with government to increase the toll because it's already expensive and they are paying a lot. But even with that, they do not agree with the idea of government building roads with the proceeds they will make from the toll fare. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, my name is Amos Echo Kofi.
Hello, my name is Roman. I'm the general manager of Accra City Hotel. And about the road safety, I like to tell you one thing. Keep your lights on. Make sure your lights are working. Make sure the brake lights are working. Everything works well. Keep your car maintained. And a simple will tell you, do the right thing, save a life.
World Hearing Day is celebrated across the world on 3rd of March of every year. The day is set aside by the WHO to create awareness on hearing impairment and loss. This year, Ghana is celebrating the day with a theme, Screen, Rehabilitate and Communicate.
Across the world, each year, the World Health Organization decides the theme and develops evidence-based advocacy materials such as brochures, flyers, posters, banners, infographics, and presentations, among others. The day is celebrated across the world to make a conscious effort to eradicate some major causes of deafness and hearing loss. And its focus is to screen babies and children at the early stages of their lives to examine the hearing sense before they grow.
We are here at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital to speak to audiologists on how they plan to celebrate the day.
In an interview with a senior audiologist at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Joseph Omani Boatin, he noted that this year's celebration is focused more on children between 0 to 3 years.
For now, what I can say is those of us who are in the field that are carrying it out at our various centers, it has not really gotten to the national level, but in the individual hospitals where we have hearing healthcare specialists, each year we try through the media, the various hospitals try to create awareness. We go out to schools and other places to do some screening or to draw attention to hearing healthcare. As we all know, we are currently not in normal times, so even though our theme for the year is screen, rehabilitate, communicate, we are not going all out as we usually do to screen, because that will involve moving from place to place, meeting different people. Now with all this social distancing and all that, we are not doing that. So we are taking advantage of the media, social media, the news media to make create awareness. And then some facilities like Confanoche will be carrying out newborn screening at selected facilities. Similarly, in Kolebu, we will also be carrying out some newborn hearing screening. So they are all going to be based in the facilities. We are not going out this year.
Explaining how the ear functions, Mr. Omani Boatin stated that the ear is a major sensory part of the body.
The ear has 3 parts. We have the outer ear, that's from the pinna to the eardrum, that's the white. Then there's a middle ear, which is the yellow part, which is made up of these tiny bones, and then the space over there, and then this tube. So that forms the middle ear. Then the inner ear, which is this snail-like organ called the cochlea, and that is connected to the auditory nerve. Now, with the conductive loss, as sound enters the ear, it strikes the eardrum, sets it into vibration. The sound is conducted through these bones. They in turn set the fluid in this organ in motion. There are tiny hair cells in the organ which moves in response to the movement of the fluid, and that's how hearing takes place. Their movement generates what we call action potentials, which are like electricity, and that is conducted through the auditory nerve to the brain for interpretation. So this from the outer and middle, when there are things there, we can see that the actual hearing occurs after the sound waves have been converted to the electrical impulse. So this is where hearing itself takes place. So from here to here is just the sound waves. So if you have wax, excessive wax buildup, it can reduce the intensity of sound even before it gets to the organ here. If there's an infection and there's fluid buildup, or there's a problem with any of these tiny bones, then sound, even though the sound is loud, it will not be conducted well to the organ. So any problem along this pathway that is leading to the hearing loss is what gives rise to the conductive hearing loss. And most of the time it can be managed because it's something that is obstructing the sound. So if it is a sexy wax, it can be washed. If it's a foreign body, you can remove it. If it's an infection, it can be treated. Some may involve medical or surgical intervention, and then we expect the hearing to come back, improve, because whatever was causing it has been taken care of. With the inner ear, unfortunately from this side to the brain, it involves nerves, and nerves do not regenerate. The organ here can be affected by some infections, certain medications, and then they cause harm to the tiny hair cells, which convert the sound waves to the electrical impulses. So once that is done, then there's a hearing loss. So this is the sensory and neural part of the ear. So that gives rise to a sensory neural hearing loss. You may have a case where there's a problem with the organ, and there's also an infection or excessive wax buildup, foreign body here. So there's a conductive and there's also a sensory neural. So together you get a mixed hearing loss. So a combination of the conductive and the sensory neural will give you the mixed hearing loss.
He further stated that people do not really see hearing loss as a major health challenge, adding that its treatment is not covered by the National Health Insurance Scheme.
Most people, most of the time, the ear is relegated to the background. Some don't see it as serious as maybe the eye, or they don't see it as an emergency. But with the people who have issue with the ear, they know the kind of difficulty they are going through. Besides the lack of facilities, the cost of hearing care is also very high. Most people are not able to afford. They come, you let them know the cost of the test or the intervention the child or the person will need, and then they go and they don't come back. Currently, it is not covered by the insurance, NHIS. We've made several appeals.
Statistics given by Mr. Omani Boatin indicates that the facility records about 10 to 15 cases every day, and these are referred cases from other hospitals because hearing aid centers are limited in the country.
Usually the cases we see here are referred cases, so you can't really use it as a way to estimate the prevalence. But most of the people who are coming have been referred from other facilities with suspected hearing loss. But it's quite a figure. In a day, we see not less than 10 to 15 people, and most of them, as I said, because it's a referral center, most of them have hearing loss. We don't have enough facilities. We don't have enough facilities for the government. in the government institutions, audiology services are not available in all the facilities across the country. From the north, maybe apart from Tamale Teaching Hospital, there's nothing. If you come to the south, then you are looking at Konfanochi, Kolebu, 37. Then other private centers that are helping. So we've always pleaded that these facilities be set up. At least if we have it at the regional hospitals, each region having access to an audiology center, that will help. In training or in admitting people for the training, the institutions also consider the fact that the facilities are not available. The personnel are not many, but even the few around, it is not all of them that government has engaged, because the facilities are not there for them to work in. Because the facilities are few, so there's a lot of traffic at the few ones you have available, because people are crossing from region to region to come to Kolebu, to go to Konfanochi. So always there's a lot of pressure on such facilities.
Speaking on what causes hearing loss, Mr. Mani Boateng stated that there are three major types of hearing loss: the conductive, sensorineural, and mixed hearing loss. He explained the factors that account to hearing loss.
So basically we have three types. We have the conductive hearing loss, sensorineural hearing loss, and then mixed hearing loss. Okay. With the conductive, it has to do with either infection or excessive buildup of wax or some foreign body, reducing in the pathway of sound before it gets to where hearing itself takes place. As we know, the external ear only helps to collect the sound waves and then direct it into the ear for hearing to take place. So along that pathway, maybe if you have excessive wax buildup, if there's a foreign body or an infection, it reduces the intensity of sound before it gets to where the hearing itself is going to take place. So that's a conductive hearing loss. Conditions like severe malaria, meningitis, mumps, rubella, other medications, as I said, like you have anti-malaria, some cancer drugs, TB medications, some strong antibiotics can affect the hair cells. You get it? And then if the person also develops an infection during that time, the middle ear infection, then you have both. The hair cells, as I said, is not this. From this side, medicine or surgery cannot help that much. So the person will need rehabilitation. You need something to support the hearing. And that's where the hearing aid and then assistive devices come in. The normal aging process also affects the hair cells because they are moving, and over the years with movement there's wear and tear, and then so there's naturally hearing loss occurring as one ages. Excessive noise exposure also affects the hair cells and can give you a sensorineural hearing loss. The ear doesn't sleep, let me put it that way. It's working all the time. Even when you are asleep, it is working. That's why when somebody mentions your name in your sleep, you wake up because you heard. So if, let's say, you're using the earpiece, the ear doesn't get to rest. Once a while, you need a bit of what? Quietness. because the ear cannot choose to work or not. So when you give yourself some quietness, then at least you are preventing it from, you get it. So it gets to what? Rest. At its rest, if there are some repairs that has to go on in there, naturally by the body itself, that can be done. But let's say you work in a factory throughout your shift, 8 hours or 12 hours, you have been exposed to noise. You've closed. You've come out of that environment. The ear is now going to recover from all the movements it has gone through during your working period. Then as you are sitting in the transport, you put in your earpiece. It's like you've gone back to death. You get it? And it continues. Some cannot even sleep without music in the background and all. So you are sort of overworking the ear. And then something that, as I said, with age is supposed to take you maybe in your 50s, 60s. Yes, because it is working like something that it will take maybe several years to cover. It's doing it within some weeks. Excessive noise damages the nerves, the hair cells in the cochlea, which can give you a hearing loss. It can give you what we call tinnitus, where you'll be there and you hear noise, some ringing noise in the ear, but there's no sound in the environment. It's just in your ear. So it's not something that is encouraged at all. No health professional will recommend that you use pen top or matches stick to take out wax. Now, first of all, the wax is there for a reason. As you can see, this is an extension of the skin.
In the canal.
Yes, in the canal. And the wax is produced by some hair cells in there. They produce some oil which contains some chemicals that kills germs as it enters the ear. Now, if you take everything out, then you leave the place bare, and then germs can easily thrive. And that will lead to the itching. That will lead to the itching, and then you try to clean again, and then it becomes a cycle. You can even injure the place because it's a very how do I say it? It's a very sensitive area. So it's not advisable to, if you feel there's something in your ear, you visit your health center. They will check. If there's a need to even wash, they will do the washing for you. Now it's quite common to see people with hands-free. The hands-free uses Bluetooth, and as I said, once it meets the radiation requirement, you are okay. But with the hearing, if you have it on the right ear, that means all your calls, you are going to receive it with the right ear. That is going to put a lot of pressure on that ear. So it's highly possible for that ear to be going down with time, especially if your work involves the receiving of a lot of calls or having long conversations on the phone. Because what we encourage is you interchanging the ears as at when the calls come in. But when you use the hands-free, you are not able to do that because it's just on one ear. So that if throughout the day you get 50 phone calls, that means they are all going to the right ear. And that puts a lot of pressure on that ear.
The mother of a 13-year-old boy who lost his hearing senses 6 years ago stated that the cost of treatment is very expensive and it is the major reason many do not get treatment for hearing losses. She, however, called on the president to reduce the taxes on the importation of the devices since they are not manufactured locally.
Time was on, so Uber when Samna Oya, I auntie. Just a wire noise in the baby answer. ebetimi oyo ati timi hwe na mfi da bi we se na akoya se mede ne ba ha timi de ba sa time no 3 years ana mo se onum nyansa timi ntwen no nya be 5 years going na me de na ba sa time no mo se 800 na mo se 800 na mo se sa de na we kono onye kakra na de na ba nti ye ba ye no almost free be so you are tenasa na free no mba na msi de be se me ankasa mtu ana mo na me beto made e na me buy sa time no me beto no 2000 na me de ye nti mesra buy se obati so kakra obati tax no se na be ya obi abetimi aye obi o hanu a ohia ne ohia ade de ba ne hia sa ade bi na so na mso oni sika nti no ontimi ento ntima stra abanse obati taxes so sena be obi abetimi anya bi ahya ne ba.
Eunice Apia-Kron, an audiologist, affirmed that the cost is expensive since the devices are not produced locally and there are no manufacturing bases in the country.
The theme for this year's World Hearing Day is Screen, Rehabilitate, Communicate. So for screening, what we have to do is to screen newborn babies for hearing loss. That happens in the hospitals, and in Kolebu at the moment we have only one OAE screening machine that we use, and we are not able to screen all the babies that are born in the hospital. And with that same machine we cannot screen all the babies that are born in the country. So what we do now is we do targeted screening. That is, we screen children who have been in the neonatal intensive care, now the children who have been diagnosed of jaundice, those who have had other infections during birth, and then those who have suffered other ailments whilst they have been in the hospital. So for those who've had meningitis, and then for those who've had other illness like I mentioned. So we do the targeted screening for these groups of people. And at the moment, we've had a lot of cases where these children that we've screened have come out to have a hearing loss. And then we need to rehabilitate them, just as the theme says. But that is where the issue is, because when they come and then we screen them and then we find out that they have a hearing loss, what we have to do is to find out how best to rehabilitate that child, or how best to rehabilitate the person. And then that is where the hearing aids come in. It depends on the type of rehabilitation that we are doing. So if the child has a hearing loss, that can be helped by a hearing aid. We prescribe the hearing aids after we've done the hearing test. But then some of them go and then they don't come back because they cannot afford the hearing aids.
However, the country's projection on treatment of hearing loss is expected to increase from its current standings of 5% to 10% by 2050.
Usually, data is not readily available in our setting, but currently hearing loss stands at about 5% per population. 5% per population. That's as at 2020. WHO is projecting it's rising all the way to 10% by 2050. So it's increasing steadily all across the world. One of the reasons is now the life expectancy is increasing, so we have a lot of aged people around, and normal aging process usually comes with some level of hearing loss. So in our setting we use 10%, about 10% of the population. So if we have currently 30 million people as our population, so we are looking at about 5 to 10% of that having hearing loss.
As we celebrate this day, it is advisable to take care of your ear as an individual. You heard the audiologist. Avoid using earpiece and headsets at all times. Make sure that when you are using your phone, you use the phone on the right ear and also intermittently change it to the left ear to avoid hearing impairment and loss. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, my name is Amos Eko Kofi.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
It is no news that Nigerian businessmen and women in the diaspora are thriving in their businesses. They have significantly contributed to the economic development of the countries they find themselves in. But do we know the challenges and the demands required for their businesses to thrive? So, Nigeria speaks to the owner of Homeland restaurants to find more. Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Angela.
Okay. Please, when did you move to Ghana?
I came to Ghana 2011.
Did you come with the mindset of starting a business?
No, I came for working for someone. But along the line, I switched off to my own.
Okay, that's really commendable, I might say. I'm so proud of you that you've taken that bold step. So how was it starting the business? How was it in general?
Well, I started in a little before I moved to in a large like this.
Have you been in a situation where you had to take loans to start the business?
No. I've never taken loans. When the business was small, I have to continuously, like whenever I sell, I don't remove any gain or profit. I put everything into it for the business come up.
Okay, that's wonderful. Now let's talk about your space. Like you have a really good, serene space. How did you get this place for the business?
Well, it is God that it is by God's grace that I got this place, because here in Tinto Lane it's not easy for you to get a larger place like this. It was God.
Did you get the help of fellow Nigerians in the country to get this place? Or who did you speak to? Did you have to pay anything? How much is the rent for this place?
Well, it's through Nigerian person I got this place. But the amount, I will not be able to tell.
Okay, you don't want to disclose that. I respect that so much. I respect that. So now let's talk about your customer base. How many people come here averagely on a day?
I can't be able to count them. But what I know that whatever I cook here, or by grace of all finish, but I cannot be able to count how many people that come here. A lot of people come here to eat. From various places. Some people from Medina, they come here. Some people from Kaswa, they do come here to come and eat.
So you can say at least 50 people a day.
If you count it, it's up to 50 people.
Okay. So the people that come here, are they mostly Nigerians or Ghanaians or other African nationals?
Both Nigerians, Ghanaians, they come and eat here. Even sometimes I do have white people to come, they come here, come and eat. I eat eba for that matter.
Oh, you have eba? Wow, okay, I would like to taste that after the interview.
When you taste it, that means you'll be coming here every day.
Wow, that's nice to know. Okay, so what other food do you have?
I cook a lot of things. Like every day, I have everyday varieties. It's not what I cook today, I cook tomorrow. Like particularly today that you people came here, I have vegetable, egusi and okra soup, rice with sauce, pepper soup. Those things is available for today.
I can see that like you've kept your place really, really neat and you've obeyed the COVID protocols as well. Do you have extra workers here, like cleaners and all of that?
Well, I have some people that cleans here. Like this boy, he's one that take care of this place. Make sure that this place is neat all the time. And we too will obey the COVID-19 protocols, not like that.
Do you pay any extra taxes here? As a Nigerian working in Ghana, do you pay any extra taxes?
We do.
Tell me.
Like we do pay the one they call Amen. We do pay revenue. We do pay tourism. All those things we pay them.
Where do you see yourself, the restaurant, in about 2 years?
It's great. It's okay. We are seeing myself now than 2 years ago. For today, it's okay for me.
So do you regret starting and running a business in Ghana? Do you regret? And do you wish you could go back to your country, Nigeria, to do your business there?
I didn't regret to even starting and ending. I didn't regret, and I don't wish to go there and stay and run my business. Because what I'm getting here is okay for me. I will not go to Nigeria and run the business there.
So given and granted, the working conditions here in Ghana is good.
Well, for the restaurants, we don't have conditions like that, apart from this COVID-19. So they don't give us any condition. Condition is that we should make the environment to be neat, because they do go around to check if the environment is neat or not. So they don't give us any condition. Once you pay all those things I told you before, the tax, there's no more condition like that.
So we'd like to taste your food. I want eba. What meat do you serve? Which other meat do you have? Which other meat do you have?
We have meat, fish, chicken, and goat meat. That's a punchy.
Eba and fish. So if you could take us to serve us.
We still say a plate of food here. Like a plate of food, vegetable is 13 cedis. Egusi with other one is 10 cedis. That's how we sell. We say a plate of food.
So the average price is 10 cedis. 10 cedis, 13?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I wish I could buy more, but I have just 10 cedis. So please give me 10 cedis food.
Okay, I will.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see that she's serving the special Nigerian delicacy, egusi. So I'm going to try that for the first time. Let's see how it goes. So, according to Angela, a Nigerian setting up her business in Ghana, the conditions for her business to thrive are great. She pays taxes and all that as a foreigner in the country, but they are okay for her business. And she has customers who are not only Nigerians, but Ghanaians and other African nationals. I'm enjoying her food right now. This is eba and egusi stew. I can say it's really, really good. My name is Barbara Sinamboni, reporting for my Nigeria.
"10 years and younger, and certain of when next his daily bread was going to come from, and roaming the streets of Agona Nkwanta and New Amanfo. This young man never imagined that in the next few years he could be sitting close to some of the big names in Ghana's politics. Today we speak to a young man whose life of struggles and pain have catapulted him to this level in his life that he describes as only the grace of God. Come along with us as we speak to the CEO of Kiwi Gold Photography as he shares his story here on The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Samuel Oseyajiman was born to Peter Oseyajiman and Elizabeth Bonsu, all of blessed memory. He was the last of his mother's 3 children and number 20 of his father's 23 children.
I was born in my village, Bekwai Abodom. It was during my grandmother's funeral, that's my mom's mother funeral, when my mom got into labor. Yeah, so according to stories, I came out very dark, so people started calling me Kwame Kweye, Kwame Kweye. But my mom got angry with it and started complaining, so they had to stop. And then we moved to Agona Nkwanta in the western region. My dad owned a few filling stations there then, in those days, at that time. So my mom and my stepmother were there with them. My dad died at a tender age. I was very young when he passed. So most of my upbringing was on my mom. So I did most of it
and had to leave for Kumasi in search of more effective treatment. He was left in the care of his step-siblings who were not ready to cater for him, while his 2 biological sisters who could have were also by then living with some relatives in Accra.
The treatment wasn't really good, so I go here small, then I go to the other side. But my stepmom, Auntie Comfort, she was really welcoming. So I was mostly there, but you know, stepmother, step siblings, sometimes it doesn't really go well sometimes. So there's a teacher that I knew then. He's now a Pentecost pastor. His name is Mr. Ofebede. So he took me in Agona Nkwanta, and I was staying with him. And for a while, he got transferred to New Amanfo in Takrade. And so he left me there. And the few months that he left me there was very difficult because I had to sometimes go to the market, help my stepmother sell some cooking utensils. Me fa kakra, no ma fa polythene bag kakra, be a pure water, then I'll be selling them in the market on Wednesdays. That's the market day in that town. So the teacher once came back to the town, and then when he saw my standard of living, he got like very worried. He took me away to the New Amanfo, to the school that he was teaching. So I was staying with him. I stayed with him for a year and a half, and he got transferred again. But where he was going to, he wasn't certain. So he left me behind in the school with one madam.
The 2 years Samuel stayed with this madam was one of the worst periods of his young life, as he had to endure very harsh treatments from her.
She wasn't, I don't know how to put it, but it's like, so you are just forcing yourself to do it. And sometimes I could eat like kunte continuous for like two weeks, like no break. Sometimes there's no food. So the town, it was a fishing town. So sometimes I go to the seaside and help them to pull out the canoe and those things. At the end of the day, you get some fish from some of them, then I go and sell. Or sometimes I had some two friends together with me making food. We go and fetch some firewood, we go and give it to the women, and then they give us money. So that was how I was living, like trying to live. Sometimes it get very worse. I quite remember there was a time she got angry with me and locked me out for like 2 days. So I had to go and stay in someone's farm, and I was eating raw cassava. I was eating raw cassava then for like 2 days. Then I went back and he gave me a little caning before he took me inside.
By some dint of good fortune, Mr. Ofei and his sister connected, and almost immediately afterwards, she came for him. A reunion that was full of emotions.
I was with my friends when one guy from the house came looking for me, that there's a lady in the house looking for me. Now I was surprised because who is coming to look for me in that town? So I said okay, and I went. So upon getting closer, I noticed like the lady looked very familiar, but I was like, no, nah, that's not the person. Then I went closer, I got a bit closer, and I realized, yeah, it was my elder sister, and I couldn't hold myself, like, because I've been with the woman for close to 2 years, and I had one trousers, one knicker. That was my school knicker. That is what I was wearing at home, and I was taking it to school at the same time. And yeah, I had I had bathroom slippers. Yeah. So upon seeing my sister, I was extremely happy. And she couldn't hold her tears because the state that I was in and what I was wearing was like very awful, like very bad. So she couldn't, for like almost 30 minutes, she kept crying. So some of the ladies in the house have to hold her. And it was quite surprising how the madam I was staying with turned out to be so nice like that moment. Like, it was very, very surprising. But anyways, my sister just couldn't, she just asked me to pack. We just couldn't, I don't know, she was angry and sad at the same time. She was very, very angry. So yeah, we left that place and then came to Accra.
All was well with Samuel and his sister until he got into secondary school. His sister ran into some financial difficulties and sought help from an uncle to keep him in school, but this uncle just wasn't ready to help.
He said I should go and do electrician. Like, my sister should take me to those electricians, like those people, so that I learn how to do electrician. My sister got angry. So when we go home, she called me and she told me even if she is left with only one cloth, she will sell it and take me to school. Because we were like, she was angry. So yeah, I got admission to Ebenezer Secondary School. Then when I got done, I did visual arts. So I just wanted to pursue the arts that I was doing. So when I got done, I went to IPMC. But growing up, I had this thing for computers, machines, and yeah, I was a bit inquisitive. I'm always trying to see what's going on with that and that. So my first year, that's JSS 1, my sister got me a laptop like that early. So I started learning and searching stuff and all that. Then fast forward, I finished senior high and then I started IPMC.
Before he started schooling at IPMC, Samuel was arrested for taking a friend's laptop under very intriguing circumstances.
A friend took my laptop and never returned it. So upon entering IPMC, my sister said she's not going to get me any laptop. I should go for that one. And I said, oh, the person, I've been chasing the person for like close to a year now and he's not giving me any response. Someone told me it has been sold, but I trust that person very well. So I was like, oh. Then my sister said I have to get it. I called my friend several times. He wasn't picking my call. So one morning, I went to his house early in the morning. When I got there, he was sleeping. He had some friends around. They were already sleeping. So I entered the room and I packed his laptop and charger. And when I came out, nobody saw me. When I came out, I called his mom and I told the mother that the laptop issue, I've taken his son's own, so he should bring my own and come and collect his own. If it wasn't for me calling the mom, like, no one would have known I came there too. So was it a Thursday or Friday? I think it was a Friday to a Saturday. It was a 31st night. I went to church. The moment I go home, someone came knocking at the door, and I went and there were police people around that I've stolen a laptop and 5 million. And this person I'm talking about stayed with me in our house for like 2 years. That my sister was feeding him and his elder brother. That he said I've taken his 5 million and the laptop. So when we got to the police station, lucky enough, the one in charge was a woman. So we explained everything to her, and she also got angry. Like, if that's the story, then my sister had to arrest my friend too. But that wasn't something I really liked.
you know, this music video, everything has changed. Even the way people see me and relate to me is different from as compared to, you know, when I started dancing. You know, people see me as like a star, you know. I get free food.
Working on the whole Beyonce production and then comparing it to what we do here in Ghana, what would you say is the
fastest shoot ever? I don't know what they want.
But this whole encounter, has it affected your pricing? Has your prices gone up?
Yeah.
To what percentage?
10K and above.
Wow. Lloyd, will you say you are the best dancer in Ghana?
Samuel's trials seem to have no end. At IPMC, he shared a close relationship with one of his lecturers who worked with him on a number of contracts, such as helping him build a website for Qualiplast. But that was also short-lived, as new troubles soon came knocking.
Between 2008 to 2009, I did a website for Duraplast and then Qualiplast, those two companies, yeah. And when I was almost done with Qualiplast, you know, those people, the owners are not Ghanaians. So at the end of like getting to the year, they go to their country and all that. Getting to the end of that year, I was coming from their office because I left there very late. We had to finish with everything we were doing, and I was coming back from how do they call it, industrial area. That's where their office is, to Kwabena around 1 a.m. and then I had an accident on the road and I couldn't recover anything because my laptop was taken, so everything I had been working on like was gone. So I lost everything I was doing for them, so that contract got cancelled. So I came back to square one.
After school, he worked at the Ghana Standards Authority until he gained admission to the Radford University in Accra. Samuel's journey to becoming a professional photographer began when he joined a volunteer group.
Upon entering Radford University, I had made some friends already with Akibot and Ikea Boatma, and we had a crew that we sometimes go out to visit the orphanage and give them stuff. Sometimes we paint their buildings for them and all that. And then there were artistic persons in that group. Like I met a whole lot of guys. That's where I met Josephine Kuire. She's the owner of Mambo Photography. She actually introduced me to photography, like to be like in awe. She gave me my first camera that I held, and then first MacBook that I used. Yeah, she gave it to me. So when I was entering university, I had a little knowledge about photography, but it wasn't really my thing. I had not concluded on it yet. So through school time, I was taking some pictures here and there. And then I had a wedding. My first engagement and wedding I did was for a friend. And after that, I had another one at Pram Pram. It was a Muslim wedding. So I met a lady, the makeup artist. Her name is Hamida. And on Instagram, she's and Brushes. Yeah. So I met She's and Brushes. And she lost some files, and then as I was telling you, I liked computer stuff, so she told me she has lost some files on her memory card. She has tried, no one was able to recover, and I said, oh, I can do it. So after the engagement, she came to see me one day, and then I was able to recover all those pictures for her, and she was like, oh, that's nice. She would introduce me to some photographers she knows who are really good, and she thinks they can help me with my craft. I said, okay, cool. Me, I'm open to learn any day. So fast forward, one day I was there and she called me that, do I know a photographer called Sauce? And I said no. He said, oh, I should check on him. He's really good, and she wants to introduce me to him. And I said, oh, okay. So I went to check, and I realized, yeah, the guy is really good. Like, he's extremely good. So one day, she called me that Source 2 has lost some files and a memory card. So she's giving my number to him to call me. And then he called me. When he called me, I was at church. So he came, it was a Friday evening. She came over to church and then handed me the memory card. And he said, oh, he really needs it because he has taken it to Legon and some other places and he's not getting it. So if I can do it for him, he will be very happy. And he asked me when. I said, oh, the following day. And he was like, really? And I said, oh, yeah. And he said, okay, he's traveling to Takwa. So when he returns on Monday, we will talk more. So that evening when I go home, I started doing it. Then within an hour I was done. I called him that, oh, I've retrieved the picture. So, and he was like, no, you're lying. And I said, oh, it's true. Then he said, okay, I should send him a screenshot or something on WhatsApp. So I did a video of, and I sent it to him. And then he called me, like, he was happy. He was giving me fans and all that. Oh, when he comes here, Charlie, we'll link up. That was around, I think, 2015, 2016 there. Yeah. He said, oh, we'll link up. And I said, oh, okay, cool. So he actually, when he came, he called me. And then we linked up. We linked up. But meanwhile, too, I was still, like, with my lady boss, Josephine. Because she doesn't do more of a wedding. She's a conceptual photographer. She does more of concept and all that. Then once in a while, some weddings passes through. But she guided me throughout everything before I met Source. So when I met Source, I think the next time I met him, it was at a wedding. And then he handed me his camera. That's the first time I held Canon. Because I was shooting a Nikon. So that was the first time I held Nikon. And he made me shoot some few pictures. And he looked at them and he was like, oh, you can do well if I show you some other stuff. And I said, oh, me, I'm cool. So I started roaming with him. Sometimes immediately after my class, he'll be out waiting for me. Then we go. Then sometimes we'll go and sit at the Accra Mall and edit like almost the whole day. Sometimes the airport shell, just be there and editing, and then she'll be showing me some things. I go with him for his shoots. So it was basically just the two of us.
He recounts his joy on getting his first professional camera.
As I was about to get done with school, and then one day, early in the morning, my sister called me to come to her room. So I went to her room, and then she gave me I think 4,500 for Ghana cedis. And I was like, said the camera, I should go and get myself a camera. I don't know how to explain my joy that morning. Like, I even wanted to carry her because I was happy, like, me get my own camera. Wow. So Charlie, I didn't even wait for to get to morning cry. Just that early morning, I went to Accra today. I went to get my camera. I got myself a camera. So then I came home. I was shooting everything I would see. Just from leaving Accra to my house, I was shooting anything I would see. I would just shoot. Anything I would see, I would shoot. Anything I would see, I would shoot. Okay, so the first camera I ever used is Nikon 5300. I felt in love. I felt in love with this camera because I was initially using 5100 D5100, which was given to me by my boss. So I felt like when I was ready, when my sister gave me money to get the camera, this was what I was going to get. it saved me. Like I did a whole lot of works with this camera. Just that it's a crop sensor, you know, and as you go on, there are some quality that you'll be looking out for. So that's when I went in for the Mark 4 Canon 5D Mark 4. Yeah, but this is the first camera I ever bought. It had this 18 to 140 on it, and then as time went on, I was able to afford myself a 50mm. 50mm can do anything, everything you want to do. 50mm can do it. So I had my wide lens and then my 50. I was good to go. Yeah, so I did a lot of works with this. Yeah. Then a time came I felt like I had to change over because of the quality I needed, the kind of people I was meeting. I had to match the quality that they needed. So, and since this was a crop sensor, there were some particular events that, especially night works, evening shoots. If the light at the area is not helpful, you might end up getting noise in the picture. So then I had to save and get me a full frame, which I did. I got the Canon Mark 4, yeah, and I've been using that since.
While he was still at Source Photography, Samuel almost quit photography after a few challenges, but the encouragements from his boss and colleagues kept him in the trade.
As we continued shoot, as time went on and I was shooting with him, mostly we'll go together. So there was this wedding, he said I have to go alone because he was traveling. I said okay. We had an argument over that wedding because I said no, I won't go alone. He said no, I have to, because at a point I have to start shooting. I said no, me, I won't go alone. I'll never go alone. Then he said okay, one guy should go. I said even that one still, because I don't know what I'm going to do. I need you to be around because I don't know. I'll be confused. I'm going up. I used to be very timid, so I said no, I'll be very I wouldn't know where to start from. He said I've shot with him for a while and I'm okay, because at times when we get to the program, he would just be editing, and then I didn't know like it was part of the learning process. We'll be like, oh, start. Before I realized I'm done shooting the whole program. So like it was like, oh, you can do it, you can. We went back like almost a week. We went back and forth, and I said okay. So I went to do the shoot, and so we have some photographers. We have something we call JPEG and then RAW. So the RAW pictures it comes as in the raw nature of the picture, which you can adjust the highlights, the colors. It's a big file, so you can do anything you want to do with the picture in its raw state. But the moment it becomes JPEG, it becomes compressed, so you can't do much to it. But with the RAW, you can do a lot to it. And can you believe I shot the whole program in JPEG? Meaning like you can't do much editing on it. And I was so, I didn't know, I was feeling so bad, that being my first day, and then I go and I shoot the whole program in JPEG. I was very sad. Then when I came, he actually laughed. He laughed at me. He edited the whole pictures, but as he was editing small, then he turned and he looked at me. And I knew he was insulting me in his head, because editing JPEG pictures like comes with a lot of work. So fast forward, I shot another wedding again, which the files got stolen. In fact, I got attacked the evening after the program. Everything was taken, so I lost someone's wedding. For like a week to 2 weeks, I couldn't eat. Like, I was so, that very night, I was up till the following morning. I didn't know what to, I didn't go to the, for like a week, I had not stepped in the office, and he kept calling me to come. And I said, no, I'm done with photography. I won't do it again. Because imagine taking someone, shooting someone's wedding, whole ceremony, and then the whole file is gone. said, no, I'm done. So it took some other photographers to call that, oh, sometimes it happens. You just have to make sure that's, and then this one is not my fault. And that's what they used in convincing me, and then I had to accept it. Like, so I went back to the office. Almost ceramic a craft for a while because I wasn't eating. I was really sad. And then, yeah, it became one of those stepping stones. You see, when something really happens to you, very like difficult, you go through some difficult times and you are able to come like through it, like you learn some things out. So yeah, I think I learned something from there. So nowadays, the moment we finish now, I back up my picture somewhere. That one, if you meet me somewhere and you take, I know I have a backup somewhere.
This story gets even better. We're yet to hear even more from Samuel Osei Ajiman, the CEO of Kiwi Gold Photography, about his great breakthrough in life. We hope that you join us again on The Untold next week, right here on GhanaWeb TV. Remember to visit us on www.ghanaweb.com for even more news. Until next week, my name is Eche Atisu.
More than 2,000 people die every year from road accidents in Ghana. Apart from these 2,000 people that die, another close to 15,000 are left with injuries. Some they can't walk ever again. Some they can't handle anything with their hands. They have their hands cut off due to accidents. And these accidents are caused mainly by bad roads, carelessness on the part of drivers. You and I being careless on our roads leads to so many deaths, so many fatalities. It's about time we make road safety part of our daily livelihoods. The practice of road safety, abiding by the rules and regulations, and also allowing the police to enforce their laws. Police, enforce your laws wholeheartedly without bending the rules to suit Tom, Dick, or Harry. Road accidents are killing every day. I keep saying it, that the seriousness we attach to prevention of COVID-19, if we attach that same seriousness to the prevention of road accidents, we will reduce our accidents rate by more than 50%. My name is Bice Osekofo. Dodona Frame Obuo. Tie Papa Driver. Tie Mr. Passenger. Tie motor rider, yen famo, yen home buying. Afe wote kren wo woka mu a memfa, mentena woka sti achi no monsa, a sign bruni friend accident. Do the right thing, save a life.
exciting edition of Talkatainment with me, your host, Elsie. Today's episode is not just going to be about talking, because my guest and I will take you through some dance lessons as well. Well, I call him the Slim Buster over time, and you'll find out why after this discussion. Don't go away. This is Talkatainment. Stay tuned. Welcome back from that quick breather. I have here with me Dance God Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You know, with the way you dance, people think it's easy to dance. You know, you make it look so easy. Do you have spring in your body?
No, just continuous rehearsals. Like you can see, you know, we are always in the studio rehearsing, you know.
So you spend most of your time here actually?
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay, let's move right into it. Your feature on Beyonce's song. How did it happen?
I'm not supposed to disclose, but I mean, I just joined the dance challenge, and you know, fast forward, I was contacted to be part of the shoot because my video kind of, you know, made everyone love the song. So it was just right for them to, you know, put me on.
But did you anticipate such a thing?
No, not at all. I just joined the challenge because everyone was telling me to join. Like, it could be an opportunity for me to be in Beyonce's video, and fast forward, it happened. So I just tried my best and it happened.
But personally, how was the experience like for you?
It's overwhelming, you know, like it's a good feeling, you know. It's amazing, like from when I was a child, I've always wanted to be like a great dancer and be known, not just known, but be successful with this talent. So it's just like a dream come true for me, and I'm just like appreciating every moment and every opportunity that it brings me.
So to what extent has it influenced your career? Has it opened doors for you?
Yeah, it really has. Now, I mean, all these young talents who we mentor have like a certain, you know, they are kind of motivated to dance more, you know. They show up every time. At first they just choose when to come to dance class, when to come for rehearsals, but after, you know, this music video, everything has changed. Even the way people see me and relate to me is different from as compared to, you know, when I started dancing. You know, people see me as like a star, you know. I get free food.
But do you see yourself as a star though?
I mean, I don't see myself as a star. I just feel like people love me and they support me, you know. Sometimes too, I feel like it, like when I see that people cheer me up, I feel like, oh, maybe I'm a star to them, you know. But I'm just living my life and make every moment count, you know.
But this whole encounter, has it affected your pricing? Has your prices gone up?
Yeah.
To what percentage?
10K and above.
Ooh. Wow.
I mean, not to everybody, but
for music videos.
Yeah, I don't really do music videos a lot.
But if you get,
if it's worth it, why not? But like, I'm not gonna jump on any music. A music video for this song. I'm very selective nowadays.
Wow. So which other international artists are you looking forward to working with again?
Whoever comes my way, fam. I'm cool. Like whoever comes my way. I'm not really looking out to any other person. Like whoever comes my way is fine. Like I'll just keep practicing, you know. But yeah, fingers crossed. Hopefully they are watching. Hopefully they can come my way. But whoever comes is fine.
Okay, let's take a break here. So we take a break here as we join Abrantepa with the Discovery segment. Don't go away.
Black Lives Matter. Yeah. I'm black and I'm proud of it. Melanin, wow, what a skin tone it is. Bleaching, me forget, never is it gonna happen. Black is life if you don't know, black is everything.
Right, so it's the boy from Ahafo region. He goes by the name Domino, giving us some bars on the Discovery segment here on Talkatainment GhanaWeb TV. Domino, welcome, Charlie. How be?
Everything cool.
How long have you been rapping?
Oh, let me say I've been rapping since JHS primary. Yeah, but like coming into maybe the industry, doing some demos. I think it's after SHS. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mostly rap about?
Actually, rap music is for the streets. Actually, when you say rap music, it's using like the street term to just talk about anything. Yeah, so me personally, I rap about myself mostly and for my friends, like the streets. Let me say that, yeah.
How has the TEF been so far?
As you know already, like it isn't going to be easy, but still we are managing. Yeah.
You rapped about skin bleaching.
Yeah, like Black Lives Matter, no to racism. Yeah.
Okay. What informed that rap?
Actually, seeing of late, racism is becoming thin, like with us, but it shouldn't be, because we are all one, we are the same, and like shouldn't look down other people because of their skin color or because of not being with you. You get it? Yeah. So yeah, that was how it came about.
What really inspires you to write your music?
Actually, myself. I just sit down and be like, what's going around me? What's going around me? Like, it inspires me and I write something about it.
Let's see more of your talents. Charlie, sport there.
When I'm streets in the Senada, Munye Juma Yentin, Mo can be a sep. Men Jam Hokrano, Semi Huadin Shemutim, and Adam when they compem. Do Kakrabina Yentin, Kobin Quampo crack, Kamakodia by Sem. Yes, the Benz and no Michi, many vegetarian, me penam, Makucha me dead when Katasa made the fam down who will be a good chairman. You're not serious.
Nice one. Good talent there.
Yeah.
Right. So, where do you hope to get to?
Dreams.
Yeah.
So the target is to get there, to get to a certain level that people are going to listen to your music, people are going to take something from what you preach. Yeah, that's the target. Not just being here and rapping to your friends only. To get to a level, somebody you don't know, somebody from somewhere will listen to your music and get inspired. Get hope, like that's the point you want to get to. Yeah.
Right, so that's Domino, the boy from Ahafo, giving out some bars on the Discovery segment on Talkatainment. My name is Abrantepa. Over to you, Elsie, but before that, Domino will take it away.
I got few sneakers, I got no girl, I got no latest, lonely lifestyle. Nowadays, quiet best climbing the money tree, but I'm far from the apex.
And we are back. Thank you, Abrantepa, for that short but interesting interview. Mr. Lloyd.
Yes, Elsie.
Your song, Sika, it has made waves.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
I'm thankful to the people of Ghana and people from the other walks of life, you know, who are enjoying Sika. I didn't really think it was gonna blow, you know. I just love the song and
just did your thing.
Yeah, I just did the thing, like, you know, my thing. I mean, I don't want to do music, but I love, because I've been listening to music so many times, it has been part of me. So
and you mostly use it for rehearsals and stuff
you know,
like that.
So it's like a blessing to me, you know, the fact that Ghanaians have accepted the song and they're jamming to it day in, day out.
So now that it has blown, do you consider doing music?
I mean, not always.
But once in a while.
Once a while, just drop something. Yeah. I'll just drop a hit and go my way.
But why Medical though on that song?
Myself and Medical, we have like a bond, you know, like we have like a strong relationship, you know. Anytime he has a song out, he calls to me. Like sometimes he doesn't even mention me, you know, he doesn't even tell me anything. I'll just dance to it, you know. So I just felt like he's the one, you know. Like I was just at home and he called me. He was like, "Oh, I have something for you." So I rushed to his house and it was a song. It was that song.
Oh, okay.
Sika, and then boom. So it's like we're like bros, you know. We talk on the normal, not even about dance or even career-wise. So Medical is like it's not a new person to me.
But do you feel the song has achieved its purpose?
I mean, the last thing left is a music video, you know, like a video for the song. It doesn't really achieve. I want it to go global, like worldwide, you know, because there's a strong message in that song,
Yes,
you know, a very
there
strong
is.
message. Aside all the,
There is.
yeah, there's a strong message, and I feel like the youth just spend lavishly on, you know, unnecessary stuff.
I feel that when you want to buy something and you enter a boutique and you hear that song,
I
you cut
mean-
down your budget.
I mean, I used to buy a lot. I used to buy things, food, whatever. But when I started saving, it's helped me a lot, you know. Like now I can say, oh, I have this amount in my account. At first, I'll just live my life, you know. So it's just a way to...
2 bottles of beer and more than so.
Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, it's very small, little by little, you know, you're gonna grow your account. So this is like a message to the youth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what are the challenges with dancing in Ghana?
The challenges there, baby. There are so many challenges, but I feel like with time, like we are evolving, you know, people are really accepting, you know, so many talents. You know, at first it was football, now football is lucrative, so that's the same way we can grow each and every area. You know, the challenges are many, like when you go on sets, videographers won't pay attention to you, they feel like you're an extra. So many things, you go for events, they don't pay attention to you, they don't give you food, they don't give you water, they don't even pay you. But now it has changed, you know, it has really changed. And with hard work, things are gonna change. You know, things not even for just dance, but other talents like photography, you know, editing, so many things, painting, things are gonna change.
But you working, I'm not saying you should state into details, but working on the whole Beyonce production and then comparing it to what we do here in Ghana, what would you say is the
fastest
difference?
shoot ever. Fastest shoot ever. They know what they want. They're not gonna come on set and say, oh, I want this, I want that. They won't change the plan. They go for what they want, you know. I mean, some Ghanaian directors are amazing, you know. They do amazing work. I've worked with so many of them, you know. But they're just few. You know, it's not like I wish like things really change here. Some directors are gonna keep you on set for like the whole day and they just use you for just 1-2 scenes at the end of the shoot. Like when the video comes out, the results, they just use it for one scene. So why waste my time and even pay me chicken change? So, but it's a vibe. It's a vibe. Things are gonna change. Like I said, now we're understanding the show, like the business side of it, and being professional more. You know, at first, I'll go on set and I won't think about costume. You know, I'll just wear anything. But now I think about the stylist, who's styling. So it's like we are evolving. We are understanding, you know, the craft.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So your academy, how many members do you have now?
We have 500 plus, you know.
What? 500?
Plus. Yeah.
Wow.
So we have branches all over.
Over Ghana?
We have two branches. One in the Volta region and one in Kumasi. And we have some of the members managing them. Yeah, and we have like 2 branches, one in China, other 2 branches, one in China and the other in USA. So DWP Academy is is like a platform to help young people or young talents monetize their creativity and also, you know, find their purpose. You know, because I used to play football. You know, football was like my passion, but I could dance on the side. You know, so me not seeing top, I was like, oh, let me go dance and see how it goes because I believe in dance. You know, and look at what dance is doing for me right now. Like I'm meeting a lot of people. I'm in Beyonce's video, so I feel like there are so many people, there are so many dreams that are tied to mine. You know, maybe they can find their purpose. Maybe it's not dance. Maybe it's singing or rapping or drawing or something. So we'll just help them, nurture them, and help them find. You know, I mean,
what they want.
Yeah, you know, what they really want in life. So dance is going to show, like, pave the way for them.
So what's the selection process like? How do you choose your members?
How do I choose? As a menaya genio.
Me promise sao. Me promise masasa.
Any engineer way.
Che.
Hey guys, you already know this your boy Dance God Lloyd, all the way from DWP Academy.
Keep watching Talk on GhanaWeb TV.
My name is Dance God Lloyd. You know me, Dance God Lloyd.
Are you a rebel?
We are still here on Talk Entertainment, and I'm still chit-chatting with Dance God Lloyd. So, what's the criteria for selecting your members?
So with what we do here, we don't take any money to be part of DWP. You need to be, one, passionate about dance, two, be talented, and three, dedicated. You know, so one, be passionate, two, you need to be talented, and three, dedicated. So we every year we have an audition, we call out, we put it on our social media platforms, let people come in. We have like, so sometimes we can't even finish the audition because there are so many people walking in and out. There's so many people who wants to be part of DWP because of the great things that we're able to achieve. So yeah, when you come, we pick you, we take you through a process, you know, we put you on probation, we're gonna train you well. When you stand the chance of being a member, we add you to the team. If you don't stand, you become a student, you know. And our meeting place, so aside the auditioning, when people come to our dance classes and they're like normal people, they don't want to join a group, when we see how good they are, then now we talk to them, or would you love to join the audition? So it's like, you know, we are still grooming in our dance class. So our dance classes are on Wednesdays, 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. And on Saturdays is 12 in the afternoon to 3 p.m. So yeah, if you want to keep coming to the class until it's auditioning time, you can do that. But if you want to wait at home, prepare and come for the audition, we do it annually. It depends. We can do it in January, we can do it in May, we can do it in December. It depends. We don't actually have like a particular time for that. Yeah.
I see you train a number of celebrities.
Yeah.
Like, do they still reach out to you?
Yeah, they still reach out, but I've been busy for a while, you know. We're actually working on our dance album called Aquento. The Jane is going to tell how myself, Afrobeast, and our manager and some of the coaches started. You know, we started as friends, and now we have like a whole dance school. So the utmost goal is to have a dance school. Do you understand? So the Aquento album is to raise funds to build our school. Project. So yeah, we are hoping and praying that, you know, it goes well. Our first single is gonna be out soon. It's a song made by myself and Afrobeast. It's called Corner There. It's crazy. It's crazy, trust me. Like, it's crazy. Like,
calm down.
The whole world is gonna dance to the song, man.
So no, you're not featuring any mainstream artists?
No. Not for this one. Maybe the remixes. We can have you too. I'm just kidding, but yeah. Aquento is what's on our mind right now. Like, so.
All right,
fingers crossed.
Let's go personal now. I see videos of you dancing with your family.
Yeah.
Is it hereditary? Because I see your dad really dances.
No, I didn't get it from my mom or my dad. I don't know where I don't know where I got it from actually. Because if they could dance when they were young, then maybe I got it from them. But they couldn't dance. You know, maybe they just have the rhythm.
But you haven't gotten comments from people saying that you are the dancing family because you mostly dance with your
I get
parents.
that a lot from people. I get that a lot, but you know, it's just a vibe, you know, to just spend time with family, show them that I care, you know, because when I started, it was very, very difficult for me, you know, to say I'm a dancer, or because my family, my mom, my dad always knew that, oh, I could dance, but they didn't take it serious. Like, I would love to take it to a different level.
But have
you
they
know?
always supported you?
I mean, it's on and off, you know, when they feel like the pressure is too much, and I'm like the firstborn. I'm like the firstborn, you know, I'm the first boy, so it makes sense if I do something lucrative, something that's gonna bring money home, you know, take care of family. It was on and off. When I was very young, they'll support me, whatever I want to do, like it's my time to explore, so they'll support it. But when I grew up and I was finding myself, it was a bit of a challenge for me, you know. I didn't say they need support. Maybe they supported me in prayer, but in like reality, it was different.
From
you know?
a typical African
home.
home.
You know, African home.
Yeah,
no, my parents didn't really care about being a doctor or being an Indian. They just wanted me to do something positive, something that is reasonable, that will bring money home, at least. You know, but they gave me the free road to do whatever I want. You know, I feel like it has helped me to, you know, find myself, you know. Because me, I keep saying it, like, whatever the case is, you can make money out of anything. It's up to you. It's all in the mind, you know.
Okay,
that's why only scar. I was
going to ask. The next question is going to be about marriage, but I heard you saying something.
No, I'm not getting married, please. I'm not getting married. Hey, I was joking. I was joking. I'm not getting married. I'm not getting married.
Okay, so any plans of getting married?
Oh, I'm very single. Very single. Who wants to put me? I want my wife to actually ask me out. My wife should ask me. I mean, I'm not going to ask anyone out.
I don't believe you.
I'm very single. Ready to mingle. So if you are ready out there,
but they are in
you
your
have to be
DMs.
rich.
They are in your DMs.
Please, there's no way in my DM. My DM is very, very empty. People just come for work. I'm not looking for a girlfriend on social media.
So no child too?
No, I've adopted one guy called Wonder Kid. I brought him from Kumasi. He's an amazing dancer from Kumasi. I've been taking care of him. It's been like 2 years now. Yeah, since it came to my end.
Lloyd, will you say you are the best dancer in Ghana?
One of the best dancers from Ghana.
Why, you don't believe in yourself?
No. My thing is not to be the best dancer. My thing is to change the narrative. So that's what I'm working on. Maybe you can. Do you feel I'm the best dancer?
I'm in a dance class. Me saying that someone can beat me here.
No, I'll beat you here. Because, I mean, it's how you feel. Do you understand how you feel? The way you think is different from the way other people think. So, I'm not about that. I'm past that. Now I just want to help the young people, train them to become amazing instructors, dance instructors, choreographers, performers, you know, so many things.
Before I came here, someone told me to ask you something, and it's about your song, Sika. They said there's this particular line that sparked controversy between two artists. Yes.
Franca Franny.
Exactly.
Franca Franny.
What do you know about that?
I have no idea what Franca Franny means until he told me. He said that's like a name. So you see how you create. Your name is Elsie. Elsie matches with sexy. So I can say Elsie, oh you're too sexy. You know, so it's just, you know, trying to put two words together to make it.
But that
lovely.
2 words, it's someone's full name.
Yeah,
how can that
Franny.
be coincidence? It's too much of a coincidence.
No, my name is Dance God Lloyd. You put it in the song. So it doesn't, you guys are making it too much. Like, calm down, calm your nerves. Calm your nerves.
And now the Franca Franny too has come to.
No. Franca Franny and Medical have their own issue. My song is there. My song is just there, relaxing,
But how did
enjoying.
you feel but don't you know that it somehow, you know, drew people's attention to your song the more?
Yeah, my song is going viral still. That's what I'm all about. That's what I love.
You know, I had to go play that part over again when I heard it. Someone was
No,
like,
but they are super cool. Medical and Okesiwan are super cool. I know. They are just cool. I don't know about what's going on right now, but me, I know that they are cool. And Franca Frani is just to make the song dope. That's all.
future prospects.
Like
Lloyd,
I said,
what's up for you this year? What are you giving us?
This year?
Yes.
I'm putting all my
2021.
energy in the dance album because that means a lot to me, you know. It's like we are actually telling the world that we are here to stay forever, you know, because dancers all over the world are very, very looked down upon, you know, and it's about time we change that. So this year I'm going all out on the Aquento album, and probably you're gonna see one or two, you know, clips of me, you know, traveling around the world. If Corona goes away, you know, now you're getting the vaccine, so.
Hey, have you gotten yours?
Can we talk about that in our next segment?
We are talking about it now. When do you intend to get it? Or you're still thinking
I've done
about
it. Can I show you? Do you
Let
want
me
to
see.
show?
Or you think you are going to be Batman after taking
You
it?
give me Corona after. but yeah, like, this year is going to be wonderful. You know, you're dropping bangers upon bangers. It's gonna be lit.
Allah,
I'm God. Yeah. I'm
So
God.
I see the whole Travis Scott thingy on your head.
Yeah. Hey, you're a fan. You've been following me for a while. You're a fan.
Ghana Travis Scott.
Yeah, I'm Ghana's Travis Scott. I am Dance God Lloyd. Please, if you see me in town,
He's lying. He's Ghana.
just shout me out.
He's Ghana's Travis
I
Scott.
am Dance God Lloyd. Shout
Can't you
me
see
out,
the
and I'm
hair?
gonna give you. Yeah.
Please.
Everyone does cornrow. Everyone
Travis,
does braids.
Mr. Travis Scott, how rich are you? We want to know.
I am so rich. I can only buy.
With the potential, those who want to apply. You said you are single, so you want to apply. So you want to know
I
how
am
rich.
so rich, I can buy Kofi Brookman for my wife, for breakfast and
Please, we
dinner.
want English breakfast. So
English, we are in Ghana.
no, we want English.
We are in Ghana, so please, you eat what I can afford. And my wife has to be rich, so she won't care about what I can give out.
Anyways, your last words.
My last words: be yourself always. Put God first. Believe in yourself. Do the right thing. Don't do what you don't want your friends to do to you. Love you guys. Keep
Your social
supporting Dance
media.
God Lloyd. My name is Dance God Lloyd on all social media platforms. Thank you so much, LC and GhanaWeb, for putting me on. You already know, with Jay inside. Boyaka.
We wrap up here on this edition of Talk Entertainment. Yes, it has been so interesting, as I promised you. We come your way another time with a much interesting one. Till then, stay safe, and we are out.
Damugo, Ujimeno, this guy, my friend, Ujimeno, yeah, Raga Brian, are you my level? Dan, are you my level? And I'm on. Makaya family farm, yeah, need that. You want right with the banana.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. Guys, I have realized that majority of you that watch my videos are not my subscribers. Are they? Why? Please subscribe to my channel. So today I am currently at the fishing harbour, Tema Fishing Harbour. So I'm currently here and I want to see and feel what happens here, how it feels like, and I'm taking you along as always. And so, I mean, you know what to do. Give this video a thumbs up. I'm not here alone. I'm here with the beautiful Kanitat. How are you, darling?
I'm fine. I'm super excited for this journey with Stella Chanelli.
What do you expect here?
I expect fun. I expect to see lots of fishes, obviously.
Yes. Kanitat also has a YouTube channel, so do the needful.
Subscribe to my channel.
Show her some love.
Watch my videos, like them, and share. See you on my channel.
Let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
Hello, my boss. What's your name?
I'm Emmanuel.
Okay, I'm Stella. I see that we are currently at the fishing harbour, and it's my first time here. I see that most of them are going fishing now, but the usual thing that I know is they like bringing the fish in the morning. It means that they go fishing like at dawn. Yes, but I see them now going. Can you tell me why they are now going? Or
What
We have it in types. We have some of them, they will go in the morning, some in the afternoon, some in the dawn time, some in the evening time. So the people you see them now, they are now going.
They're now going,
yeah, they're now going. And maybe 6 hours, 4 hours time, they'll be back.
They'll be back with fish?
With fish.
Oh, okay. So are you a fisherman?
No, I'm not a fisherman.
But you are?
I'm a hustler.
You're a hustler?
Yeah.
So what do? You buy the fish or?
I used to buy petrol for them. Maybe the items they used to go to the sea, I was the one supply them.
Oh,
so
okay.
when they come, I was the one in charge of the fish.
Oh, okay. Oh, then you're a rich man. We will share your money today.
I'm not all that rich, but it's part of the business.
Small.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you also.
Where grouper?
Grouper? Hey, is it very edible? Me, who be that? So, guys, I just came across this boss. Are you a fisherman? A fisherman, yes. And then he's mending his net. So I decided to ask him, what goes on around here. And he doesn't speak Twi a lot, so I will try and speak my little Ga and my little fancy Twi so that he can understand. So what causes like why do you use this? Where are they for them? Oh, okay. I see. Oh, okay. If in net, it means that the net, it doesn't float like and that's what. Oh, okay. Now, what is the difference? I see different type of nets. Anyway, what's the difference?
Windy. Anyway, shall say.
Okay.
On the Abubi Wawa, near the Tanua. That's not me. No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
When it's where all my net in Apple, I see them.
I see them saying
getting on content on window tuning for.
And see, every time they are bad, but almost every time they are electric. This is a way, this is a pump. Oh, okay. Now, business, we are supposed to say. Say. Then I'm money, I say. Oh, and I season, like time,
I didn't know when I put on a body.
Oh, you have spot your fuel. Oh, sorry. So this gentleman just came from a catch and they came with nothing. So, I mean, it's just a waste of day. So it means that there are good days and there are bad days.
Not as where we said you push.
Different. Hello, boss. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes. So, you were speaking to my friend about the fishes, and then it caught my attention. I wanted to know why is it that now there's less catch of fishes?
Because now our canoes are more plenty.
Okay.
Than the ordinary time.
Okay.
And now the work is now different. We have light fishing, we have other fishing we call skoki, we have other fishing we call like asha. So now the fishing is making more. And there's one area where fish has come to use it. All the boats will be there. And at the same time, the outboard motors
are making noise. Oh, okay.
So, if less people used to catch small fish, then now the fish will run down.
Oh, okay. So it's difficult to catch them.
Or 3 days before it comes. So it's very difficult. So we try and get small, and that small. If everybody gets by, say 10 crates, we come to our boat. You see that this is great fishing. Fish are there as well. But it's not that. The canoes are more. That's because you can see the fish party. We are losing.
Oh, okay. But so how long have you been doing this business?
Over 30 years ago.
Wow, you're an old man in this business. So, I see young boys too around. So your kids, do they also follow you?
None of my kids even come to Africa.
Oh, okay. So your kids are in school studying. Oh, that's good to hear.
They're in factories and then.
Oh, that's good.
So I used to try to work hard to push my children.
Oh, it's very good. Thank you so much. We have shrimps here. Oh, this is octopus. Finally seen octopus. Another octopus. It's octopus. Fish. Oh, this is a very big one. Good morning. Wow, this is a very big catch. Did you see that? Oh, and there are others here too.
It's the one that they used to make kako. Kako, yeah.
Look at this here. This is a shark.
And this, this is a shark.
Where I am currently is like the different side of the fishing place, the fishing harbor, and here is more like a fishing hub. And so everywhere is like everybody are offloading their fishes from here, and then the fisherwomen are also buying just to sell. And this is a very big catch. This is a shark. I don't know this type of fish. How do you feel speaking to the fishermen and having a good time here?
It's been very insightful because, funny enough, I thought I knew about fishes, but actually though, so many facts about them catching the fishes and all those very interesting things.
Just look at one very big fish here. Yeah, that's like, wow, very interesting. So we are currently going to eat kenke and fish. We can't see this fish and get away with it.
Never.
And so we are going to find kenke to eat, and you all should show her some love on her channel. She has a YouTube channel. What do you do on your channel?
I do lifestyle and travel vlogs and very, very interesting and lovely videos. So please subscribe to my channel. My name is Kanita Sherif, and that's the name of my channel.
Wow, look at this. So we are going to find kenke, and I mean, you know how much I'm taking you along. Even though you don't get to eat it, you get to eat it through the lens. Don't mind me. So
Emmanuel has been very helpful. He brought us here to find where to get good kinky. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you come here and you need fuel, you sell fuel here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. There are really, really cool people in Ghana, to be honest, because like when we came here, we knew nobody and everybody's looking at you. Everybody's like, I want money, and he was so helpful. Like, he took us to wherever we wanted to see, and it's been so great. It's currently 7:52. And we're about to eat kenke for breakfast with Kanitat. Kanitat, you're about to eat kenke for breakfast.
Yeah, and that's okay.
That's a typical Ghanaian breakfast. So this is my breakfast. Just after fishing, I have here gan kenke and some shrimps and also red fish. I mean, everything was right here from the fishing harbour. Kanitat is also having something similar. Look at how excited she is. We're about to eat gan kenke. Are you a gan kenke person or a fancy kenke person? Let me know. Gan kenke all the way. So let me know in the comment section if you're a fancy kenke or a gan kenke person. Then you dip it into the pepper sauce. This is red pepper and black pepper. Yeah. So guys, we just finished eating our kenke and I'm so full. How was the meal? Delicious. And I mean, nothing beats having kenke in the Gan community. I mean, since it's been prepared by the Gan people, I mean, you should expect that your kenke is as delicious as you expect. And so yeah, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Hello, bye. Yeah, so you all should also show Kanitat some love.
Yes.
Visit her channel. Tell her Stella Shanili brought you here, you know? Show her some love. Smile for them. Love. Give them something. What should they expect when they come to your channel?
Expect fun videos and vlogs. I vlog a lot and you're really going to enjoy when you come to your channel.
I hope you can tell from the men behind that they are staring at us. They're like, see, and since we were here, a lot of people were like, like, look at them. Because some of them were insulting us in Ghana. No, like they didn't know that we understand Ghana small.
They think we are some white people.
Yeah, they think we are some foreigners. So yeah, until next time on my YouTube channel, I love you. Yes, you. I love you. Bye. Mwah. YouTube. How is business? Business is saying.
Business is business.
Oh. Okay. Tell everybody to subscribe to my channel. I say subscribe to Celeste.
Subscribe to the channel.
We are still talking safety on our roads with GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Today our guest is a veteran actress and media personality. She indeed was involved in a ghastly accident some years back, nearly claimed her life, but well, she's here today with us to tell us how it all happened and advise us on the way forward, staying safe on our roads. Our guest today is Nana Mama Brown. I like your smile.
Hello, dear.
2013, January, must have been hard.
Yes.
Tell me, how did it happen?
Wow. Okay, thank you very much. 2013, I had met my husband. It was like 5 months into our relationship. And I had to do a friend, let's say a favor. You know, when you're in this job, hand go, hand come. Okay. So I had to go and do a video for the group prior. At that time, the video had been rescheduled. So that night was a night I just had to finish. You know, it's like I'm getting tired of the job. I just had to finish. And I was going before from the house. It was just a lonely night. I was driving alone, and my husband was like, then my boyfriend was like, oh, let's go together. So that let me drive you. I see that you're tired. Let me drive you. And then so that we can hurry up and we all come. Because it was late.
We're looking at what time?
We left home, I think, around 9 p.m. Okay. Yeah. So we got to the scene. We finished everything. And it was around 2 a.m. And we're coming home. Yeah. So me, I was just in the car, relaxed, at the front seat. And my boyfriend then was driving. That's my husband now.
Yeah.
Was driving. So there was a game I was playing on my phone.
Oh, you weren't even sleepy?
No, I was not sleeping. I was playing a tempo run. Then time nothing about. So, yeah. And I had a record on the phone, and he broke it whilst I was doing the video. So it was like, my break your record. You know how it is.
Yeah.
So on our way, I said, okay, let me break my record. And he was like, if you can break it, I'll give you $100.
Great.
I said, okay, don't talk to me, Masa. Don't distract me. Let's go. So we're just in the car. Once a while, I will respond to him. And then I'll just look at the road once a while, and then we go. And when we got to La Paz, long story short, when we got to La Paz, all I heard was, Amayewu. Yeah, because I was on my phone, and he was just driving. So when he said Amayewu, and I just stopped. By the time, I was just trying to look at what's happening, it was like a movie.
Everything happened so fast.
Yeah, everything happened like 5-6 seconds. Do you understand what I mean? It's like the action.
The sound of the impacts and the
you know. I saw him going right, but you see, right at the main La Paz traffic light, there are taxis on your right, packed in front of the Las Palmas.
Yes, that's at its
billboard.
Very busy. And okay.
Yes. And a lot of people are in between the taxis and all that. We were coming from Achimota heading towards Marlem Junction. Okay. So all I saw was a car coming from Abeka, the inside Abeka there, into the main road. So, one, the traffic was on amber. Yeah, around that time, no. I don't know, it's a Ghana traffic light. I catch them say after 12 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know. I think that question should be answered. And it was on amber. So suddenly I saw a car into us.
Okay.
And my car, like, Max drove to the right side, but I realized, and I know that's how he also felt, that there are a lot of cars. If he goes there now, over Kunkrofo. So he had to come back to the left and meet the car. So he... Oh, who car no? Or no, who car no? Or correct. Inka, either say, you bet me a room La Paz, na ko board and be more or whatever. But right now, I bet me a rat taxis anymore. And yet, can't one over say no. I believe Senka will be home back. So he went down and then he came back. And then the Baba Kana who said, Kano. Kana be boy aside.
Not carbon and Amuchi, and then
which car? Range Rover.
Okay.
And so funny, Kana Opel Astra. Is it Astra? No, Opel Tintin Ibino. Omega.
Okay, part of the
Omega.
Omega. That's a strong one. That's a strong one.
Omega is a strong car.
That's a strong one, yeah.
So, Range Rover is a good car. But, to be honest with you, say a cost speed I am driving.
So he wasn't even speeding?
No.
Between the two of you, when I was
speed.
Okay.
No credit, I pay speed. And yes, I pay speed is Me kwa say bodem ni no. On se sebe sad no what ka papa mu a. Wait ya so kakra. But we anaju bi ana it say odo akwantu ongitingiti bi jolly ride bi. Inti to be honest. Na speed in shada nim. Ni yakọ yet range of one anajo yakọ. Be 100 I think say no be do. Be 100 more there no. Inti it was like a normal ride. Suddenly and then the car came. Inti ebe share sano na. I think say of course say no ba say na e share na me side hoko ball main traffic light no.
Okay.
Main traffic me door no ball main traffic light no. Me door no. Inti a ball no na. You say can e jina be dey be bobo mu bia bobo kan ho. The windscreen kakra ties no bebre papa I mean and I felt like the car didn't meet me. So,
and this is what happened to you.
So me began to say, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yes, I'm fine." And he was moving, and then
even your condition, you were asking him what?
Because the car came from his side. And I said, "Yeah, niate, yeah, but okay, I can talk. Let me see if he can also talk." It's I think adrenaline. I be So I asked him, "Are you okay?" And he was like, "I'm fine. Are you okay?" So I was going to go, yes. And then I realized that
something wrong.
My hand is not coming.
You couldn't feel your arm?
No, I couldn't feel it.
The right one?
This one, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't feel it. Me pushing on in my head, I want to bring my hand, but I feel like me try with the shoulder, but I'm not feeling
the arm itself is not.
The hand, the fingers and all that. So I realized that I could share Range Rover no side, between the door and the seat, Means I could show.
It's not a lucky room.
It's not a lucky room. So I had to lean there and try and find it and bring it slowly, like this, because me page I know who say me bone no nyina pie.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Me bone no nyina ha na pie na ha no so abasa nti me elbow no me sana chia. So I had to bring it say na me pie bone no enye say na enti bra.
Wasn't it painful?
And at that time anti pain.
It was still the blood rush.
Yes, anti pain because I as a drama I just felt like it's not real.
I'm trying to picture the whole thing. Yeah. Seeing your bone and you're not going to arrange everything back into your arm.
I mean, situation, That's how I felt. Like, let me save what I don't know. That's how.
That's what's going on in your head.
And me pushy bone say and I'm in Sanoba, and then I placed it like this, and I got down from his side. Because my side I bought traffic light, traffic light not chair. Kakra, into a damage, so. So I got down from his side.
Does that mean he had gotten out of the car?
He had gotten out. So I told nobody should touch me when I realized that my hand is broken before they struggle me out. And so I was like, I can come out. I don't know how it happened, to be honest with you. I was like, I can come out. I can me pra. So I came out from the side like this. I got down, I left my bag, everything, my phones, everything in it. And then I saw blood all over. So then a taxi driver pulled up. He pulled over to my side now. So I felt the pain after a few minutes, like 10 minutes later, we got to Jolu, the railway at Jolu, Perez Chapel there. He was in speed, as in full speed, trying to save me. And that time, doctors called strike.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. So it was like the closest is 37. Yeah. Everybody will tell you what's good. So, from Perez Chapel is when I felt
the pain was not coming.
Dying. Hey, it's like mensano that were drumming no be war, non-stop. Sweetheart, when you malaria, I mean, now some bua.
That's a whole different
Oh, there will be pre-malaria, but now it's too late. Bone no bua, bone no, ankasa bua. And I don't want to. I don't want to go through this again. But every day I go through it. You know why? Because not long ago I fell down again and I broke my arm. So I did a surgery about 3 months ago.
So it's something that has become a reminder. It's with you now.
It's life. It's with me as I speak. So I just did it 3 months ago. I fell down there. You know, at 37, they put metal. They screw, they join the bone, they screw. And the metal broke, the bone broke again. And I had to go and do refix. So they've done it all over again now. It's not strong, but what can you say? It didn't cut off. You didn't die. So it's painful, but you live with it.
From your narrative, I'm trying to find what may have caused the accidents in the first place.
What may have caused it? I don't know. Because we were driving, and somebody too was driving. And then your friend is saying, have you ever planned an accident?
That doesn't happen. But the traffic
unless it's a movie and then it goes wrong or it goes back.
It doesn't go according to a script. So,
the traffic light was not working at that time.
So that could have been the reason.
So it's like every day, everybody has a right to go. And the man too, I heard, is a chop bar owner be inside the Abekan there. It's a very much something.
The owner of the other car.
Yeah, so I believe he was also tired.
What? Okay, you obviously didn't see what may have happened to him. Yeah, his car. Did you see the condition?
His car was a mess too. Got messed up, crashed. So after me, I didn't see him that night. Neither have I ever seen him. No, because me from there, I had to, the hospital admitted me for 2 weeks. And in between, I think family members were talking. They went to the police station, you know, as usual. They had to tow the car to the police station. So they probably have met him there. But as long as I live, you know, you can't hold a lot of things for long. And what happened? We had to let it go. A lot
so
of things.
8 years down the line. It's been 8 years. But
yes, 2013.
Yeah.
8 years was last month. Yeah, January 30th.
Okay, the dawn of January 30th. Would you have done anything differently now that you look at, when you play back everything that may have happened?
You see, you can't understand life. Oh, we all wish to live, but how? You can't control what is going to happen to you next. I don't think I would have changed anything, because I don't know. I say, so it's like a COE. You know, the only thing I could do is just wish that and see. I wish, Senka, I'm not in this situation, but I see. So it's just up to me to know that it has come to live with me. This is me. Nobody can understand the pain, where it's so uncomfortable, and how it has stopped me from a lot of things. I used to ride a bike. I can't ride it now because the pain me cry. I'm afraid I'll fall again. You know. 2, I used to play long tennis. That's my favorite game. So now I have to. I was gonna go back and then I fell again. So I can't go back.
And I see even right now, your left hand is more vibrant than the right one.
Very much. The right one is there. You see, it's my work, so sometimes I would do a lot of things, but I don't know how I feel.
Okay. As far as accidents are concerned, what do you think Ghanaians and by extension authorities are not doing right to manage the situation?
You see, there are some common things that we all look at it. We don't say anything, or we don't even know if we have to say anything, or we don't even know who to ask, or probably we ignore. Something like this traffic light, that most of our traffic lights are always in the night on amber. Hence, our yellow thing is like everybody can go. Most of our traffic lights, I travel abroad, I don't see that. It works 24/7. And again, we don't have a system that there are a lot of, let's forget about my accident. There are a lot of things that happen on our road that but the name say say toll line no no obian few and I okay we will respond to them and na and they won't habit be a na I ignore.
So you don't trust the system?
No, what I mean is what system? The systems are there, but once it's just like maintenance. If we don't keep maintaining or reminding ourselves, look, travel on Accra Kumasi Road, and you see the number of cars. I say, see one more, dear, and I try dear landmarks. Say car say see her. You see, we don't have a system. Car say see kwansoa, which free ho. See, our system na beboa. Car dear, what the number one time to me. I say, you don't know where it will leave you, where it's going to stop, where it won't work again. So if we have that system, one, it will help. Two, most of our road signs are not working. Can be a boom ama edianis one so nitina chia. And so you say why a curve, and I'm the curve will be mistake boom untino. You bet no bio. Do you get me? A lot of potholes on our road and all that. Oh, you can't. But the only thing that drivers can do is just to be extra careful. You have to be the next driver's keeper. I have something, I'm not perfect, but it has worked for me. When I'm driving, I look beyond the next driver I'm behind. I look beyond.
Into the second?
The second, or probably the fourth.
Okay.
Because I know says a fourth no pop break here. Ebe didi swaba. Obi ni wonde odidi odi na china nkasana or sheno. Me driver my ache. Me sure about 500 meters ahead. Na me who say me so some person me call speeder. Me fa afa hesi edru ha. Ote ase ye nyina ye bi. Enye se wo kona na fu se we nkwa na betimi asan no na okwa na kobo a punchy break or now. Do you understand? So I think we have to be the next driver's watchman. It helps. It helps. You can't be too careful.
I mean, you can be careful at your end, but
yes, somebody to hey. But I think say careful now. Me 57 accidents no. Me jai sabe. In fact, I'm quite speed ko sabe. I can't cause a speed on that speed now. Say, hey, let's go. Hey.
So from here to junction now.
As I would take up once a while, any idea? Forgive me, but I think we should be careful. Any idea once a while, hey, my spirit, especially with the car, papa moi. Natural a flexica craning your baby, yeah, but I think also careful. Na sure quite so ye. Na the next person's keeper.
Okay. Your final message to drivers and by extension all Ghanaians as far as road safety is concerned and to feed into GhanaWeb's road safety campaign.
Okay. Final message there. It's very simple. A sign, it can happen to everybody. What happened to me was not planned. Actually, in Kamekra, I'm planning. Because minsana ebuno, it is for life. I'm going to live with it for the rest of my life. And this is not what I want or I wanted. Intino, I will pray to God first of all to protect all of us. Again, I will plead with authorities that there should be more campaign. We are all here to stand as an ambassador if we have the support. Do you understand? We can't do it alone. So we need to let the campaign out the more. We need to speak about it. There should be everyday video about it. You should have ambassadors to people who are ready to talk, who are ready to remind ourselves There should be videos. There should be videos around. Everybody has a mobile phone. And now I will be a sponsor. Now a quick thing, now be good phone. So whether you like it or not, you read it. There should be a way that road safety messages should go around like that. Again, our traffic lights. Me, I've had an experience with it. I don't know if it's we should accept it like that in the night. Most of our traffic lights are on amber. It's like everybody can go. Yeah, I don't know. But please, if it could be changed, if you can go to the regular traffic light system, red, gold, green that we all know. Yeah, it be one song, you may try more right, but don't wanna be careful. So we should work on that. Again, if we can have a towing system that can help on our road too, it will help. Our road signs, most of them are the form, and I say wachia and the komabu. And I say, you're a funeral cry, you know, if you are a car, bomb and all that. Please, authorities, let's help us. Help us help yourself, make your job easier. Again, to drivers, in all this, the Akaka you know, road signs, you are no careful, also a sign a bit to me at all. Into yanya careful. Yapam Chokumasi Accra Road at Demua, caught Shoka one day nefako. But overtaking rough. Any ye kasawa phone so na ye drive na ye send message ni ade ade no. Ye nyina every day ye yebi. We can't be hypocrite. Ye nyina ye yebi. Inti ya pa ye nyina ye ho cho ye njai. Ye nyina ye njai. Na ye nsre rade no mbo en ho ban. Corona ba ye ntumi emfa a sign we nsa make count to hey 35 people fear death. Hey, sabra for no misropa intim pa cho. Yenye careful. Thank you very much for this opportunity, GhanaWeb. Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Brim. Nanama, thanks a lot for your time here. Wait, so this has been GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign with the Empress, veteran actress Nanama McBrown. My name is Lord Harisidwasari. Now, don't forget to send videos of some of the things that you may see as far as maintenance of the roads is concerned. Anything that you see about the road that you are not happy about, send it to our social media platforms. On Facebook is the GhanaWeb, on YouTube is GhanaWeb TV, same as on Twitter, the GhanaWeb. Do join us for our next one.
Charlie, if today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. I have spent 2 nights at Meet Me There Lodge and I've had so much fun, but I just realized I haven't really shared some few travel essentials with you. Apart from the things that you usually use to pack whenever you're traveling, that's your clothes, your toiletries, your what's it called, anything, your toothbrush, everything, your soap and everything. There are some few things I would like to share with you. I'm sure a lot of people who are coming who are not Ghanaians would easily forget or wouldn't remember to carry. So this video is just to share with you some few travel essentials that you need in 2021, and I mean the few months to come, the few years to come. So the first thing is a mosquito repellent. Some call it an insect antiseptic or something. So this is what I use. I actually got it from a good friend called Kwame. He got it from Germany. So this is what I personally use. It's very simple. All you need to do is, so if you're allergic to other ingredients, probably you might want to use your body cream before using it. I am very fine. I usually don't get allergic to any sort of, well, not that I know of, I don't get any allergies. So then I can just quickly just spray a little, then rub it all over my body. So if you haven't been to the Meet Me There, I've posted a YouTube video on my channel last week. You can check it out, and then you see how the atmosphere is. This place in particular has a lot of insects. It has a lot of mosquitoes and all that. So yesterday I came, the mosquitoes are very terrible. Well, once you use this, they have a lot of brands, but I use this. When it finishes, I'm sure any brand that is available at the pharmacy, I'll get it. And you can get it at any pharmacy in Ghana. You just spray a little, rub it all over your skin. You're good to go. No insects. Just know that in Ghana, we have a lot of mosquitoes. And so be prepared to buy an anti-mosquito repellent so that you don't get all these insect bites. I get a lot of questions. Oh, Stella, are there mosquitoes in Ghana? Yes, there are a lot of mosquitoes, and especially even in the outskirts of Ghana, it's worse than even in Accra. So yeah, you really need a repellent. This is what I use. Then now, we are in the pandemic, so obviously your nose mask to mask up, and then sanitizer. This is sanitizer. I have added rubbing alcohol just so it fastens my work for me. All you need to do is just, then you are good to go. You all know that already, so yeah. The next thing is sunscreen. You really need sunscreen. It doesn't mean you are black, so you shouldn't use sunscreen. If you notice, when you don't use sunscreen when you go to the beach or when you go to the poolside, what happens is, let's say you're wearing a bikini, you see that all the parts that you're wearing a bikini is the color, the color of your skin is actually like chocolate, because I am chocolate. I'm not very dark. I'm not too fair too. So I'll say, I don't know if I'm chocolate or fair, but yeah. So you need a sunscreen when you're going to the pool, when you're going to the beach, because it's sunny. It's sunny. It's sunny in Ghana. It's always summer in Ghana, except for the fact that we have rainy seasons, which are like from April, May, June. So yeah, apart from that, you still need a sunscreen. It can rain in Accra, it can rain in Ghana, and the next minute the sun is scorching. That's how bad our weather is. So yeah, you need a sunscreen. I actually got this from Palace Mall at the Dowenya Road. You can get it from any pharmacy. You can get it. Well, as I told you all, I don't react to lots of brands, so I'm not really particular about what I use because I don't really react to any of them. And so you also just need a little. You just rub it on your palm, apply it on your skin. You're good to go. So if you're not too comfortable about the products you are using, or you're not too sure if they will react to your skin, just use your body cream before you use it, so that way you are sure that okay, you're not going to react to anything. So the next thing is, I always used to carry a bandage. If you guys watch my videos, you know how adventurous I am, and I like to do a lot of here and there, and sometimes you might get hurt during that process, and so you need a bandage just in case you get hurt, together with a painkiller. I usually just carry a Panadol extra, just in case I fall sick. If you have any allergies, then I will suggest you carry your allergy pills and the allergy body cream. A lot of people have allergies to a lot of things, so me personally, I don't really have allergies, so that's why I do it, just the painkiller. And I usually carry a lot because I don't know who might be in need of any of them. So I'm not going to take all this, but yeah. So the next one I usually carry is cutleries. I usually just carry cutleries just in case, because not everywhere I travel to would if you're not comfortable using their cutlery, you can use your own cutlery, or not everywhere you find yourself that it's a restaurant or a lodge. If you want to do camping and all that, you obviously need your own cutlery, but I always just carry this. Is just the this, and I have my reusable straw, and then my spoons. I actually got the spoon, fork, and this thing from Banana. I got this from Banana, and I got this from a friend. This also a brush to clean the straw, so it's reusable. You can just wash them and then you're good to go. So yeah, so that's one of the things I would encourage everyone to carry. They are some of them are so basic that it's so easy to forget, and you're like, oh, do I really need this? Do I really not need this? But to be honest, I think you need them. And then one most important thing, thread a needle, thread a needle, thread a needle, and a pin. Guys, you don't want to find a situation where you are in a bus, you're in a trotro. Trotro is locally is bus, but locally called in Ghana as trotro. And then you tear your dress and you're like, yo, what do I do? I mean, this comes very handy. You get to just sew them if you get anything torn, and a pin just to protect you from, I mean, if you don't want to show some cleavage, you can just cover it, just and just pin it. So yeah, I usually just carry them. So what I do is I have a bag, a black small bag. I usually just have like a small bag like this that I always keep these stuff in it. So whenever I'm traveling, I don't have to just think of what to take. I just pick the bag, then everything is in it. So if you are somebody like me that's very forgetful, I'll suggest that you just get a small bag like this. Then you just keep everything there. Just the only thing is you have to be noticing the expiring date, because some of these products do expire. I got this yesterday, so it's something that is not going to expire. So you just get a small bag, then you're good to go. Then tissues, you can, I like this particular tissue because it's very handy when you're going out. You just, it's very small to fit your pocket, and so yeah, I usually like to buy this. This is very cheap. I think it's 3 cedis for a pack of 12 or so. Yes, I got it at Palace, and so yeah. Then I also usually carry a knife, a small knife. It's knife, scissors, and a nail cutter. Yeah, the knife comes in very handy for things you want to cut, and also to protect yourself. As a traveler, you need something to protect yourself, be it pepper spray, which I don't have. I usually carry pepper spray. If you don't have pepper spray at the moment, when you finish using your sanitizer, right, you can just mix local pepper called ashawameko. You just mix it with water and salt, then you're good to go. Just keep it in your bag, just in case, I mean, just for protection. Someone is trying to harm you. But I like to carry the knife because I know I'm not that, I mean, I don't know what will happen, but the knife comes in handy in all sorts, be it protecting yourself, be it cutting things. Maybe you get a fruit, you want to just quickly cut. This knife personally helps me, so it's almost always in my bag. These are like things that are always almost in my bag. And of course, a speaker, just in case you're a music person. Yeah, you can do that. And then an adapter. Just know that we use this type of adapters very common in Ghana, unlike the round and the other type, right? This is the type that we usually use in Ghana. So yeah, this is how it looks like. And then I think that's all. Now, one more thing is an extra sheet, extra bed sheet, extra duvet, extra, I mean, always carry this, because you don't know where. Some hotels don't give you things to cover up. Some hotels don't, especially when it's a budget-free place, somewhere that you are paying very little for. They usually don't give you extra sheets, so you want to just have extra sheets just in case. Even the pillow is this is not stuffy though, but just in case it's stuffy, you won't find yourself wanting. You can just use to cover up. If you find yourself at the beach, it's actually all purpose. This actually looks like a baby's blanket, but yeah, I usually carry this all the time, and it's also something I will encourage you to. It can be a white bed sheet, any color. I mean, you're good to go. So that brings us to the end. Yeah, lastly, don't forget your shades. I mean, shades just to protect your eyes and the sun. So basically, that brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. These are usually the things that you must not forget to carry, aside from the clothes and shoes and toiletries, bags. And also, I also forgot, don't forget your snacks. Your snacks are very important. And last night I came here with cranberry juice and I got wine. One more thing I forgot to mention is a water bottle. You really need a water bottle when you are traveling in Ghana. So you can just buy any pure water. That is, if you drink sachet water, you can even just get a bottle of water and just pour it in it. It always comes in handy so that you always wouldn't be dehydrated. You always have water with you.
Now, there are some locations in Ghana that actually serve free water. When I mean free water, it's actually very good water, mineral water. So it's like Belaqua, Voltic bottles. It's a dispenser, so you just have to refill. Like this place I am currently at, Meet Me There. It comes in very handy. So once I just go to the reception, they'll just refill the bottle for me. It's a dispenser, so they just refill for you, and then you are good to go. So you don't have to buy water. So if you are somebody like me that is very minimalist, you want to carry a bottle with you everywhere you go, especially when traveling in Ghana. So yeah, one of the things that you should also not forget is a power bank. A power bank is used to charge your phones, your laptops. Well, can it power a laptop? I don't know. It can power your phones, your camera and all that. So if you find yourself in a village, you find yourself in a remote place that you cannot charge your phones or there's no electricity, this comes in handy. And so yeah, one of the things I really do not forget is a power bank, and I always make sure that I charge them before traveling with them. You can have as many, I mean as many as the mania the better. The many the better. So yeah, so one of the things I also don't forget is a power bank. This brings us to the end of this video. Until next time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like. If you're watching me for the first time, I do travel, lifestyle, I mean all over around the world, but we are in a pandemic. So yeah, I'm vlogging most of my travels in Ghana. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Let me know in the comment section what are some of the things that you usually used to carry whenever you travel that I haven't mentioned. Let me know in the comment section. I would like to know, because sometimes I feel like these are the things that I find very important, but there are some other things that people usually find very important that I have not mentioned. So let me know what you usually used to carry and share with me in the comment section. Let's get this comment section interactive. Until next time on my YouTube channel. Mwah, mwah.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hello, my name is Roman. I'm the general manager of Accra City Hotel. And about the road safety, I like to tell you one thing. Keep your lights on. Make sure your lights are working. Make sure the brake lights are working. Everything works well. Keep your car maintained. And as simple will tell you, do the right thing, save a life.
In 2003, he had a terrible experience when he got involved in a road accident. And after this, he decided that nobody else should go through this same experience. So he decided to embark on a nationwide road safety campaign. Our guest today and the ambassador for GhanaWeb's road safety campaign is Vice Osei Kufuor. We popularly know him as Obo. Big boss. It's been so many years, over 16 years since you had this accident. We want to take you back. I'm sure it's not a pleasant experience and nobody would like to recount it, but we want you to go back in time and share the whole experience, when it happened, what happened, how you went through the whole phase.
All right, thank you. And let me begin by congratulating GhanaWeb for embarking on such an initiative, such a campaign. Road accidents, it is something that is a joint responsibility. It shouldn't be one person's responsibility. So, just to your question, in the year 2003, budding musician, touring around, traveling, performing. On a fateful night, it was the 28th of December, we were scheduled to perform at the carnival, which was, then it was called the Vibrant Street Carnival in Accra. So it was myself, a few of my handlers, and then my PA, his girlfriend, my dancers, so we had my car and then another car behind us, We left home, charged up. I think we had slept, so we woke up around 12 or 1-ish. En route, the carnival. We had the right of way on the Mortuary Road. We had already gone past the Latebiokoshi intersection, so we were almost heading towards Obechebi-Lamte circle. And then there was a military van, a military pickup. I'm sure this was the time where the police I think crime had increased around that era, so the police had several patrols going on. And I don't know whether they were chasing somebody or not, because what I remember is we had the right of way, it was late, traffic lights were amber, so we were going straight. So the car, there was no car coming from the other side, and plus we got to the intersection. So when we got to the intersection, I thought I had right of way, so I was moving. So before we could say jack, there was a massive collision. Sadly, one of our friends passed. May her soul rest in peace. And then we all sustained several degrees of injuries,
How long did you spend
to recover?
Yeah.
Give or take about 3 months. About 3 months.
What was the degree of your injury?
It wasn't massive. I had a fractured arm. I had a few deep cuts on my faces because I think I got in contact with the windshield. And then I had my both wrists. For about 2 months, I couldn't turn any key.
You couldn't move it.
Yeah, I couldn't really use it to what I remember is I couldn't open my door. So anytime I have to lock my door, somebody has to come and do it for me, you know.
But were any of you in the car wearing your seat belts?
At that time, I think we were all wearing our seat belts. I think at that time we were all wearing our seat belts. So what I attributed that accident to was it was an accident. So once accidents happen, it was maybe we could have paid more attention from my side as a driver. I could have paid more attention, slowed down very much, like slowed down to the barest minimum speed. Anytime you get to an intersection when traffic lights are amber. Because once traffic lights are amber, it means watch and go. You look, make sure.
No cars.
And then, so we were from the back and we thought we had right of way. So we watched, we didn't see any car. So we thought we could go. But I'm sure if we had reduced our speed, when the police vehicle was making the U-turn, the military vehicle was making the U-turn, we could have seen it and we could have stopped. I mean, we saw it too late. When we applied the brakes, at the end we still had the collision. So on our part, maybe if we had been slower and been a bit more vigilant, we could have, you know, escaped that catastrophic incident. Since then, I put it upon myself and I challenged myself that I won't stop, because maybe God wanted me to have this experience so that I could put myself up for such a task. What is interesting is, before my accident in 2003, we had lost Susie Williams, who was a friend of mine. It was through a road accident, so it was quite worrying, but I hadn't paid much attention to it, you know. And then Terry Bonchaka in October, the same year, we lost Terry Bonchaka. So when we lost Terry Bonchaka, I said, no, this road accidents thing, because you look at the circumstances surrounding the accidents and you realize that it's either we need education, the road users need to be educated, or it's either we need to pay a bit more attention to how we drive, you know, or either we have unqualified people driving, you know. So then I began researching into that area. So while I was recording my third album, and if anybody who has followed up, or every album, I find a social campaign to attach to that album. So that year, I was already contemplating whether I would make road safety campaign as one of my social responsibilities for that year. So I had already visited the Road Safety Commission, you know, but I hadn't really paid much attention to that. I wasn't giving it all my energy. So once I had my accident, I came out, the whole focus, out of fear, I wanted to do a road safety campaign so bad. After I healed, I mean, on the sick bed, I wrote about 4 songs that were geared or that centered around it. You know, I had Me Ubio, which in the song you still get the elements of Mentina Wokesti no monsa a sign Bruni friend accident a sign a two beer a two president. You know, I was just dropping snippets of road safety messages in different songs on the album. I had Ayemiya, then I had the Okwaba itself, which was a full song, but then Okwaba hadn't come up. You know, then it was just to devote myself and make road safety campaign my work. You know, so I remember walking into the office of the Road Safety Commission. Then they used to be around Circle. The then executive director was Noble Apia. And then I told him that when I got there, was, whoa, hey, what's the body in the office? Oh, we thank God, God saved you. I said, yeah, I think God made me have my accident for a reason. And I want to become a road safety ambassador. So I need information, I need materials, I need to go to training. It's my own platform. Once I've gone through this, when I want to talk, I have the platform of radio, I have the platform of TV. You don't need to spend money. I can do this. So they started giving me information, put me in touch with their research team. So every opportunity I have, I was talking about road safety. My focus then was on 3 major things, which was drunk driving, overspeeding, and wrong overtaking. Around that time, that was the key messages that the Road Safety Commission were preaching. And so we preached this message, and then we came together to draw a program. So we had several road safety messages, but then I realized that what can I do that if I am not even present and it's performed or it's showed or it's played, you can still get the message to get to all of Ghana. How could I reach everybody in Ghana? So then I started writing Okwaba. So Okwaba, which is my road safety song, was after a lot of research and having so much research material, how do you condense all this material, make it entertaining, make it attractive, so that people will not tune off their radio or change the channel on their TV sets when the song is playing. So bring things to make it entertaining and let it also capture current affairs. Then we have had the 3 minister suffering from a road accident, dying from a road accident. We've had people in their homes and vehicles entering their homes to kill. So there were a lot of issues going around. So then I decided to do the Okwaba song. And then I had a nationwide tour, which was called tourboard.com. And the theme for the tour was saving our lives, protecting our future. And what this tour did was we went to different regions and different districts. And as part of our tour, so for instance, if we would have a concert in Kumasi, during the week that the concert is coming to Kumasi, maybe Monday we would have a road safety engagement at Obuasi station. The next day we'll have another road safety engagement with the people at Asafo Market. The next day you have road safety engagement with the people of Konongo. So you choose several districts in a region so that the week of the road safety, the tourboard.com, which is a musical concert, but themed on road safety, you get it, being performed and also getting that particular region to get a lot of road safety messaging across board, And then, because for me, what I realized was the key issue about road safety is people take it lightly. And for me, that is one general realization, that if we are able to make people appreciate, for me, that would immediately reduce our road accidents rate by about 40 or to 50%.
And what do you think would bring this awareness? Because
so it's making people aware. It must be a massive campaign. It must be a never-ending campaign. So when you are driving, even though it's your vehicle, even though your profession is not a driver, your profession could be a journalist, your profession could be a lawyer. Anytime you sit in a car, it is a driving profession. You are coming to drive. And the driving profession is guided by its rules, including your knowledge of road signs, the fact that you must have a license before you drive, the fact that you must wear your seat. There must be very, very strict adherence to driving regulations. So anytime you are going to drive, anytime you are going to sit in a vehicle and you are going to drive, you must realize that you are coming to drive. So that the general culture people have when people get to church, immediately, no matter where they are, no matter what they are doing, once they enter church, there's that general sense of realization that I am in the church. I am in God's presence. I'm coming to communicate with God. So sometimes they don't even pick their phone. They put their phone on silent. All that happens because the person has predetermined in their mind and have it stuck in their mind that I am in the presence of God. I am coming to church. I'm coming to fellowship with God. You must have a similar interaction and reflection once you sit in a car. Once you sit in a car, you have sat in your vehicle. You are coming to drive. It's death and life. And so give it all that necessary attention, necessary reverence, abide by the rules so that you can be safe. And when everybody that drives takes that mind, once they sit in the vehicle, that's how they conceptualize the concept of driving. Once we do that, then we will be on a very great path to reducing many of the fatalities and many of the accidents we have. So this is why I think that way. I mean, recently what has hit the world is COVID-19. When it started in the early times, we could go to the extent of having lockdown where nobody should go anywhere. And we all abided because we were all scared. Okay. Till date, Ghana, COVID-19 deaths have not hit 1,000 yet. If people get the statistics on road accidents, I mean in 2017, almost 4,000 people died from road accidents. 2018, I'm sure it will be around the same number. 2020, just 2020, last year, between January and October, we had more than 2,000 people dying from road accidents. What it means is road accidents is a much greater killer than COVID-19. Much greater killer than malaria, much greater killer than the many deadly pandemics. It's a bigger pandemic. But we are not seeing it like that. We are not treating road accidents and the practicing of the road safety and the regulations and the enforcement. The enforcement we are attaching to COVID-19, that churches must wash their hands. When Ghana sees road accidents as a killer, because the country spends more than, I think last statistics I saw, it was almost 12 million or so on road, as their associated issues on road accidents and deaths. If we were to pay particular attention and have it as a national campaign for maybe 5 years, or a 7-year national campaign, or 2 years national campaign, where every opportunity we are reminding people that driving is a job. When you are driving, it's a task that you are offering, and it's guided by its rules and regulations, and the enforcement is on. Because again, maybe one of the major causes of road accidents is bad roads. Maybe bad roads may be with us for some time, because again, to fix roads sometimes takes almost, if not 70% of your national budget. It takes a lot. But what can be done by man is our attitude, because bad roads is one of the major causes, but that's not the most. Another major cause is carelessness by drivers. That's a major one, that is direct human attitude, that if we are able to effect change in human attitudes, then we are on the path to reducing road accidents. So if drivers are abiding by the regulations, that if I can't see about 300 meters ahead of me or 200 clear meters ahead of me, I am not overtaking. I'm not overtaking in a curve. I'm not overtaking on a hill or in a valley. I'm not overtaking when I don't have clear view. my vehicle has to be maintained. The fact that immediately my brakes are giving me signs, I'm not taking that risk. Because just let's use COVID-19 as a clear example. When someone coughs, when you have someone who coughs 1, 2, if your nose mask was lined, immediately you pick it up and start taking precautionary measures. If we treat the whole driving, the vehicle, our roads, and how we live, if we treat it that way, trust you me, Ghana will record the highest reduction rates in our road accidents and the way they are prevailing.
It's going to be a larger conversation because there's more to talk about. But you believe that it should be a nationwide conversation, it should be a nationwide campaign. Authorities and stakeholders should get involved. Is that to say you are seeing very little from major stakeholders in this fight?
So, in when did Ebony pass? 2018?
Yes.
In 2018, myself, I got Sarkot here, I got Edem, EL, and a couple of musicians together, because I think there was something that I had been discussing in the background for so long with stakeholders in the road safety area, which is dualization of our major roads. I mean, if the road on which Ebony passed, the Accra and the Kumasi Sunyani Road, if it was a dual carriage, there's no way Ebony would have lost her life. In several countries, single lane roads, which recorded maybe give or take 1,000 accidents per year, once those roads were dualized, it reduced by more than 60% in some cases, in some instances. And so, why can't Ghana come up with a plan where within 2-3 years, the same way we find money out of nowhere for some emergencies that come up? This is a living emergency that we're living with, because road accidents kills more in Ghana than any other thing. Yeah. It does. But we've not had, I don't know, whether it's the leadership with that passion or I don't know, we don't have that national discourse or whatever. So in 2018, there was a massive clarion call from myself. Later we formed a group, we called it Citizens Road Safety Trust, where we wanted to sponsor a private member's bill to Parliament. But again, in the same vein of we doing these activities, because we are individuals who are not professionals in this field, and it's our social responsibility. So we issued a few statements, started the process, but we met up with Road Safety Commission. We agitated. Government gave a bit more financing. I don't know if you remember, in 2018, government made a statement that they were going to give 6 million to the Road Safety Commission for some immediate, actions. But I feel that the problem is beyond leaving the road safety authority and just government to do. I think there must be a national consensus building where it's not a political party issue, but then there becomes a certain national core where we all understand that every Ghanaian will pay a cedi more. Maybe from their salary they'll be deducted, or we need to come up with a certain trust or a certain idea where we all know that because of this plan to dualize all our intercity roads, which we know that once all the major accidents happening, the ones that are leading to fatalities, most of them are happening on our inter-city travels. If we were able to dualize Accra Kumasi, Accra Cape Coast, Accra Takoradi, Accra Ho, if they were able to dualize these roads, the Eastern Corridor, the Western Corridor, if these roads were dualized, our accidents could reduce by half. And that's a starting point. And then the next is deal with the human factor, the carelessness on the part of the drivers, not checking their tires, not checking their, servicing their engines, their brakes, the things that, and then stronger enforcement of the law. If the police would, when it comes to issues of road safety, there's no compromisation, because this is life and death. I mean, if we could attach the same fear and forcing the enforcement of the regulations as far as what is, I think I try to use COVID-19 as a comparison all the time, because it is one thing that I see so many people conforming to because they are afraid to die. And I'm telling you that road accident, that car that you are driving to Accra, it can kill you quicker than COVID-19. And so do the same, practice the same, attach the same set of enforcement rules, the same set of principles, the same set of regulation, and attach it, the same set of conformity, attach it to it. And if we're able to do that, trust me, wonder, and I mean, Ghanaians should put this to test, we would be singing hallelujah. I mean, this year, maybe because last year and this year, because COVID-19 and the lockdowns and co, I think they are still compiling the statistics. I'm sure accidents may reduce, but if you look at the percentage and the quantum of road usage, definitely over the last 4 or 5 years, we've always, I mean, there's the motorcycle part, the Okada part, which I mean, driving an Okada puts you 24 times at risk than a car. But a lot of people, for convenience sake, they are getting used to the Okada. This is not to spoil any Okada business. You are putting your lives at risk, higher risk. And this same person will wear their nose mask, hold their sanitizer every second because they are scared of COVID-19. She can have an accident. I mean, last year we had over 12,000 injuries. So apart from the 2,000 plus who had died, there are about 12,000 who have lost their limbs, their hands have been cut off. Some they can never hear again. Some they can never eat. Some they can never even make love because they've become paralyzed due to road accidents. It's a killer. It needs all the attention and all the devotion of time so that we can deal with this canker before it kills all of us.
It's so obvious, the passion you are attaching to road safety, and I mean, like you said, it's a bigger conversation.
Oh, it is.
And there's a lot more to say.
It is.
But for now, we just want you to tell Ghanaians, leave them with a message that they won't forget in their everyday lives as far as the road safety campaign is concerned.
More than 2,000 people die every year from road accidents in Ghana. Apart from these 2,000 people that die, another close to 15,000 are left with injuries. Some they can't walk ever again. Some they can't handle anything with their hands. They have their hands cut off due to accidents. And these accidents are caused mainly by bad roads, carelessness on the part of drivers. You and I being careless on our roads leads to so many deaths, so many fatalities. It's about time we make road safety part of our daily livelihoods, the practice of road safety, abiding by the rules and regulations, and also allowing the police to enforce their laws. Police, enforce your laws wholeheartedly without bending the rules to suit Tom, Dick, or Harry. road accidents are killing every day. I keep saying it that the seriousness we attach to prevention of COVID-19, if we attach that same seriousness to the prevention of road accidents, we will reduce our accidents rate by more than 50%. My name is Bice Osekofo. Dodona Frame Obuo. Tie Papa Driver. Tie Mr. Passenger. Tie Motor Rider. Yen famo, yen home buying. Afe wote kren wa woke mua memfa. Mentina woke stiachi no monsa. A sign, bruni friend accident. Do the right thing, save a life.
Bice Osekufo. Obo Ankasankasa. Thank you so much for deciding to do this with us. It means a lot. I mean, at no cost. You're just passionate about getting people safe.
Sure.
On Ghana's roads. We appreciate this.
It's important. It's a joint responsibility. The only way we can get this better is when you, I, and everybody who is listening to us decides to make this an issue.
It's a bigger conversation, so you can join in as well. Join us with your observations, your comments, join in the campaign. Send us videos, tell us what is happening around you on our social media platforms. On Facebook, it's GhanaWeb. On Instagram and Twitter, it's @the GhanaWeb. And on GhanaWeb TV, you can also join us and check what is happening as far as the road safety campaign is concerned. My name is Wanda Amihagan, and thank you for joining us.
It is no news that Nigerian businessmen and women in the diaspora are thriving in their businesses. They have significantly contributed to the economic development of the countries they find themselves in. But do we know the challenges and the demands required for their businesses to thrive? So, Nigeria speaks to the owner of Homeland restaurants to find more. Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Angela.
Okay. Please, when did you move to Ghana?
I came to Ghana 2011.
Did you come with the mindset of starting a business?
No, I came for working for someone. But along the line, I switched off to my own.
Okay, that's really commendable, I might say. I'm so proud of you that you've taken that bold step. So how was it starting the business? How was it in general?
Well, I started in a little before I moved to in a large like this.
Have you been in a situation where you had to take loans to start the business?
No. I've never taken loans. When the business was small, I have to continuously, like whenever I sell, I don't remove any gain or profit. I put everything into it for the business come up.
Okay, that's wonderful. Now let's talk about your space. Like you have a really good, serene space. How did you get this place for the business?
Well, it is God that it is by God's grace that I got this place. Because here in Tinto Lane, it's not easy for you to get a larger place like this. It was God.
Did you get the help of fellow Nigerians in the country to get this place? Or who did you speak to? Did you have to pay anything? How much is the rent for this place?
Well, it's through Nigerian person I got this place. But the amount, will not be able to tell.
Okay, you don't want to disclose that. I respect that so much. I respect that. So now let's talk about your customer base. How many people come here averagely on a day?
I can't be able to count them. But what I know that whatever I cook here, all by grace or all finish. But I cannot be able to count how many people that come here. A lot of people come here to eat. From various places. Some people from Medina, they come here. Some people from Kaswa, they do come here to come and eat.
You can Say at least 50 people a day.
If you count it, it's up to 50 people.
Okay. So the people that come out, are they mostly Nigerians or Ghanaians or other African nationals?
Both Nigerians, Ghanaians, they come and eat here. Even sometimes I do have white people to come, they come here, come and eat. And eat eba for that matter.
Oh, you have eba? Wow, okay, I would like to taste that after the interview.
When you taste it, that means you'll be coming here every day.
Wow, that's nice to know. Okay, so what other food do you have?
I cook a lot of things. Like every day, I have everyday varieties. It's not what I cook today, I cook tomorrow. Like particularly today that you people came here, I have vegetable, egusi and okra soup, and rice with sauce, pepper soup. Those things is available for today.
I can see that like you've kept your place really, really neat and you've obeyed the COVID protocols as well. Do you have extra workers here, like cleaners and all of that?
Well, I have some people that cleans here. Like this boy, he's one that take care of this place, make sure that this place is neat all the time. And we too will obey the COVID-19 protocols, not like that.
Do you pay any extra taxes here? As a Nigerian working in Ghana, do you pay any extra taxes?
We do.
Tell me.
Like we do pay the one they call Amen. We do pay revenue. We do pay tourism. All those things we pay them.
Where do you see yourself, the restaurant, in about 2 years?
It's great. It's okay. We are seeing myself now than 2 years ago. For today, it's okay for me.
So do you regret starting and running a business in Ghana? Do you regret? And do you wish you could go back to your country, Nigeria, to do your business there?
I didn't regret. So even starting and ending, I didn't regret. And I don't wish to go there and stay and run my business. Because what I'm getting here is okay for me. I will not go to Nigeria and run the business there.
So given and granted, the working conditions here in Ghana is good.
Well, for the restaurants, we don't have conditions like that, apart from this COVID-19. So they don't give us any condition. Condition is that we should make the environment to be neat, because they do go around to check if the environment is neat or not. So they don't give us any condition. Once you pay all those things I told you before, the tax, there's no more condition like that.
So we'd like to taste your food. I want eba. What meat do you serve? Which other meat do you have? Which other meat do you have?
We have meat, fish, chicken, and goat meat. That's a punchy.
Eba and fish. So if you could take us to serve us.
We still say a plate of food here. Like a plate of food, vegetable is 13 cedis. Egusi with other one is 10 cedis. That's how we sell. We say a plate of food.
So the average price is 10 cedis. 10 cedis, 13.
Yes, exactly.
So I wish I could buy more, but I have just 10 cedis. So please give me 10 cedis food.
Okay, I will.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see that she's serving the special Nigerian delicacy, egusi. So I'm going to try that for the first time. Let's see how it goes. According to Angela, a Nigerian setting up her business in Ghana, the conditions for her business to thrive are great. She pays taxes and all that as a foreigner in the country, but they are okay for her business. And she has customers who are not only Nigerians, but Ghanaians and other African nationals. I'm enjoying her food right now. This is eba and egusi stew. I can say it's really, really good. My name is Barbara Isinamboni, reporting from Nigeria.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
People cheat, people hurt. But have you ever wondered what drives people who have sworn to be faithful to cheat? Have you wondered what goes through the body and the minds of those who cheat and those who are cheated on? Today on Moans and Cuddles, my guest and I are going to share with you 2 heartbreaking stories. My guest, they will try to offer some advice to these people that are hurting. My name is Akosia Osu. This is Moans and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back to Moans and Cuddles. My name is Akosia. Look, today is one of those days that, my emotions will come to play. To help me bring my emotions to play, I have 2 new people on set. Let me see. Over there is JJ. JJ, welcome to Moans and Cuddles.
Thank you.
And next to JJ, I have the ever beautiful Cardi. Welcome.
Thank you, Akosia.
And then next to Cardi, you know our guy already, Mystic. Welcome back. Happy New Year to you all.
Happy New Year.
I haven't seen
you.
Yeah. So, as I said in my intro, today we are trying to solve some problems for some people. I want us to listen to the first one and then see how we can help this person.
My husband doesn't know that I have cheated on him with his best friend. It was my way of revenge. I had suspected that he was fooling around with someone I knew and was close to, and I confirmed my suspicions when I had to check something on his laptop. He had just received a call and stepped out into the porch when something drove me to his laptop. Immediately, I got there and I saw a pop-up from this person I have been suspecting he's messing around with. When I checked, lo and behold, she was reminding him of the good times they had when I traveled out of the country for a job assignment and how she has been longing to have him in her arms again. What drove me insane was the fact that he seemed happy about their little affair, and from the look of things, it is an ongoing affair with no intentions to stop. When he came back from receiving his phone call, I told him he would lose me. His best friend, who already admires me so much, was more than happy when I told him I wanted to mess around, and we have been at it since. I don't even feel any regrets. I just pity him when his best friend comes around and they chat as brothers. I don't know if I want to stop. At this point, I don't even know if I want my marriage. I know he'll be devastated if he finds out, especially because of the bond he has with his friend. What should I do? Should I just ask for divorce and leave him?
When this story came to me, I was shocked. But first, let me ask, should she ask for a divorce?
If that's what she wants.
She should go for it?
Well, I would say a few things went wrong in the beginning. Top of my mind would be when she found out the pop-up message. I would have asked my man, showed him the evidence that this is what I found out. You've been messing around with my friend whilst I had traveled outside the country, and even when I returned, you are still on it with no regrets apparently. And so his defense or his reaction to those questions or the evidence would have informed my next step. If indeed he finds it in his, when I confront him and he finds it that, look, I shouldn't have done it, I'm sorry, I'm going to work on it so that it doesn't happen again, then I know this is a man who is human after all, but is working to keep the sanctity of our marriage. But if I confront him and he says, so what? I'm the man. I am the breadwinner. I have the bigger leverage in this union. And so you've seen it, but it means nothing. You can do nothing about it. Then the indications are there for me to, do what will restore my sanity. But the act that she did shows me that she has all along also had the skill and the talent to cheat.
The skill and the talent.
And the talent to cheat. She was just waiting for the opportune time to exhibit it. It's like a talented or gifted footballer who has never had a football to play with. So once she or he got a football at the feet, it's like Messi and football. It became a glue because she is saying she's not even remorseful. She doesn't even regret sleeping with the man's best friend.
Could she be speaking from pain?
Yes, there's pain, but also this is someone who has chosen to take that path out of many. There are many options she could have taken. So for her to decide on this path, you could have confronted, as I said, and if the answer is good enough, decide to recommit to this union. Let's give it another go. She could have decided that, look, I cannot stand a cheating man, a cheating husband, and so I am out of this relationship, or let's get separated. Let's see if the feelings and the bond we share are strong enough that even if we don't see each other for, say, 3 months, would I be itching to return to my matrimonial home and to my man? Or if I don't feel anything, then it means that is it. That union has come to its end. But she didn't explore any of those. She rather chose to also commit a blunder.
Isn't he blaming us?
Okay, so I would differ with him on some levels.
Definitely,
because
we
yes,
have to differ. I mean, you can't put this thing on us.
You know, and it's not a gender thing. We can all do bad by ourselves. We can actually all cheat if we want to, and we can all choose to be loyal. So I do not think that her actions say she has already known it. She has the technique or the talent or the style. Every individual hurts differently. To some people, it starts from their upbringing. For some, it's tit for tat. And until they do that thing, they are not okay. They can only be at peace when they have retaliated. Then will they even listen to you? Now, I agree that she erred from the onset, okay? Communication is key in every relationship. But now we've gone past that. She didn't do it. And she's gone on to cheat. There could be so many reasons for that. Right. How was the relationship even before she cheated? Was that the first time? Or was this more painful because it was with someone close to her? There are a lot of reasons why this woman would have felt so broken that she didn't feel remorse. Okay, and again, there's this question I like asking myself. When someone cheats, did the person cheat on themselves or with themselves?
They cheat with a man.
They cheat with someone else. If it's a man, he cheated with a woman. If it's a woman, she did it with a man.
Right.
So someone else is at play here. What if that person had said no? Because when you look at the whole situation, she went to a safe place. Which means, though she's claiming she's not remorseful, she didn't want to bring a scandal home. She chose a safe place. So sometimes people's triggers make them do things. But then at the same time, she still has the fear of the sanctity of her marriage at the back of her. That's why I said she could divorce him if that is what she wants, because I don't think she has thought about it.
Right. Yeah. JJ, tell me, what would make a friend, a best friend, a brother choose to go this route?
Well, what I can say on this is short. You know, let's say Mr. K is my brother, is my friend, someone I adore so much, and because of hatred, jealousy, because of the way he treats the wife, I have always planned to look for a way.
I could even just tell you that maybe the wife has been pre-informed already by this friend that your husband has been doing this, because if you are my best friend, I mostly talk to you about what I do, everything, which I may not disclose to my woman. And I think I'll blame the best friend here, because when the lady came, she's hurt. That's why I mostly speak for ladies in terms of every area in my life. Because when she came, if you could have given her the shoulder to lean on, at least cuddle her in the sense that she would forget, because like, she's vulnerable at that instant, and whatever she's saying that she's not going to regret about actions is like Madam said, yeah, it triggers the mind and she feels like, okay, tick for tact. I think I have to feel comfortable doing the same thing you did to me, so that you know how much it feels like. But this time, the way she chose it's going to be more painful, because this is someone you call your friend, your brother, that you feel like, okay, I think whatever is supposed to be, you should talk my wife out of the act. But this is somebody here who, like, let's say, is envious of the relationship already.
So it could be that he's envious?
yours. Like maybe his is not going the way this one is going.
Oh, okay.
So he's looking for a way that okay, I think this way, if this thing splits, I'm going to be at peace.
You know, there's a story about a guy who wanted a girl and sent his friend to go and do the rap. And then the guy went and talked the situation for himself. So I'm even looking at this guy it could be that he even liked the girl in the first place.
The lady actually says this
the guy
person has been making advances
already.
That is this is not someone who has the interest of his friend at heart.
I would say he's not his friend. Because you see, friendship is on different levels. Akosia, you know, I could see you as my friend, but you really do not take me like that. But in my mind, we are close friends. Right. It's not everybody who is lucky to have a friend who feels the same way as you do. So I don't think this guy sees this husband, the woman's husband, as his body. They might have shared secrets. Because I mean, you would be afraid when it becomes like, I see you as my brother. In fact, when your wife comes to me with that advance, the first thing I'll do is maybe calm her down and tell you, Charlie, whatever it is you've done, go and fix it.
Someone who already wants to enter into the honeypot.
There's this best friend of mine.
He didn't try.
Going out with a certain lady right now, and the girl has to bond with me in a manner that.
Jay, you know, I trust you, but I don't want you to tell my guy. I want to disclose certain things to you, which is really hurting me in the relationship. And as human as I am, because of my integrity, I told my best friend, listen, this is what your woman wanted you to do, but I want you to just play dead. So that in case of any other thing, because what she's telling me is the way you treat her and all that. And I've always established this disciplined trait about myself that what if they want to just play me and know the kind of person I am. So I've always chosen that, okay, I want it to be a pillar or a vessel that's going to be used to bridge issues in relationships. So I, for instance, would never find myself in this thing, not at all.
Well,
not at all.
Look, when the story came to me, I was shocked because not only will she break her husband's heart if he found out, the bond is going to be ruined forever. It is getting interesting here on Moons and Cuddles. My name is Akosia. I'm doing this with Mystic, Cardi, and JJ. We are going for a quick break. We'll be right back.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Yeah, welcome back. This is Moons and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV. You know my name already, Akosia. Let's go and listen to our second story.
It has been very difficult for me to trust my wife since I found out she not only slept with her ex on the night of our wedding. My daughter is not mine. She's 2 years old. My wife is very protective of her phone, something even I am not. She has passwords and codes on certain apps. On this unfortunate occasion, I had to take her phone to the shop and have it checked because it had some issues. She was very reluctant to give me the password, which made me absolutely annoyed because I wondered what was so important that she wouldn't want me to see. On my way to fix the phone, it rang, and it was a name saved Lover Mine. My curiosity piqued, and so I picked up, and without saying hello, the person asked, "Have you told him?" When I quickly responded that it was not my wife, the line dropped. So I decided to check messages between this contact and my wife. The things I found could drive anybody crazy. I have kept this to myself for the past 2 months. I have not eaten her food, not been intimate with her, and I have not spoken to anyone about it till now. How do I confront my wife about what I have found? Can I ever trust her again?
Welcome back. I mean, guys, look, JJ, you have been in a similar situation. Trust a woman again. It will be hard. It's possible, but it will be difficult. Why do I say it's possible? It's possible because there are steps to these things. Now, from what we listened to, he hasn't done that. He hasn't done that yet.
For 2 months, he's even refused to eat what she cooks. But my thing is also, the moment you put such behaviors up, she would start thinking, if she's smart, she
probably wouldn't even know. You know, this is a huge secret. Do you know what we're talking about? This is huge. So she probably wouldn't even think to that direction. She'll think something else. I should be asking, but he's not saying. But I don't think he's helping himself. He needs to talk about it. He needs to open up, talk about it. Listen, the reason, like I always say, it might not make a difference, okay? But it probably might put him in a position to make a better decision. And he needs to do that, and he needs to do that fast. Because this man, he's not okay.
Mistake, there's a daughter, somebody you've loved since she was conceived. And now you find out that she may not even be your child after all. What do you think the relationship with her would be like?
The question I ask is, if you are smart enough to be sleeping with your ex-boyfriend or ex-flame, are you not smart enough to have repaired your own phone? Why would you have to give your phone to your husband? Because it's giving you problems. You know the big secret that you bear. If you were smart enough, why would you even give your phone to your husband to repair?
Well,
and when he was asking, oh, let me go and do it for you, and you were hesitant, you knew the reason why you were hesitant. So keep that hesitation and tell your husband, I'm a grown woman. I'm going to repair my own phone and pay the bill for it. All of these wouldn't have happened if you had gone to repair your own phone. It is in the process of repairing that we have this problem. And number two, as has been made amply clear on social media, a lot of men are realizing that their firstborn children, especially, are not theirs. This is an open secret that the elderly women we have in our society say. They know this.
They do.
A lot of the mamas, if they'll be truthful to the universe and come out clear, would tell the truth that a good number of their firstborn children are not the partners they officially are married to. And so this brother of ours has fallen into that list of taking care of a child. Look at the financial expense, look at the emotional investment, and to find out that even on the day of the wedding, the so-called holy day, even this woman could not hold herself and tell herself, no, not today. I won't desecrate this day. This woman went, opened herself to be pummeled. My goodness.
I hear a lot of men do that too.
No, I mean, it is totally unacceptable. You don't do that on the holiest of days. So even before she served the meal to the official husband, she had gone to serve it to the ex-flame. So the husband ate a leftover meal. which is clearly not acceptable, Miss Konedu. And I only fear for the child. You know, when it happens, they bear the brunt because the emotional attachment, now the man will feel that he has to detach himself for his own sanity. And the woman, you know, as of now that the man has not been eating your meals, now that the man has become cold, you are still pretending not to have known what could be the cause, even knowing that you had let your phone go.
Well, maybe he went through. He's going through a midlife crisis.
You see, it helps if you open up and tell your husband, my Lord, please tell me what it is that is bothering you, and I promise to confess.
Did you just say my Lord?
My Lord, of course. I mean, husband, Mira. What did Ashanti say? Mira, Nyafeto, Inutro. I mean, it's what it is. You know, instead of you opening up to your Lord and saying, my Lord, whatever is bothering you.
But what if, you see, what if what we are thinking
that is not what she thinks is going on. She probably hasn't even thought about the fact that he's seen something.
It is what I'm saying.
So why should she go and now reveal the secret?
Clearly there's a
What if he has not
Clearly there's
seen
a
it?
problem. And I'm saying that to be able to get to the root of it, she is to assure the man that I am making a pledge to you. Whatever is bothering you, tell me, and I will confess to you.
She probably would have asked. I mean, he's not sleeping with her. He's not eating her food. She would have asked.
Something majorly at miss.
But he's not talking.
I think she knows what is going on, because if you listen to the story clearly, she says that when the guy asked him of the password, she felt a bit reluctant, which she knew.
She had a lot of apps that she has locked with P-codes and all that. So I think she knows what is going on, but just that she's trying to also play along the whole thing, because...
No, but you see, the password was locked at the onset. The password was what brought about the distrust, because she had locks. Yes. And like he said, she knows she's keeping a secret. Why give him the phone? The password locking thing is standard for her. And then she gives him the phone. I think she would have believed that on no account, he wouldn't have unlocked her phone. You and I know that if you forcefully want to open the phone, you would have to do what? Reset, factory reset, and everything would go. Okay, but then the call, how would you be cheating and still save the man's name as Lava Mine?
She's not a smart.
She isn't.
She's not, as I said, she was smart enough. I mean, there are people save numbers with names with numbers or contacts with numbers. 1, 2, 3. Those in the business of cheating. Wow. So if you see 3, who is 3? You don't know. You use Roman numerals, IV, I. You can't. So immediately your mind will not be attuned that this person is doing something mischievous. But immediately the name came, and the man saw Lava Mine. Immediately he was like, wait a minute, I should be the lava man, lava boy. Who else is loving my wife?
Or maybe she doesn't love him.
Why be with someone you don't love?
People marry for all sorts
Why
of
be
reasons.
with someone you don't
all
like?
Sorts of reasons.
Apparently you love your ex-flame the more, so be with the ex-flame and leave this poor man alone. Whoever it is that you are cheating with on your partner, be with that person, because obviously you want to be with them, and leave the partners out of it. Save them the misery. I don't see why people will be with husbands and wives and still be cheating. Why do you do that?
They get other things that they don't get from home.
You don't get to have your cake and eat it. You don't get to have your cake and still eat it. If your partner or your flame that you want so much is very good in bed but poor, be with it, because that's your decision. You don't get to be taking the money from Mr. Champon or Mr. Frimpong and be having the bedmatics with your flame. No, you don't get it both ways. You have to choose one.
Akosia, a mistake would have been what happened on the wedding night. But the locked password and the name meant there was a continuation. Well,
passwords on even apps.
Yes.
On even apps, not just the phone.
Yeah,
even apps. On Facebook, on Instagram. Come on.
People have fingerprints on everything. Or the retina, your eyes. Yes, on everything.
So the man asks, what is so important that you are feeling so constrained in giving your phone for repairs? Right. What is so important? What business are you into? You're not a cocaine dealer. Why are you so constrained?
Trust has really been broken here, because I mean, how do you deal with this? If it was just the past mistake, he could probably think, and I feel so bad that there's a 2-year-old child in the picture. It's a big one. But then he needs to talk about it. And we will talk more after this break.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational. But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome back to Moans and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV. You know, guys, before we went on a break, there was this question that kept ringing in my mind. What drives people who have sworn to be faithful, to be loyal, to love their partners alone? What drives such people to cheat?
It's a couple of factors. Proximity, familiarity. Look at this best friend scenario on both the part of the female best friend and the male best friend. So these are people known to the couple. They've been in their homes countless times. They've had meals with them. So that familiarity is there. And you know, the more you get close to people, even couples, you'll see that after a few years, people say, you and your husband are becoming like twins or siblings. You know, you and your wife, even the physicality, you are merging into one entity. And so I reckon that when people are in close proximity with each other, it's easier. Because if you are feeling honey, or honey,
say honey. Say it nice.
Or if you're feeling horny, it's not now that you go and take an Uber and go somewhere, whilst you know, someone is close by. And that's how come there's a lot of neighborhood banging around in estates, you know, because you don't have to go around very far, you know, right to the estates, you can just be sorted out. So proximity, familiarity is one, but also the desire to acquire or have a taste of things that is not within our reach. You know, of course, if you know, some of these wealthy men in our society, if Kempon, Cappuccino, Despite, Fori, and co were to show interest in you, even if you were with your boyfriend or even husband as a beautiful damsel, you surely would give in, because these are people who are not just coming to love you. You are short of a mansion, you are short of trips abroad, you are short of, even if there's a baby, that child will be schooled abroad, in Europe and in the USA and even in Dubai and co. So even though you might have loved Akwesi, but if a mightier force, a powerful man comes in the picture, I'm afraid you are more inclined to open up to such a person. Yes, you still love Akwesi, but you cannot just afford for the good things of life to pass you by.
And you know, most of these stories that we hear are with the infidelity is between an ex, you know, and a
husband or wife. Exactly. People don't close chapters. That's why we must close chapters.
What business do people who have unfinished business, what business do they have pledging love to innocent people? You haven't cut ties with your ex, and then you go and stand in front of God and man and promise to love A or B. How do we cut ties with these exes?
Well, before we came back, we were having a conversation, right? And we're talking about the fact that people marry for different reasons. And sometimes your ex might have not been the person you wanted to get married to. And so we always want to eat our cake and have it. It's a human nature. Now, the difference with someone who would not cheat is just discipline. So a lot of times we lack discipline. People lack the discipline to say, okay, I've left this behind me and I'm moving on. All right. And most often I've realized with my conversations with people on and off my program, I've realized that the people who go back to cheat with their exes are actually the ones who walk away. They walked away from the relationship and then they come back. Okay, so you ask yourself, so why would you go to? In as much as we cannot really know the ongoings in somebody's mind, it's usually availability. The person is available. Now you, the if you make yourself unavailable, the person wouldn't force you into it. But there is this availability. And you know, for the guys, when it is a woman who comes back, the man goes like, well, she's a fool, let me just chop her. For him, it's fun. For the woman, is whatever reason that she's doing what she's doing. But then, listening to Mystic, you know that it's not peculiar to him. But I think the society now, we feel that trust is lost. And it is not a feeling in vacuum. It's a feeling that has come up from a lot of things. Take, for instance, the DNA saga. It's come to stay. I am pretty sure that if you were to do a survey, a lot of men now would want to carry out DNA tests on their children. Okay, so I think trust is lost, but it's something that is the fundamental of... So my question always to myself is, if trust is lost, and we still make new relationships, on what premise are we building these relationships? But we go into it anyway. So I really don't think anybody has a reason to cheat on their spouse. Why would I say that? There is always the option of walking away. You always have that option.
But I've got to say also that sometimes there's one peculiar thing someone is so good at that you can't be a 99 horrible attitude or negatives. You know people can sit in a vehicle and drive all the way from Accra to Kumasi and go and have a peculiar fufu with a peculiar meat and soup and drive back. People can move from one suburb to another just to taste a wachi or buy a wachi and come back. So we must also give it to certain exes. They are horrible, they are poor, they are lazy, they don't like hard work, for which reason the partner left them. But in all that negativity, perhaps they are good with licking. And the woman has found a rich man, has found a suitable man, society respects the man, you know, everything is sorted, but she misses that leak. She misses that leak. She misses that tongue working under her. And
she said that first.
And when she recalls it, she said, let me just go and taste it one more. One more.
You're saying, how do I put it? You're
contradicting
yourself. Thank you for the English. Because initially you started out by saying, if you've made up your mind, make up your mind, because you can't have everything you want. Now, if we were all, okay, to say, I want half of this and I want half of you, given that we cannot create people, we would all cheat. Yeah. The point is, he might be good at licking, but the moment you've made up your mind to be with Mr. A, then you have to close your mind to licking.
Exactly. So initially when he met the new man, the ideal man, she started teaching the ideal man, look, I love to be licked this way.
You know.
And so you start teaching ideal man. Ideal man is not picking up. Has failed the first exam, has failed the second semester, has failed the third semester. And so clearly, madam said, no, I can't take this one. No. So I'll stay for the money. But when it comes to licking, I'm...
That means we will never solve. You know, look. You know, this conversation brings me to a very important question I want to ask. You know, people are inherently monogamous or polygamous. I'm just being controversial. Is it time for us to have that conversation of who we are before we go into a relationship? Be it monogamy, polygamy, polyamorous, whichever. Should we tell our spouses who we are before we say yes?
For you to be able to tell your partner or someone you have interest in about your status, whether you are monogamous or polyamorous, you must first know thyself. That is the ancient African adage or admonition. Man, know thyself. You must know yourself and find out what kind of person am I. Am I someone who can live comfortably in an exclusive union? Am I someone who would dedicate all my energies to someone in a long-term union? Or do I find that I find bits and pieces of the things I wish to see in my partner in different people. And so I can find that my wife can keep a home, can raise children, or the one I wish to marry can, keep a home and can cook. I won't go hungry. She can raise children. So when I go to work, I'm assured that my home will be kept in touch or intact. And then you find that, but she lacks in the styling department. And that despite giving her huge allowances to be able to change her wardrobe and look fashionable and appealing and sexy and, very succulent and succulent, she still does not measure up. And so I will find that one in dear Khadija. When I see Khadija, then my juices are flowing. I don't have to even think twice. So I might see a certain model in Aisha, but then when it comes to someone who makes my juices flow, I find it in Khadija. And then when it comes to intellectual discussions, world politics, someone I can sit down and talk about world affairs, stock market issues, I find that in, my good lady Konedu. So this is a man who wants a lady who he can have stimulating global conversations with. But he does not find that in Khadija. But Khadija has the style, has the fashion, and he wants all of those. So he will say, okay, you know what? I'm not going to be in an exclusive union. What I'll do is that Khadija, Konedu, and Pauline will be ladies in my life. When it comes to going out for formal events, then I'm going with Khadija. When it's National Theatre, when it's Independence Square, when presidents, vice presidents, MPs are coming and I'm with my Khadija, the cameras will be turned on us. They'll be like, wait a minute, Mr. Frimpong, who is the good lady? He said, that's my lady. That's my lady right there. That is my Khadija. But when it comes to keeping the home, he wants someone who can nurture the children, can discipline them. When I go on my foreign trips, my one-month trip, I know my home is secured. And then I know that as for Pauline, she's not going to be generous with the coochie. I know for 1 month if I'm outside, Pauline is not going to share my coochie with anyone. So men look out for various things, but you are going to be fortunate if you were to find these qualities in one woman. If I, Mystic Mike, were to find these qualities in one damsel, why would I look elsewhere? All my needs would have been met in that woman.
So you're preaching polyamory?
Well, but when I look at myself, I think I'm polyamorous.
Look, JJ, have we been brainwashed to think that monogamy is the way, thereby making people, force themselves? Because I'm using the word force themselves because people don't tell us the truth. They force themselves into the relationship and now they don't want to be suffocated and now they are all over the place. Is there some level of brainwashing going on?
Well, I think it has the pros and cons because I personally, I may not go in for the polygamy aspect because I'm a quite jealous type and I may not love the fact that since I don't want someone to share my woman with me, then nobody to share me with any other person. And with that aspect, as in the brainwash aspect, I think it has been in existence quite because they want you to be content with what you have. Like what Mystic said, I think that makes a lot of sense. But then, how can you, one being, share yourself into these different parts? So I will go in for the monogamy. That's what I think.
JJ has no choice. Being a preacher man himself, being a Christian,
that's why
so he has no choice. His doctrine.
Before the church,
exactly.
Before the church came, our grandfathers, our great grandfathers were marrying many women. Not all.
Exactly.
Not all.
But it was the norm.
It was a norm.
It
was our tradition.
It was the norm.
But then there were those who, like he said, okay, brainwashed or not, people still have preferences. Now for me, you asked a question, at what point? I would say we move, okay, society moves. And I'll say third world nations, we move gradually after the others have moved.
we've come to the point where this has to be part of the first questions you talk to somebody in your date. Remember how we were taught as girls growing up that you just accept a proposal because the man is from a good family? We moved on to the part where they tell us that as young ladies, you ask a man, what is your 5-year plan? What is your 10-year plan? To know if he has prospects. We have come to the stage where we need to talk about our sexuality. We need to talk about our preferences. Because you might think that, okay, ladies have been programmed to want monogamy. You will be shocked to find out how many would want polygamy. So speak about it. And go into relationships with people of like minds.
Exactly. That's why I asked, what is your business as a polyamory or a polygamous person? What is your business? Engaging with someone who is monogamous.
The business is that in the society we find ourselves. If we were to find ourselves in a Sri Lankan society or any of those Asian societies where they do not frown on being polyamorous, because that is they are in the majority there. It is being monogamous which is found to be clear over there. But in our Ghanaian society, monogamy, being a dominant Christian nation, is the norm. Being polyamorous rather is in the minority. But I must also, when you meet a lady and you desire her, of course, if you were to tell her that, look, my good lady, I like you, I love you, but you won't be the only one in my life, she will cut you off. Because in her Christian upbringing, she's told that one man, one woman. And in fact, the church will expel you if they were to find out that you were with multiple partners.
So we lie?
And so
we lie?
And so I might not lie, but I might hold on. I might be conservative with the truth. You know, it isn't about lying. It is about playing my cards. If by being guarded with my orientation, and that will enable me get to deep in her pond, why would I cause myself misfortune by coming out by saying, hey, for me I believe in multiple partners? No, I wouldn't do that, and no sane man would do that. You know, but I have to also say that even with the Christian ladies, age plays a part. I have colleagues at work, young ladies and elderly ladies, and in a discussion the last time, one of the ladies was saying, hey, for her, it never, hey, she, one man, hey, if she, and then an elderly woman said, my dear lady, when you grow and you get to about 35, 40, you don't concern yourself with what your partner does anymore. You concern yourself with the responsibilities that he has to you. Is he able to take care of the house? Is he able to fund the house so that feeding goes on? Is he taking care of the school fees? Is he taking care of you, your clothing, your everything? If he's doing that, then, you know, you get to live with it. And that realization comes after they've lived, after they've gone beyond their 20s. They've gone beyond their 30s and entering their 40s. Then they realize that it is not your business policing the road. That is not your work. That is not your business.
But
you know, and it's the same thing with women.
But for those,
and I do not say this because I'm a man. I say this because it is the reality. Women can equally also go about desiring multiple partners. They can, because it is innate. It is a human occurrence. It is an organic reaction. Of course, Khadija says very lovely a man with beard. If she fancies beard, she will say, oh, that's a nice man. If Khadija, the same Khadija also fancies men who are rich and powerful and doesn't have the beard, she will still appreciate the man. You know, the only difference with women is that they bear children. And so my admonition to the women I deal with is, you can also go around, you know, having fun, but do not bring another man's child
into my home.
That is the only admonition. So make sure any child you bring to me is mine, because I'll find out, I'll detect it. And if I were to detect that you brought into my home another man's child, I would expel you and the child. That is the only difference. It is because you bear children, you must be guarded.
Let's talk about how we build trust after cheating. In fact, I wanted to go to Kadi, but you JJ,
because you've gone through some level of cheating before, what is your trust level like?
Well, it's not something firm because I'm currently having trust issues. As in, I'm having a very hard time to trust anybody because sometimes you may see somebody like you wish to call and listening like the past, let it go. Like you let it go because right now I can't tell you for sure that I'm healed, and it's something that I'm really having a very hard time with because there are 9 girls at my church right now. Some are making advances, and instead of me
Some women are making advances.
Exactly.
And you're not opening up.
No, I can't.
Because some chick.
It's not what it is, but like I have been hurt, I've been broken, and I don't know when I'm going to get healed, but I'm praying. I know for sure if I'm going right, I'm going to create problems for myself and the person. And the most bad aspect is the person. She doesn't know anything about what you went through. So why are you going to create problem for that person? So let me be at my somewhere. When I finally I'm okay. Let me just go into it and I go. But it's sad. It's going to take a year or 2 maybe.
You're not sure?
You think so?
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, a year or 2.
All right.
That's a good time to heal.
Kadi, how do we build trust? How do couples, look at our fine brother here. How do couples build the trust after they've gone through cheating or, this situation? Okay, so I'm going to quickly talk about 2 instances. In JJ's situation, the woman in question is not coming back. So JJ is trying to heal. The first thing I'll say to him is give yourself time and forgive yourself. Now, a lot of times when something happens to us, we tend to blame ourselves. We tend to dissect ourselves and find out what did we do. You didn't do anything. Why would I say you didn't do anything is this. Remember, everything is about choices. Let me use a plain thing. Anger. Somebody might provoke you, but it is your choice to get angry. And so you didn't do anything. It is the person's choice to cheat, and the person has done that. Forgive yourself and give yourself time. That is why I said, when he said a year or 2, I said you are not sure. Just give yourself time and just flow. Try as much as possible to forget. Where the couple want to be together, like our first story, I will say start with communication. Now we should know that communication is a 2-way street. You talk, I listen. Do proper listening. You who have been hurt, listen to your partner and understand why he did or she did what she has done. I am not saying that they are trying to justify themselves or you are giving them an excuse. No, when you hear their reason, it helps you put yourself in their situation. Would I have done the same thing if it was me? And then it helps you arrive at a conclusion, okay? And you need to listen, and then you need to talk. The talk here is tell your partner how you feel. Your action made me think you're a liar. Your action has made me not to trust you. Your action makes me feel you don't love me. Your action makes me feel unworthy. It has made me feel small. Now, what will this do? It helps the person who really wants to change and build a relationship. It helps them know where they are working on. I made him feel small. If it is a woman, then she turns to my Lord. Then she begins to do those things that we know how to boost our men's ego. She does that if she wants to work on the relationship. If it is a man, he knows how to position you in a place where you know that I am the main woman in his life. The person tells you, I was in your first story, the passwords, the this, the that. I was uncomfortable knowing that you had all those locks. What happens? He's communicating that, take them off. I'll be comfortable if you are working, you need to meet at a point. Okay, so I'll say communication, listen, and then both of you, yes, should compromise on what you want. Be clear, state it. And when you do that, give yourselves time. There is something I hate so much when a relationship, when couples are trying to work at their relationship, and you hear one person go like, may I've been apologizing since. May I've been saying sorry. Are you all right? Look, you have no right to tell your partner how they should heal. You don't tell them when they would heal. You walk that step with them. Take it. Keep telling them, I am sorry. I love you. I am here. I want this to work. Keep affirming. It doesn't matter how long, but keep doing it. Be genuine in your apologies and then let time heal. One thing I know for sure is when two people are committed to making something work, time is a beautiful thing, eh? Initially, when you're sharing the story, you'll be so pained. In fact, you see how he's choking? When you say it, you want to cry. When time works, when you say it, it'll be like, then I was in such a state that, oh man, I didn't think I would get out of it.
And you'll actually be wondering why you even allowed
someone
like that to take you through such pain, and abuse.
Yeah, so I think it's a process, and they need to give themselves into the process and then forgive. It all begins with communication, and part of the communication is asking, do we really want this? Is it worth it? If it is worth it, please fight for it by all means. Yeah, sometimes pain can block. I said something at the beginning that if that is what she wants, take a moment. If I was in that situation, I'll take a step back from both my husband and the man in question, and I'll think, is this marriage worth fighting for? Like all Mystic has been saying, people have good qualities even when they have bad ones. So it's the time.
Another time. Bye-bye.
Publications, other ethnic groups were not cast in good light. However, in the second book by New Golden Publications, page 17, they targeted the ever ethnic group. So, Mr. Speaker, considering that the maker of the statement read the statement on behalf of the voter caucus, I think we can keep it as it is, since this is a record of the statement itself. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this should suffice.
Yes, Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I'm failing to appreciate what the issue is. You have the power to admit statements, and in doing so, statements that are submitted to you come with titles. The statement that the Honorable Nachu presented is what is captured here in a statement that he submitted to you, which normally you have a copy. So whoever made a contribution was only contributing to a statement made by the Honorable Nachu. So he will be the right and appropriate person if there are doubts. But I think I have conferred with him, so what is in page 9 is appropriate and reflects that which he stated yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, what I'm urging the table office to do is just to add and new holdings publications. The rest have been taken care of. What is a statement specifically on an ethnic group, even though there are offending materials concerning other ethnic groups in the country. Do well to move away from such and to rather stop the revisionism of our history. I want to urge members to try and dig deep into history and read to know more where we came from and where we are today and where we want to go tomorrow, because it's very, very important. If you don't know where you are coming from, you will never know where you are or where you are going. As I sit here, it hurts me that we are not honoring the great and illustrious chief of Osu, Osu Alata Manche, popularly known as Ni Boni the Third, privately known as Kobna Taylor, who was also the Oyokohene of Techiman traditional area. If not because of him, we wouldn't have gained independence in 1957. But we don't celebrate him. We don't even recognize him. We don't appreciate his contribution. But as far back as 1925, he had the honor of visiting the Queen, 1925, and started fighting for the independence of this country. Just because he was not a well-known politician, just a traditional leader, we seem to have relegated their contributions to the background, and every day we are only parroting the achievements of our colleagues, senior politicians. Please, let's take it serious, because it's one of the ways of forge together, to bond together, to move together as one nation, one people with one destiny. Members, I will be giving opportunity for you as my very good friend, Honorable Council, has been doing almost annually with respect to our illustrious Dr. J.B. Dankwa. I will give opportunities to many of you to at least say the stories of the achievements of our elders, so that we know that it was a fight that included both men and women, and all for us to get to where we are today. I was expecting to see that it is not only big six, but more than six, because of George Parr Grant. But George Parr Grant is unknown. But he was the founding father and chair of UGCC. He was not the founder, but also the financier of UGCC. That one too belongs to history. A word to the wise is enough. Page 10. Page 11. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 24th sitting of the first meeting of the first session held on Wednesday, 17th March 2020, corrected, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. After discussion with leadership, will allow one statement to be made. I'm told it's quite an important issue that has just also been discussed by. We'll allow a few comments, and then we can move to the main topic of the day, the continuation of the debate. The others, we want the ministers responsible for the sectors to be available before those statements are made. Some are quite urgent, but we need the reaction of the sector ministers and also for them, after the statements are made, to take immediate action to resolve the issues. And so I'm going to permit the Honorable Member for West Central to make a statement on the devastating impact of Galamsey and irresponsible mining practices on Ghanaians by Honorable Dr. Rashid Pelpu. This is because of the impact on the water sector in the country and the threats to the water system. Yes, Honorable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this unique opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I stand today on behalf of the many Ghanaians who have been afflicted by the unparalleled devastation we are witnessing across many communities in Ghana, especially in the Western region and many other regions of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our dear country Ghana is blessed with enviable natural resources, a beautiful shoreline and ecosystem of serene rivers, marshlands, and green vegetation on which our people of myriads of flora and fauna depend. Rivers like Pra, Amanzule, Subin, and Ofin, Brim, Blackwater, and large lagoons and water bodies like the Abe Lagoon are sources of sustenance and refreshment for entire communities in the southwestern and central banks of our country. Our people fish from along these rivers. Economic activities thrive along them, while our children and adults enjoy their refreshing waters. Underneath our lands and our shores are even more valuable minerals like gold, diamond, bauxite, manganese, and others, as well as millions of others, barrels of oil, of cubic feet of gas, and other resources. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the people who live in the areas where these valuable minerals are found are of the country. While their resources fuel Ghana's economy, they themselves have had to contend subsistence living, lack of acceptable health care facilities, and personnel, dilapidated and non-existent education facilities, among others. One would have thought that for an opportunity to mine gold and other minerals in these areas would have opened up these areas and lead tangible improvement in the standard of living of the indigenous population of these communities. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, in the past 10 years, irresponsible mining practices made possible by lackluster supervision and regulatory regimes compiled with illegal mining or galamsey have left unspeakable devastation in these communities. Mr. Speaker, the level of destruction has taken on a new life of its own in the past 5 years. Today, Nkrafol, the birthplace of our pride and President of Ghana, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, has been left with gullies and unspeakable devastation that pose major risks to the inhabitants. The situation is even worse in some areas where these destructive and highly polluting activities are carried out right in the middle of towns and villages in the full glare of security and administrative personnel. Large tracts of virgin lands and in Suta, in the western region, Prestia and western region, in the western region, Obuasi, Adansi, and several other places in the Upper West region as well, have been destroyed. Mr. Speaker, many rivers we have mentioned here have been polluted beyond recognition. The atmosphere is saturated with mercury, contamination, cyanide, and other chemicals. Instead of refreshing the rivers, there are gullies and pools of mercury and silt-contaminated water. Children and adults alike have drowned in gullies left uncovered by these irresponsible activities. The Speaker, that the President is addressing the Galamsey, in addressing the Galamsey in 2017, made a statement that, and I quote, "I am willing to put my presidency on the line." Today, the Speaker, Galamsey and various versions of this have become a normal practice. The attempt at tackling these menace only lead to cronies of the government in power and other individuals, and particularly connected Ghanaians and foreign nationals, being given licenses with no follow-up to determine what they do. Mr. Speaker, security forces have enforced the law only half-heartedly. Mr. Speaker, the lack of will to act at the top has led to suspicion about the security of authorities in taking the right actions to end these irresponsible and illegal activities. At this rate, Mr. Speaker, something drastic is done to curb this menace. Many in our nation, and these are the most vulnerable of our population, would need to import water for the survival and continuing debilitating diseases that can result from prolonged mercury poisoning. Mr. Speaker, the opportunity of doing nothing about this current mayhem unleashed by irresponsible mining practices and Galamsey is enormous. Our country stands at the crossroad today. We in Parliament have the onerous responsibility to and require the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Minerals Commission, the Ministry of Lands and Forestry, the Ghana National House of Chiefs, and the Regional House of Chiefs, and especially those in the hotspots in the Act, to curb this menace once and for all. Mr. Speaker, a government environmental activist, Mrs. Elizabeth Van, who I found on Facebook and other social media, has put out some very important areas of commissioning for our understanding. And Mr. Speaker, about 3,500 signatories in Ghana and abroad, all are found citing and signing these resolutions which he put across. And Mr. Speaker, may I just quote a few of them? And number one being that we are called on to halt the matter of agency, as a matter of agency, the imposition of executors, and to ensure that the matter is brought to an end. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana to halt all licensing for the prospecting of gold, bauxite, and any other minerals in the forest. The Speaker, he also said that we need to have all mining activities in our near bodies of water and forest reserves halted with immediate effect. And we also need to have all current mining licenses holders present their land reclamation plans to an independently created body in land reclamation and mining. Mr. Speaker, having read all these, I have taken notice that the President, in mentioning the minister to take over from the past minister, he particularly mentioned a young person, Honorable Samuel Jinapo, to take over as the Minister for Lands and Forestry. We look forward to seeing a more determined foresight in saving our dear country. This will address the earlier lackluster approach in dealing with the issue. Mr. Speaker, I have another page which I have left out just because it looks like there's a lot of time we need to. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, view my senior colleague's statement under the rules of this House. And the terms of the statement, as you admitted, is supposed to be fully made available to the House. So I would suggest, most humbly, that if he holds a view that for want of time, he wouldn't want to read everything, then he must apply to the chair for Hansa to capture the entire statement. Other than that, I think, Mr. Speaker, there will be a difficulty. Mr. Speaker, without boring you, Order 72 is clear on what it is. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honorable members, I will just direct that he submits a copy of the statement to be fully captured by the Hansard office. Yes. Honorable Kofi Ama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all thank the maker of the statement, Honorable Pepo, for this very important statement on a very important topic, Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the devastation that this menace is causing in our country, especially in the communities that he mentioned, cannot be overemphasized. The pollution to our water bodies, our rivers, the pollution to even the air we breathe, the daily stories of young men dying in pits, the devastation that this is causing, Mr. Speaker, are clearly what has been recounted. Now, Mr. Speaker, on this day, and because I'm speaking in Parliament, I want to talk about even the issuance of mining licenses to the so-called very legitimate mining companies and what they are actually doing to encourage Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, a lot of these Galamsey activities have been occurring in our community, especially in my community. And I started to investigate why the constant interest. And I found out that the big mining companies who have concessions occasionally will not be getting the kind of mines that they had projected they will get in the area. So they are getting what they call tailings from the illegal Galamseyers. And that is actually what is keeping their business going, encouraging illegal. And Mr. Speaker, even as we describe and talk about this effect, I think I'm calling on government, especially the Minerals Commission, to ban this tailing that these mining companies are getting. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also very important that just last week there was a shooting, a rancor between a community, the Valua Jomrojura, and a mining company, Adamus. And Mr. Speaker, if you go into the story, it had to do with a community with a lot of young people who no jobs, and the feeling that the mining company has not even been engaging them. It is important that mining communities, basically engage properly the communities and have a long-term plan with these communities. You cannot work in the community and mine and take the only resources they have. You can get your licenses from the government in Accra, but the real people with the social licenses are the communities. And often when these mining companies go to these communities, the communities are ignored. They can't mine, they don't have any authority, and yet they feel completely helpless. It is important that if we are to address illegal mining, these issues must also be addressed. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, we must have a plan. And I think that the maker of the statement talked about political will. I mean, the history of our fight with Galamsey is a very extended one. I'm sure that every government has tried it. But we have to ask the question, why do we always fail? Mr. Speaker, we fail because at the core of this business, illegal Galamsey, is, and we must really find the solution. And Mr. Speaker, the solution lies in making sure that we do the things that will empower the youth. We do the things that will empower our young people. I think the call that we immediately get the Minerals Commission and other government institutions to begin a bold decision to ban the issue close to water bodies should be a starting point. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the lessons in the last 2 years must tell us something. We cannot make a bold decision that we want to fight Galamsey and somehow think that we can make exceptions. We can make exceptions to our cronies, we can make exceptions to our party friends, and somehow we can succeed. It was obvious that the reason why we got to where we were was because people just got out of control. This is clearly a lesson that we should learn if we are to succeed again in this fight against Galamsey. It is a fight we must win. It is a fight we must win together. It is a fight that is at the heart of Ghana's own survival. Check our water bodies around. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very important statement. We must fight Galamsey, but we must fight it together. We must fight it with one objective, to protect our water bodies and create alternatives for our young people. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable. I don't intend to call too many people, but yes, it's your turn.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm adding my voice to a statement ably made by my senior colleague on small-scale mining. Mr. Speaker, the Galamsey, as we popularly caption, is gather them and sell. Mr. Speaker, locally, the white people came to our area, and because we were collecting the gold nuggets with brooms at all times, they normally termed it as gather them and sell. And my grandma couldn't pronounce it well and said Galamsey. So Galamsey is gather them and sell. In our jurisdiction, small-scale mining or mining is termed as Galamsey, whether it is legal or illegal. And when we're tackling such a menace, we need to be careful and locally find lasting solution to this menace. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we're not being truthful to ourselves. We come to this floor and we preach to our people to desist from small-scale mining, Galamsey termed. Then we go out there during campaign time, go to various sites and tell them to go and secure sites and mine without any license. Such scenes are very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to note that small-scale mining in general is helping so many countries in Africa especially. If you go to Kenya, small-scale mining is bringing in about $225 million per year. You go to Rwanda, and Rwanda, you cannot in any way compare mining in Ghana to that of Rwanda. And Rwanda, small-scale mining is contributing to 20% of the country's exports. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Uganda, the story is not different. How can we collectively come together as a nation and find ways of resolving and coming to the plate with a common solution? Mr. Speaker, the new minister, Honorable Samuel Jinapor, has whispered that there is the need for us to protect our heritage. There is the need for us to protect our river bodies. There is the need for us to protect our forests. Mr. Speaker, he's whispered, once we have forest guards, can't we also have river guards to protect our river bodies? It is important for us to have an institution that can single-handedly handle mining in the river bodies. It is unfortunate that we're consciously destroying our river bodies in this country. If you don't take care, we might import water going forward. How do we address this menace? The Speaker, the previous speaker made minimization of the licenses. It is important for us to ensure that people do not struggle in getting or securing licenses in this sector. Mr. Speaker, how are we going to put them together to ensure that people access mining without any difficulty? If we do that, then we'll also, in a way, secure or prevent people from illegally mining our concessions. Mr. Speaker, it is also important for us to note as a country that this sector generates so much in terms of employment. When we are banning, we must have a measure of migrating those on illegal concessions to legal concessions. It's just like migrating market women to a different section. You cannot just put a ban on them and say, don't go to this market at this particular point in time. You need to secure them a place. You move them from where they are to the earmarked position. So it is important for us to have a database of all the legal concessions in Ghana, make sure we migrate those on illegal concessions to the legal concessions. And that is also going to be the key. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy time we all put in our hands on the same page to address illegal mining. But let us be careful that we'll sing from the same hymn page, not discussing something important here and going on air to say a different thing, that you go and mine illegally. If it is illegal here, it must be illegal everywhere, not saying something here and touting on air differently. Mr. Speaker, I once again commend the maker of the statement, and let's tackle this menace collectively and dispassionately. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we still have the motion to debate. And today we are programmed to take 15 from each side of the House. So 30 of you have agreed to contribute to the debate today. And so we are likely to go beyond 10 p.m. I want to curtail some of your submissions to restrict the free flow deliberations in the House. That's why sometimes I'm very generous. And so please, if you can limit your comments, I'll admit a few more. And I'll start with Honorable Suhini. I'll come back to the Minister to say a word, then we can move on. Yes, Honorable Suhini.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by a ranking member for Lands and Forestry. I wish to commend him for such a thorough and well-researched paper that has been presented. Mr. Speaker, I've lost count of the number of times I've listened to statements being made on the need for all of us to come together to fight galamsey. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the President, in many of his State of the Nation address, have also, on countless occasions, made statements on the need for us to fight this menace. Even presidents before him made commitments to the effect that there's a need for all of us to come together to fight this menace. Mr. Speaker, however, what is the fact that out there we seem clearly to have been losing the fight every time we renew our commitment and our pledge to fight the menace. And the consequences are that our water bodies remain polluted, our forest cover is depleted, and our citizens continue to put their lives at risk as they engage in this practice. Our farmlands are also affected by the practice. So perhaps, Mr. Speaker, it is about time that we came together to look at what we have been doing over the period, which have not been giving us the desired results, because it is common knowledge that if you do the same things expecting different results, then you can be perhaps likened to a man who is not very well upstairs. So it is perhaps time, perhaps the brute force of closing down mines, of destroying equipment, burning them, arresting and imprisoning people, have not given us the results that we have all desired. We have spoken often about the need to introduce, for example, alternative livelihood programs. How well have those programs that we have introduced in some of these communities served us? We should be looking at reviewing those alternative livelihood programs and assessing the impact of those programs to see if they are, a better option for us to use in dealing with this. Again, we also know about that are required for people to take advantage of this natural resource that belongs to the people and in their communities. Because people definitely, naturally, will want to extract this natural resource that is found within their communities and is supposed to be used for their good. But if you have cumbersome processes, for example, you have the Mineral Commission that is supposed to regulate the activities of these miners, centered in sometimes only in Greater Accra, and yet you have a mining field in Bolga. You have a resource that the people in the Western region want to exploit, and for them to be able to get the permit to do that, they'll have to travel long distances, sometimes make many trips to some of these offices so that they can get the approvals to extract these minerals. These are disincentives, Mr. Speaker, for people to even follow the law and do the mining, using appropriate technology and appropriate processes. So it is good for us to look at how we can decentralize the Minerals Commission and the offices that are activities of these small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed, however, that toll was being waived on this menace. Our president, after 4 years, came around to humbly, request that we begin another national conversation on this. Clearly, it tells you, Mr. Speaker, that we had spent so much money at what we thought was a war worth winning, only for us to get very little results from it. Indeed, in the war was the government mess before the 2016 general elections
to improve our water bodies by implementing a program that was to be known as the Clean Rivers Program. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that by 2020, the only message on this Clean Rivers Program that you will find in the 2020 manifesto of the New Patriotic Party is the assertion that a total of 9 million trees were planted along river sites. I mean, how was that supposed to ensure that we improve the water quality of our lakes and rivers in this country? So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the call for all of us to have a written review some of the things that we have been doing that have been giving us the results that we are all not too excited about, and perhaps design a better approach moving forward. And I wish the new minister well. I hope that he will be accommodating enough and will be all-embracing. He will operate an open-door policy that will invite opinions and suggestions that together we can all succeed in ensuring that our people benefit from this natural resource, but not to the detriment of our environment and our livelihood. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honourable Rashid Pelpo, Member of Parliament for Wa Central, and who happens to be the ranking member for my ministry. The Speaker, the ministry is changed from lands and forestry to lands and natural resources, just for the record. Mr. Speaker, when I appeared before the Appointments Committee, I made the point that for us to be able to deal with the issue of illegal small-scale mining, galamsey, in our country, Mr. Speaker, that we need honesty, we need to be very sincere. And I ask for the support of this House, and I continue to ask for the support of this House, which is able to make any meaningful impact in dealing with anywhere you have an extractive industry in the world, whether it's in Canada or Australia or South Africa or Kenya or the California gold rush, which we are all very familiar with, you have problems with illegality. That is the situation. Mr. Speaker, I want to also say that when the President called for a national dialogue, he was sincere, and we require a national dialogue. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we require a national dialogue is that if you take a look at the manifesto of the New Patriotic Party for both election 2016 and 2020, and you take the manifesto of the National Democratic Congress for both election 2016 and 2020, the commitments in respect of illegal small-scale mining are almost the same. They are the same. Look at it, Mr. Speaker. The two parties all commit to a lawful, viable, environmentally prudent small-scale mining. And both parties frown upon illegal small-scale mining. So that honesty is required, and I want to proceed that I don't take the position that everything that happened in the past was bad and was a failure and that was wrong, and that everything that happened in the past was good. Mr. Speaker, lots of good interventions took place in the first 4 years of President Akufo-Addo in respect to mining. This was arguably the first time in our history, Mr. Speaker, that the issue of illegal small-scale mining was put very much at the front burner, where a lot of interventions were made. Interventions such as training small-scale miners, interventions such as community mining introduction. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand here a gamut of legal legislative interventions, laws which were put in place to deal with equipment, to deal with the issues of how to apply license, to deal with how to use revenue which comes from mining and all of this. So a lot of things happen. Mr. Speaker, is the infrastructural component of the fight. But we must also admit, and I'm the first as the minister to admit, that there are lessons to be learned out of that. Which is why, Mr. Speaker, since taking office in 14 days today, I have set up a committee chaired by the able member of Parliament from Wabieda, Honourable Bin, to coordinate this national dialogue, which will have all of us around the table, MPP, NDC, National House of Chiefs,
pundits, civil society organizations, media around the table to discuss this matter. Mr. Speaker, the impression sometimes is created that illegal small-scale mining just happened overnight. That is not correct, Mr. Speaker. It is not correct that illegal small-scale mining just happened. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand here the proceedings of the Appointments Committee dated Friday, 25th January 2013, where, very characteristic of my friend, the Honorable Okujoto Ablakwa, tabled quite rightly the issue of illegal small-scale mining. When my senior brother, the Honorable Alhaji Idris Husseini, appeared before the Appointments Committee to be vetted for the position of Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. And Mr. Speaker, it's instructive and revealing. We just want to read portions of it. And I quote, the Honorable Okujoto Ablakwa, in posing a question, stated as follows. My second question, Mr. Chairman, has to do with mining, small-scale mining. In recent times, there have been serious concerns about the way and manner small-scale mining is destroying our environment. Indeed, our water bodies are now polluted because of small-scale mining, especially small-scale mining, popularly known as galamsey. While you are answering that too, I would like to know how you intend to carry out the NDC manifesto pledge to flush out foreign galamsey operators. Now you have to grapple with not only the illegal small-scale miners from Ghana, but illegal small-scale miners from many other countries. The NDC manifesto, and it goes on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, the point out of this, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, again, I have here in my hand a graphic report dated 1st June 2017, where graphic reports as follows. 1st June 2017, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence. National campaign against illegal small-scale mining, galamsey, is yielding some positive results as the quality and levels of water bodies in our country have improved. This has enabled the Ghana Water Company Limited to resume the operation of some of its treatment plants that were shut down due to the impact of galamsey, end quote. Mr. Speaker, 6 months into the administration of President Akufo-Addo, 6 months into the administration of President Akufo-Addo, because the fact was that Ghana Water Company plants had been shut down because of the adverse consequences of illegal small-scale mining. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to conclude by craving the indulgence of members of this House, because we have 275 members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, so if I was lucky to even receive the support of the members of this House, I have no doubt that we can deal with illegal small-scale mining in this country. Because in every community where you have illegal small-scale mining, you have a member of Parliament. In every community where you have illegal small-scale mining, you have an influential member of this House. And I intend to count on the wisdom, the experiences, and the support of members of this House. And together, if we stand by the vision of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, illegal small-scale mining in our country for the betterment of the future of our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we'll move on. Statement time is ended, and we start at the commencement of public business. Item 5 on the order paper. Honorable members, we shall continue with the debate to approve the financial policy of the government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2021. You recall it was moved on Friday, 12 March 2021, and seconded on the 16th of March, which is Tuesday, 2021. So we'll continue with the debate. Yesterday, we ended with the contribution of an honorable member from the left side of the House. And therefore, we'll start today with an honorable member from the right, I mean my right side. And the list I have from that side has given the first position to the Honorable Samuel Atachia to set the ball rolling for today. Honorable member, you may submit your contributions.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the brief space to make a modest contribution to motion number 5 on today's order paper. To the effect
Sorry,
that
Honourable Member, are you ranking member or?
I'm the chairman.
You are chairman?
Yes.
You are chairman of which committee?
Mines and Energy.
Good. All right, so you have 15 minutes.
The motion to this Honourable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Honourable Speaker, if I may quote a prominent development thinker, Jeff Sessions, and this is what he said: "We cannot do everything with a budget, but we can put the country on a much sounder financial footing." Unquote. Mr. Speaker, this is what the budget themed economic revitalization through completion, consolidation, and continuity. When you are here, we are moving forward. It's all about. We are being placed on a much sounder financial footing. Mr. Speaker, I've heard some June arguments that the COVID pandemic did not have any level of debilitating effect on the economy of this country. A lot of my colleagues on the other side have been making this argument. I beg to differ. We don't have to live in denial when it comes to the economy, Mr. Speaker. The economy does not wear party colors. And I want to quote what the minister responsible for finance said concerning the effect of the COVID on the economy. That is at paragraph 7, page 1, and then I'll end at paragraph 8 at page 2. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I would like to quote. Mr. Speaker, the year 2020 was a difficult period for Ghana and the rest of the world. Never before in recent history has a pandemic triggered such dramatic changes to lives and livelihood simultaneously. The last such pandemic of global impact was the Spanish flu in 1918, over 100 years ago. The ensuing crisis has disrupted supply chains and exerted undue pressure on economic and financial systems, killed businesses and jobs. Developing and emerging economies, including Ghana, has had to deal with external headwinds, falling commodity prices, and rising expenditures to address the effects of the pandemic, unquote. Right now, Mr. Speaker, let me bring to your attention that it is not only the financial minister who is seeing this situation. The World Bank itself, and a couple of observations from the World Bank, and I'm quoting the Global Economic Prospects of the World Bank, the January 2021 report. With your permission, I'd like to just quote the beginning point. COVID-19, who are the naysayers to listen, the World Bank is speaking, caused a global recession whose depth was surpassed only by the 2 world wars and the Great Depression over the past century and a half. Although global economic activity is growing again, it is not likely business as usual for the foreseeable future. The pandemic has caused a severe loss of life. It's tipping millions into extreme poverty and is expected to inflict lasting scars that push activity and income well below their pre-pandemic trend for a prolonged period, unquote. On, I said January 2021, and I want you to listen, please. And now let me quote what is said of sub-Saharan Africa, and it also concerns the World Bank report of January 2021. Sub-Saharan Africa, Ghana included, of course, has been hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, with activity in the region shrinking by an estimated 3.7% last year. Growth is forecast to resume at a moderate average pace in 2021 and 2022, essentially zero in per capita terms and well below previous projections, as persistent outbreaks in several countries continue to inhibit the recovery. COVID-19 is likely to weigh on growth in Africa for long. The rollout of vaccines in the region is expected to lag that of advanced countries, and major EMDEs, further dampening growth. As a result, living standards are likely to be set back a decade, and 10 million of people in the region could be placed into extreme poverty. Cumulatively, in 2020 and 2021, rate outlook are tilted to the downside and include weaker than expected recoveries in key trading partner economies, logistical hurdles that further impede vaccine distribution, and scarring of labor productivity that weakens potential growth and income over the longer period, unquote. The World Bank says that in 2018, Ghana recorded real GDP growth at market prices in percent 6.3, 2018, 2019, 6.5, and the year of probably 1.1. These are raw figures that do not wear party colors. And let's run away from the situation in which we are trying to live in denial together. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit pillage that everybody is talking about is equally the handiwork of the Mahama government, the debt pillage. And let me refer to the 2020 financial year and the budget that was read to us by Mr. Ken Oforiatta. I'm referring to page 2, the paragraph, Mr. Speaker. If you add the cost of cleaning the financial sector challenges to the long list of legacy that the government had to settle, the cost to the Ghanaian taxpayer, 3 billion Ghana cedis. It is deemed admitted. Honorable Speaker, the unnecessary cost of doing so to the economy in 2014 alone was in the gargantuan sum of $680 million United States dollars, which is 2% of GDP. These are incontrovertible, facts, and they add to the debt pillage. The nation is hemorrhaging by reason of excess capacity charge of 70 million annually. Excess capacity charge in the sum of 70 million annually. The take or pay at the behest of the Mahama government, rather than the more sensible arrangement of take and pay, tantamounts to causing financial loss to the state. I want to repeat that. The take or pay at the Mahama government, rather than the more sensible arrangement of take and pay, tantamounts to causing financial loss to the state. And Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to the Supreme Court case of Chachuchi Kata versus the Republic. And I'm reading the ingredients of causing financial loss to the state. It may be found at page 1069. It is also provided by Section 179A3A of the Criminal Code 1960, Act 29, as amended by the Criminal Code Amendment Act 1993, Act 458, that any person through whose willful, 1, malicious, 2, fraudulent action, and what is even more serious, or omission, the state incurs a financial loss, commits an offense. We shouldn't run away from these things. There are serious offenses that have been committed because of the take or pay. Honorable Speaker, perusing the sectorial development and the sectorial development outlook, I paid serious attention to the Office of Government Machinery. Because, Honorable Speaker, I heard arguments that the budget of the Office of Government Machinery is expanding. I said, of course, it should expand, because it's the most serious department of governance. What is even more serious than that, I counted close to 14 programs being driven by the President under the Office of Government Machinery. So what do you expect? The enhanced benefit of local awards by the Scholarship Secretariat, the Nation Builders Corps, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, that raked in United States dollars 627.52 million of foreign direct investment, MASLOC, the new National Equipment Leasing Policy, the continuing Zongo Development Fund Program, sanitation and water for all, inclusive. Honorable Speaker, this is consistent with fulfilling Sustainable Development Goals numbered 15. 50 prefabricated warehouses for grains. The continuing One Village, One Dam. Number 10, provisions of markets. Number 11, 10,000 hospital beds for the 275 constituencies. Number 12, the National Property Address Tagging Project. Number 13, constituency-specific projects, the supply of outboard motors. And therefore, it is an invented logic to say the President is driving the economy through his office, his budget should shrink. The better the programs and the more we apply the monies, the better the nation moves forward. In keeping with Sustainable Development Goal number 16 on peace, justice, strong institutions, the justice delivery is undergoing a process. The Alternative Dispute Resolution ADR program is being upscaled to reduce the murking backlog of civil cases. The progress of having an e-justice system should be our categorical imperative as we free us from the fetters of antiquated typewriters. The President wants us to change our eyeglasses, right, Honorable Speaker, to see fresh vistas of economic revitalization through completion, consolidation, and the good programs that he has started. One year. The doubting Thomases should join us. And let me conclude by quoting Dr. David Anker. I want to conclude by that. Where's my quotation? Hey, how you doing? Right, Honorable Speaker, let me quote Dr. David Anker. The party's policy is to liberate the energies of the people for the growth of a property-owning democracy in this land, with right to life, freedom and justice as the principles to which the government and laws of the land should be dedicated in order to specifically to enrich life, property, and liberty of each and every citizen, unquote. President Akufo-Addo is driving the destination of this. I thank you for your kind indulgence.
You only added 21 seconds to your 15 minutes. It's now the turn of the Honorable Member Dr. Kwabena Donko. You are a ranking member, so you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by wondering why, for the first time in recent years, as a nation, we were unable to agree on a minimum wage for the hard-working people of Ghana before the beginning of this financial year. It's been the practice that for the budget to be meaningful, agreement should be reached by the tripartite committee on the minimum wage for the wage to become an input into the budget. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to believe that this time-honored tradition was breached because people were in a hurry. That people were in a hurry. Neither was this breached because we did not recognize the importance of human capital. What then informed the personal emoluments component of the budget? Is it guesswork with the opportunity to come back in the media to review our guesswork? Mr. Speaker, as a people, we can be far more serious than this. If we are underestimating the importance of human capital, considering that personal emoluments per paragraph 269 constitutes 26.6% of total expenditure, then, Mr. Speaker, we are doing at best a half-hearted job and at worst a very shoddy job at that. Mr. Speaker, 149 and 258, the issue of excess capacity, the perennial excuse of excess capacity, is brought again into full play. Mr. Speaker, excess capacity has been used as some justification for the debt overhang that we have. But, Mr. Speaker, let's separate facts from propaganda. Let's separate the wheat from the chaff. In 2019, out of the amount allegedly paid to clear capacity charges, was paid $97,359,175, nearly $100 million. What does Letasco do? Letasco supplies fuel. What is the correlation between fuel and excess capacity? If the plant is not producing, will it work? that we have to pay nearly $100 million for it? Again, Stratcom, a company formed in 2017, was paid $122,225,509 million. Again, allegedly classified as excess capacity payment. Stratcom, formed in 2017, so it is convenient to box all these payments in excess capacity charges. Capacity, and we are paying this amount over $200 million for fuel. So the intention of being disingenuous, being misleading, Mr. Speaker, doesn't augur well for transparency. Certainly what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, 1,600 megawatts of our generation capacity is hydro-based. Akosombo has an installed capacity of 1,020. For the hydro, Ton has 160. Bui has 400. To wipe away half of our hydro generating capacity. In making provision for this, it is unfair. The people, probably alien to the industry, or wanting to just have propaganda advantage, will say it's excess capacity. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also have 3 units of Valco with a combined capacity of 225 megawatts lying idle. Three port lines are lying. These port lines would have consumed 225 megawatts of power. If there's a shrinkage in our industrial capacity, the consequences of that shrinkage should not be visited on people with foresight to provide power. Mr. Speaker, I've heard that take or pay is tantamount to causing financial loss. Mr. Speaker, people can be pardoned for being of historical trends. Mr. Speaker, every single developing country that has gone through this transformation, this transition, has had to have take or pay contracts. It is only when you get to the stage of self-sufficiency that you move from take or pay to take and pay. Go to Turkey. Go to any other developing country, Chile, that has made progress in recent years. This is the trend. Especially when you don't have the indigenous capacity to set up. Mr. Speaker, an investment of between $300 to $400 million is needed for each single turbine plant. Which investor, in his or her right frame of mind, will come and establish a 300-400 million thermal plant in your country, no guarantee that the power will be used, with no guarantee of an offtake. Mr. Speaker, even if the investor has access to illegal funds, even if the investor has access to funds from the drug trade, that investor will still invest wisely. It is for this reason that take or pay. It's a commitment by the country that your investment is needed, and that if you invest, we will make sure that that power is utilized. Mr. Speaker, take or pay is also dependent on availability. If we are not sufficiently conscious to ensure availability, we will be charged for take or pay when we don't have to be charged. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President, our President, stated in his State of the Nation address, and is captured again, that there's going to be LNG in this country. We are in this house. We will see if the LNG will be take or pay or take and pay. Eventually. And talking about LNG, Mr. Speaker, it baffles me that at a time we still have excess gas supply, when we are unable to take the gas we produce because of pipeline constraint, we prefer to import LNG, to delinking, to removing the pipeline constraint so that we can use our indigenous gas. Is it the mercantilist mentality that is at play, where we prefer imported things to domestically produced? Mr. Speaker, as a country, I believe we can rise above this. The tenfold, as well as greater jubilee, we are unable to take off all of this gas capacity because of pipeline constraint. Instead of addressing that first, Mr. Speaker, we prefer importing gas at a higher cost. Yes, we are better managers of the economy, and so we always prefer importing to producing domestically. Mr. Speaker, we are also told how we have excess capacity, and yet we go into renegotiations to extend the duration of contracted power plants. AXA was contracted for 5 years. This House approved the emergency power agreement for a duration of 5 years. Today, that is being extended, and yet we complain that we have excess capacity. Car power, we have also extended car power. And it is ironic, except in politics, I find it difficult for people wanting to have their cake and eat it at the same time. This can only happen in politics. The people complaining of excess capacity are busily extending the duration of plans that should be coming to an end. And yet we still have the morality, we still have the moral authority to talk about excess capacity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Ameri plant was brought into this country, When the agreement was laid before this House, Mr. Speaker, the howling that greeted Ameri was legendary. But today, Mr. Speaker, we find in paragraph 755 that we are relocating Ameri to Kumasi because today Ameri is almost fully amortized. It's become our property. But let me have some advice, Mr. Speaker. We have T3. We spent over $250 million constructing T3 that never produced a megawatt. Fortunately, the LM2500 plants used for Ameri, the same plants can be used for T3. Let's have 4 units of the Ameri facility.
Honourable Member, conclude.
Let's have 4 units of the Ameri plant of 10 units fitted into T3 because the heat recovery that T3 has, it will be more efficient and will be more beneficial for this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable Member, you have taken 40 seconds in addition. It's now the turn of Honourable Amin Anta, Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion for this House to approve the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2021 financial year. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I make my direct contributions to correct some impressions that have been created in relation to the management of the energy sector by the MPP government. Yesterday, the Honorable Dela Sowa stated, and she was very emphatic.
Sorry, Honourable Member, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, Honourable Member, please continue. Yes. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Dela Sowa stated, and she was very emphatic about this, that this government, the MPP government, has been extending electricity to towns in Togo when there are communities in Ghana, the city. Mr. Speaker, the most recent works on extension of electricity to border towns in Togo was done in 2 phases. The first phase was in 2009 and 2010, and the second phase in 2014 and 2015. The MPP government has not undertaken any such projects. Mr. Speaker, she also said that we are using poles and materials belonging to Ghana to extend electricity to Togo, towns in Togo. Mr. Speaker, that is not factual. The materials and poles that were used in these projects were funded by the West Africa Power Pool. It's not money provided by the government of Ghana for these projects. And so, Mr. Speaker, the MPP government has not done such projects. But, Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side have argued variously that if we have excess capacity in Ghana, we should be exporting some of the power that we produce. And I'm wondering why they have problem extending electricity to towns in Togo. Because if we don't extend electricity to towns in our neighboring countries, how do we export to them? because these countries do not have the kind of infrastructure that we have. And this happens to border towns because of their proximity to Ghana's infrastructure. And so even if we have to do that, I don't think there is a problem with that, because it then provides the basis for us to export our excess capacity to our neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable member from the other side, Honorable Governor Donko, also tried to downplay the effect of excess capacity on our economy and our finances generally. But Mr. Speaker, the issue of our excess capacity is real. We have excess capacity. And when we talk of excess capacity, that is capacity that has been contracted, availability is declared, but it's not taken by the government. That is excess capacity. And I can mention several plants that have declared availability, and yet government is not ready to take. That is excess capacity. For example, when cow power was not fully dispatched because we were using heavy fuel, there was excess capacity. Axan hasn't generated power for a long time, even though they declared availability. That is excess capacity. Now you're talking about Send Power, you're talking about Amandi, and now you're talking about Early Power. They all are available, but we cannot take because there is no demand for that. That is excess capacity. The problem we have with the excess capacity has to do with the payments, because we are paying for what we are not using. Because of the take or pay arrangements you signed in this power purchase agreement. Speaker, this budget is a very good budget for our country. It seeks to support the recovery of our economy from the growth of 0.9% last year as a result of COVID to 5% growth this year. Mr. Speaker, 0% growth was marginal. We all understand that this was resulting from the effects of COVID-19. And Ghana, the only country that recorded marginal growth. If you go to page 12 of the budget statement, paragraph 56, you will see the performance of ECOWAS countries last year as far as economic growth is concerned, apart from Ghana and 4 other countries that recorded positive, marginal positive growth. The rest of ECOWAS countries recorded negative growth rates. And so COVID really had effect on our economy. And this budget is the effort of the government to recover our economy from the 0.9% that we recorded to 5%. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in the performance of industry. Industry recorded negative 3.1%. That is not good if we have to grow our economy. But if industry is to survive and contribute to economic growth, industry requires cheaper power. This is why the levies, the energy sector recovery levy, the proposal to increase it, was not imposed on electricity tariffs, as that will constitute direct cost to manufacturing, which has a higher weight in the inflation index. Mr. Speaker, we have done that because we are overly sensitive. We are sensitive to the needs of industry. And one of the needs of industry is cheaper power. We have been very consistent in working to reduce the cost of energy to the manufacturing sector in particular. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget statement, we are renegotiating some of the PPAs with the independent power producers in order to reduce the capacity charge and thereby reduce the cost of energy and the effect it has on manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in 2018, it was the MPP government that negotiated the price of domestic gas from $8.8 per million BTU to $6.08 per million BTU. Mr. Speaker, we cannot forget so soon that during the NDC time, the price of domestic gas, Ghana's domestic gas, indigenous gas, was more expensive than gas imported from Nigeria. It took the MPP government to reverse this. Our gas is now cheaper than imported gas from Nigeria, so that we can be able to inject positive growth into the economy through manufacturing or through industry generally. Mr. Speaker, because of the reduction in the price of domestic gas, PURC had to follow with reduction in the cost of energy by reducing electricity tariffs, 30% for industry, 25% for commercial consumers, and 17.5% for residential consumers. As a result of these interventions, Mr. Speaker, manufacturing grew from 4.1% in 28.3% in 2019. And so when His Excellency the President says that we know how to bring back the economy, what we do not know is how to bring back life. He was right, because we have the policies that will incentivize the manufacturing sector and industrial growth, and thereby support our economy to grow at 5% this year. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side have argued variously that the petroleum sector levies that we are introducing in the budget will overburden the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana understand we have to do extra to recover from what we experienced last year. And they know our track record in reducing the burden of petroleum price effects on them. Mr. Speaker, it was the MPP government that abolished excise tax on petroleum products. It was the MPP government that reduced the special petroleum tax from 17.5% to 13%. We converted it from ad valorem tax to specific tax. We were the government that first applied the stabilization levy to stabilize prices. And because of all this intervention, cumulative net decrease in the prices of petroleum products was 9.53% for diesel and 7.41% for petrol, a reduction which is more than the expected 5%. Just 2 days ago, VW announced that they will spend $55 billion to manufacture electric vehicles. This is going to cause structural shift in the oil market globally, as demand for oil for transportation will decline. But progressive countries are positioning themselves because demand for oil for petrochemicals will increase. And this is the reason the government has embarked on the Petroleum Hub project, so that we can diversify the use of our crude oil from transportation fuel to petrochemicals, so we can produce fertilizer, we can produce paint, we can produce other chemicals that are required, especially by Africa and Asia, where the drive for industrialization is high. Mr. Speaker, this Petroleum Hub project is good for Ghana, and I want to appeal to honorable members to support this government to realize this, so we can create more jobs and diversify the use of our oil and gas resources. Mr. Speaker, led to the collapse of the oil and gas industry in many countries. In Ghana, we had our own fair share of the effects when projects that were lined up were suspended. Demand collapsed because many cities were locked down. And because of this, crude oil prices crashed. We experienced from oil. For example, in 2019, Ghana received almost $1 billion from oil. Last year, because of COVID, we received $666 million. Mr. Speaker, we need to open up our oil industry so that we can generate more revenue. And so at the time many countries have shut down their oil and gas industry, Ghana is one of the first countries to open up, because just last week, Tullow Oil Ghana announced a $370 million development drilling campaign starting next month to drill 4 wells so that we can recover more oil and restart the industry in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is a vote of confidence in the way President Akufo-Addo is managing Ghana's oil and gas resources. We have also made significant progress in the 14 Basin.
Honourable Member, you have 1 moment.
And by next year, 2022, as indicated in the budget, we should be drilling a well in the 14 Basin. And this will be historic because that will be the first time Ghana will find oil on onshore Bay country. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this budget is progressive, is visionary, is forward-looking, and I urge all members to support this budget so that we can support the recovery of our economy from the difficult circumstances we found ourselves last year to a more progressive, productive economy in the years ahead. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
That's a strong one. Edwin Neelan Vanderpoel.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for calling on me to contribute to the motion on the floor on the 2021 budget of the government. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to start with the fact that I look at the theme of the budget and I was asking myself whether it was a mistake or really they meant what they want to say. Revitalization through completion, consolidation and continuity. If you complete, how can you continue? But I'm not surprised. That's why they've written when you were here instead of Ababa said. I want to start, Right Honourable Speaker, with a very important department under the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. The Parks and Gardens Department, and also the birth and death. Right Honourable Speaker, strangely enough, from this budget I'm hearing for the first time, there was no death, there was no birth in the country. You are asking me how? That's why when you go into the budget, page 109, column 567. In 2021, the registry projects to issue 886,426 birth certificates and 323,545 death certificates to the public, representing 70%. How many people were registered in 2020? How many people died in 2020? In 2020, the budget asked us to approve money because they are even going to digitalize the registration of birth and death so that they can cover more people. We come 2021. In the past, hitherto, every budget has told us the number of people who were registered as death and also birth. For the first time in our history, in this house, and I don't speak, I've been in this house for quite some time. No number of death, no number of birth. Meaning, nobody died, nobody was born in this country. And then I asked the question, the money we gave for digitalization, expansion of the work of birth and death registry department, what did we achieve? That's as if it was not enough. I went to Parks and Gardens. And previously, Parks and Gardens were said to have maintained 1,600,000 meters of landscape sites in selected cities and towns within the country. In the 2019 budget, the department cultivated medicinal and aromatic plant species. And these plant species were given out to people and communities Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, which communities and who are those people who were given aromatic plants to develop in this country? Strange enough, this year's budget made no reference to that activity last year. Please. And I'm being told this year they're reducing their work. In these times when I'm really concerned about our ecology, maintaining our towns, maintaining our landscaping areas and all those things, I'm rather being told that they will be covering 97,363 meters, and that will Jubilee House, the State House, and regional coordinating councils. I don't know whether the adjacent greens in front of near Nima police station is part of it. But the truth of the matter is that we have so many spaces in this country. Our medians are dying. We spend money to create medians in this country and allow people to turn it into food park. Because the Parks and Gardens Department, who is supposed to be liquidated enough to be able to maintain these places, are always left to fend for themselves. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think that this is a very important department if we care about the environment, if we care about beautifying our cities, our towns, should be encouraged and not allowed to die from the way the budget is doing to them. Right, Honorable Speaker, what is even worrying to me when I was talking about the issue of birth and death is the fact that Ghana is a signatory to the African Union Convention on Civil Registration and Vital Signs. And by the year 2025, we are supposed to be conformed with the standards set. But as we're talking today, we don't even know what is happening in the department because the budget did not even tell us, contrary to what we've experienced since I entered this house in 2013. I want to ask, is it possible that these two departments, which to me are children of the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, will be seen as real children, biological children of the ministry and not orphans? The adequate budget provisions will be made for them so that they will be able to discharge their responsibilities effectively. But from the way it's going, continually, these departments are being left to die. I went back to 2016 budget and I saw that the Department of Parks and Gardens were able to maintain close to 1.6 meters of landscape areas within the towns and cities of this country. What we are seeing now is that over the years, their coverage is depleting. Today, horticulture has become an export-earning commodity of certain countries. If you go to East Africa, Kenya especially. So instead of encouraging our son or daughter, our child, the Parks and Gardens, to do well so that they could even develop species and varieties that will be exportable to generate income, we are rather killing it. We are rather stifling them of resources and making them incapable of even competing. The private people within our society who are doing wreaths and flowers. Ghanaians have become a bit westernized. Some is sitting by me now, we want to give flower to the wife.
I do that always.
You do it always. Whether it's red rose or yellow rose or almond. If we could develop the Parks and Gardens very well, they will be able to stand on their feet and possibly be able to get their own resources. Because they will do beautiful flowers for Sami to give out. Ediba, where he comes from, he doesn't believe in those things. Right, Honorable Speaker, on a serious note, I passed through the parks and gardens, and I should ask myself, because we are not developing structures within the parks and gardens outfit, the land, we are rather cutting off some of the trees at the Department of Parks and Gardens and building. I know the Honorable Minister is responding to what I'm saying. I want him to get himself prepared and respond appropriately.
Yes, they should. Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker. In the last budget, we even talked about supporting them to be able to partner private enterprises to develop the Bureau Gardens. This budget, we cannot be told whether that initiative, that policy was carried out or not. I don't know. The senior deputy minister, who is the member of parliament for that area, can tell me whether that policy initiative was embarked upon or not. Right, Honorable Speaker, one other beautiful thing that was developed in this budget, I saw it and I laughed. But I was taken aback because I saw a video of my vice president asking Ghanaians to clap for him because his government has built toilets. I thought toilets was a job for DCs and assembly members. But the vice president acclaiming achievement of government toilets per year. So I decided to explore, because the president also in the SONA mentioned a figure of toilets that have been constructed. 103,149. So I took my time to calculate toilets that have been built, have been mentioned, built in the various budgets from 2019. Even those that were built by Gamma, those that were built by the Sustainable Rural Water Supply Project, those that were built into schools and for teachers, when I calculated, or we came to the figure of 92,991. So I was asking, who misled the president? Who gave the president a figure of 103,149? The toilets have been built in the Gamma area. I'm a member of parliament in the Gamma area. Really see that number of household toilets that have been built, that I'm being urged to clap and applaud. Please, my colleagues in the Greater Accra who were before within the Gamma area are here, they will testify the number of toilets that have been built. And I will ask myself, possibly the president can give me a tour of those toilets that have been built. And I will give him a tour of those places people are still doing open defecation in Accra. In fact, right opposite his residence in the big drain, I will give him a tour, and you'll see the number of people squatting there and doing the thing. I'm very serious about this because, Right Honorable Speaker, the budget is supposed to give us our policy direction and how we'll be spending money to achieve the ultimate objective of our development. This issue of toilets have become very pronounced in the budget. And I said it's important that all of us ask the question, where are the toilets? Where are the toilets? I want to see them. Because day in and day out, as I drive through my constituency and other parts, my very good sisters and others will tell you, is a very good, wonderful experience in their constituency. All of us, the coastal constituencies, we experience it all the time. So if the toilets are being provided for our households, why are people still going out in the open? As a member of parliament, I've not been informed. I've not been given any information as to how many toilets are built in my constituency. How many households have benefited from that program, either under Gamma or under Sustainable Rural Water Project? What was even alarming is the fact that they are going to build 900 toilets in Ashanti, Western, Central, and Northern regions. Northern regions. Right now, we have how many regions do we have in the northern part of the country? So how many toilets are going to be built in order to sustain the fight against open defecation? It's serious. We are not being serious about this. And we say we want to achieve the sustainable goals. 900, I wish that this budget will reconsider its objective in achieving that. Wrapping up, Honourable Speaker, I will also say one very sorrowful thing I saw in the budget.
I have 1 more minute.
Is that?
1 more minute.
1 more minute. Okay. Litter beans. Honourable Speaker, the government says they provided so much litter beans that page 147, column 806. Government launched a litter bin project, column 810. In 2021, government will distribute 3,000 litter bins. Right now, Speaker, I've driven through Accra. I can't see the litter bins which were provided previously. Either they've been removed, or two, they are there full to the brim, nothing's been done about it. In one we've wasted money in planting litter bins. Today we cannot find them. Those we can find, they are full of refuse. Nothing's been done about it. And we say we want to take money to provide another 3,000. Please, I will beg that we look at this issue critically and see what to do about it. With these words, Right Honourable Speaker, I will say, budget ne, ekawai out here. Thank you very much.
You were required to translate, but since you've already resumed your seat, I wonder what you said in Ghana. You are required to translate that to us.
Speaker, unfortunately, when my senior member and the standing minister was speaking the Ghana, he didn't translate that day.
Who was speaking Ghana?
Okay, he tried to speak Ghana that day. He said, I don't know how he said it when you were here. It is when you were here. But in this particular instance, the last time ICQ said it, you went into position. You use it again. Prophetic.
Yeah. Honorable Esla, also a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a small point before I begin my intervention. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget so ably presented by our very own great leader. Mr. Speaker, the clearest example of how effective the Parks and Gardens Department is now is the state of the Jubilee House grounds today under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as compared to the state of the Jubilee House grounds under former President John Dramani Mahama. The difference is clear. It is green, well-watered, well-manicured today as against the brown, dried-out grass which we saw under the tenure of the previous government. Mr. Speaker, it is important to situate any discussion of this budget within the proper context. Our colleagues on the other side are accusing the government of blaming everything on COVID. And yes, if you look at paragraph 7 and 8 of the budget, it is clear that we are not living in normal times. And paragraph 14 and 15 itemizes the deliberate actions that have been taken to cushion the entire nation against the ravaging effects of this pandemic, which is a scourge in the whole world. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 14 of the budget statement states clearly that there was a drastic slowdown in economic activity, which led to a huge drop in domestic revenues, combined with a sharp and unplanned hike in COVID-related expenditures, which have led to a sudden shortfall in government revenues amounting to 13.6 billion cedis, and an unexpected and unavoidable rise in expenditures of 11.7 billion cedis. Unplanned, unanticipated, and so we could not have made provision for it. And that's the situation that led to the current situation that we find ourselves in. In response to this unprecedented calamity which struck the global economy, including Ghana, government, through the Emergency Preparedness and Response Plan, as well as the Coronavirus Alleviation Program, undertook these far-reaching measures which enabled us to survive 2020 and to look forward to a year of revitalization and transformation in 2021. There were two parts to the Ghana Cares program. The stabilization portion of it led to interventions itemized in paragraph 15 and other parts of the budget, including employment of 24,285 health professionals between March and June, providing 3.6 million reusable face masks locally produced, 50,000 medical scraps, 90,000 hospital gowns and head covers to health facilities as of June, and many more since then. We fully covered the power consumption of over 1 million Lifeline customers and subsidized the consumption of all other customers by 50%. Rolled out 750 million Bus program in May 2020 to directly support micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. I was somewhere in the northeast region, and they hailed this intervention by calling it Ayaluna. Ayaluna. Yes, they hailed this intervention, which supported livelihoods of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. It provided hot meals for 584,000 final year students, 146,000 staff of public and private schools from August to September, supplied 5.2 million reusable face masks, 64,700 Veronica buckets. Mr. Speaker, none of this expenditure was anticipated, and yet the caring government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo provided the resources to enable us to put in place these interventions, which helped us to survive. It is critical to situate any discussion of this budget within that context, so we don't make the mistake of thinking that COVID was nothing. It didn't have any impact on our lives, and that it is business as usual. It is not. Paragraph 16 of the budget also states clearly that with revenue slumping and COVID-related expenditures rising, the Akufo-Addo government was tested beyond measure, and it rose to this extraordinary challenge. And despite the squeeze, government succeeded in protecting virtually all jobs and incomes in the private sector, Not every country was as fortunate as we are in having a caring government put in place these proactive measures that ensure that public sector workers continued to receive their salaries in full and none were laid off. Many around the world were not so fortunate. And what we have witnessed since the COVID pandemic, to the admiration of the rest of the world, is a leadership of conviction that is responsible, creative, courageous, decisive, and caring. Thanks to the visionary leadership of Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. All these interventions came at a cost, and the MPP government found the money to sustain our economy when we were called to it, and demonstrated that the government is an Obatampa indeed. Now, how can these interventions be sustained going forward to ensure that our citizens continue to have that cushion of support from government? All of us have to contribute towards it. All of us have to share that burden, because a burden shared is a burden halved. And that is why the government has been compelled to announce the introduction of the taxes and levies, which we find in this new budget. The second phase of the Ghana Cares of Atampa project looks at revitalization and transformation of our economy, and the focus on digitization, amongst others, shows the far-sighted interventions that are designed to take us out of the woods. Just like the early COVID interventions put in place by the government were misunderstood, and a lot of civil society organizations and people like us castigated it, when we were called upon to pass the emergency measures here in this house, some even walked out, but subsequently came to see the wisdom in the measures that have been introduced. I have no doubt that the Ghana Cares of Atampa program, as outlined in the budget, would also, despite the initial apprehension, prove its worth in gold and let the whole world see that with vision and foresight and empathy and compassion and caring, we can design policies and programs designed to take the country out of the woods and revitalize our economy. Mr. Speaker, I'm gratified at the prioritization of digitization and the establishment of the digital economy, which is putting in place the structures to enable us more fully utilize technology to transform our economy. Under the first term of the Akufo-Addo government, we took steps to build the foundations for our digital transformation. Many didn't understand that a national ID, on which some made the unfortunate call of a boycott in registration, the digital property address system, which was maligned and vilified, the mobile money interoperability system, the paperless court, digitalization of records of the births and deaths registry, e-justice, e-registrar, e-procurement, the Ghana.gov payments platform, the mobile money interoperability and other digital financial services systems put in place, all have created the foundation for the takeoff of our digital economy. Going forward, we should expect many other more interventions building on this foundation to ensure that we generate, analyze our data patterns to enable us improve our internal revenue collection, generation and collection. We have linked databases to verify our personal information provided to various agencies and authenticate records. We will widen the tax net using technology. analyze our mobile money top-ups and usage patterns, and enable the GRA to more accurately determine our taxable revenue. And proper data analytics will yield a world of information to guide planning and promote a more secure digital ecosystem. Indeed, the Ghana Cares program will form the basis for stimulating the economy and provide a quantum leap into the invigorated Ghana under the sterling leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. COVID was and is a blight on the global economy, but it provides an opportunity for us to build back better and stronger. We cannot and will not waste the pandemic. We will connect all government offices, health institutions, educational country to high-speed internet to facilitate the new world of virtual working. And Ghana will showcase what a digitized African economy can achieve. It is doable. And I'm counting on colleagues to support the government in this endeavor and approve this budget. It is digitime in Ghana, and we see an exciting future, harnessing the power of digital technology to leave no one behind. We must believe it, dream it, work at it, and live it, and it is doable. Yes, one year we're here. Other areas of intervention, Mr. Speaker, will be the establishment of a conducive framework for hosting more data centers for global giants in our country to drive down the cost of data and make Ghana the hub for business process outsourcing companies and technology hubs with the private sector. We will consolidate government fiber assets to maximize their full potential, drive and encourage rural telephony for a connected Ghana, and make Ghana a cyber...
Minister, hold on. Yes, honorable member for Lingo Pram.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Order 891. Except his speech, the minister appears to be reading her contribution to the debate.
He's entitled to consult her notes. Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, you all know that I like talking. If I don't follow my bullet points, I will end up wasting my 15 minutes
Honorable Minister, you have 1 hour and 1 minute,
so,
20
Speaker,
seconds.
As I was saying before the interruption, we will drive rural telephony for a connected Ghana and make Ghana the cybersecurity center of our sub-region. I am entreating all colleagues here to trust Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, trust in his visionary leadership, trust that with his hands on the wheel, he is leading us to a destination which is already, they say that rains come with the wind and clouds. Even the small winds heralding the revolutionary steps being taken by this government to transform our government are already receiving plaudits and acclamation from around the world. Sometimes a prophet has no honor in his own home. But let us trust the visionary leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who has steered us out of successfully so far and will take us to the land that he has promised in this budget through economic revitalization of our, through completion, consolidation, and continuity. 1 year, 1 year, indeed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and the economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, let me comment by stating that Honorable Atachia, in debating the budget, quoted the case of Republic versus Chatu Chikata. And further quoted the ingredients by the interpretation of the court for the offense of causing financial loss to the state. So, Speaker, this is a House of Record. Let me place on record that that particular case and the ingredients quoted has no bearing before the House regarding the budget that is under consideration. Mr. Speaker, if somebody should be said to be causing financial loss to the state under the 2021 budget under consideration, it should be nobody but His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, his ministers and appointees that can be responsible for causing financial loss to the state under the 2021 budget. Mr. Speaker, they also quoted the ASWA levy. Mr. Speaker, the ASWA levy is now a good tax. Mr. Speaker, it has been mortgaged and it is going to be increased by the very people who oppose the ASWA levy at its inception. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I cannot say better than congratulations to the previous government, congratulations to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of the constitutional imperative under Article 179 and 180 of the 1992 Constitution, the current budget has been presented to Parliament and is being debated under the theme Economic Revitalization through Completion, Consolidation and Continuity. Mr. Speaker, I have read the budget in its entirety, and I am of the concluded view that the theme for the budget is not apt, is not appropriate, and is not timely. The appropriate and timely theme for this budget should have been consolidation and continuity of economic retrogression, deterioration, and collapse with debilitating effects on Ghanaians, since Ghanaian economy is under disrepair under His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, on legal education, I am aware of the backlog of the students yearning to gain admission into Ghana School of Law. We were told in the budget that in 2020, 2,701 applicants wrote entrance examination, out of which 1,045 passed the examination and gained admission to law school. However, under a budget of consolidation, a budget of revitalization, a budget of continuity, the expected number of applicants is 2,200, out of which only 550 students are expected to be admitted into Ghana School of Law. Mr. Speaker, is this consolidation? Is this continuity? Is this revitalization or retrogression? Retrogression. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the budget is also saying that out of the 550 students that will be admitted, whether they all pass and fulfill all the conditions to be called to the bar or not, it is only 450 that will be called to the bar.
Predetermined pass.
Mr. Speaker, it means that in this budget, the number of students who will be failed are already predetermined. Mr. Speaker, this can be nothing but a travesty of justice. Mr. Speaker, we know that the wheel of justice grinds slowly and the law travels at a snail's pace. However, justice delayed
is justice denied. And justice must not only be done, but it must manifestedly and undoubtedly be seen to be done. The Attorney General's Department is telling us that in the year 2020, they have received 3,862 criminal cases, out of which they have initiated prosecution for 2,837 cases. However, in this same budget, Judicial Service of Ghana is telling us that the number of criminal cases filed in the year 2020 is a whooping 14,242. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the cases filed in courts, who is prosecuting them? Mr. Speaker, Article 88(4) of the 1992 Constitution is very clear that all criminal cases prosecuted in the name of the Republic should be at the instance of the Attorney General or on the authority of the Attorney General. If the Attorney General is telling us the number of criminal cases that they have received in the year 2020 is 3,862, how come over 14,000 cases, criminal cases, were filed at the Judicial Service being reported? Mr. Speaker, who actually is being economical with the truth? Is it the budget of His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, the Attorney General's Department, or the Judicial Service of Ghana? Mr. Speaker, what is interesting is that mysteriously, the Judicial Service is also telling us in the same budget that the number of criminal cases concluded is 14,249. More than the number of cases that has been filed at the Judicial Service. Mr. Speaker, is it the case that the Judicial Service is concluding so we are not filed before them? Or how come they've been able to conclude cases more than what is filed? Mr. Speaker, honesty is the best policy, and it is the truth that will make all of us free. Honesty is the best policy, and it is the truth that will make all of us free. Mr. Speaker, it is not possible for the Attorney General that is responsible for conducting all criminal offenses in this country in 2020 to receive only 3,862 cases, and for the same year, the number of cases filed before the Judicial Service will be over 14,000. Clearly, somebody is being economical with the truth. Mr. Speaker, this House enacted the Office of the Special Prosecutors Act. Consequently, Martin Amidu was appointed as the Special. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2020, over 36 million has been approved by this House on compensation of employees for the Office of the Special Prosecutor. It was proposed in the 2020 budget that 251 personnel will be employed for the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, we are in the year 2021, and the 2021 budget is telling us that the staff strength of the Office of the Special Prosecutor is only 2 personnel. Mr. Speaker, I must submit that we want the Special Prosecutor to appear as if they are prosecuting and fighting corruption, but in reality, they are not supposed to fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, I say so because this House cannot approve money, yet for a period of 12 months, they will be reporting to us that the Office of Special Prosecutor is unable to perform because they don't have personnel to investigate cases for them, and that the staff strength of the Office of the Special Prosecutor is only 2 personnel. I have a report, the estimate of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, telling us that ever since the office has been established and with releases for goods and services and the capers, they have been limited and inhibited owing to the fact that they do not have even members of the entity tender committee to be able to procure their goods and services and their capers so as to perform in combating corruption-related offenses. Mr. Speaker, I am tempted to believe the statement made by Yao Domalabu that when you are fighting corruption, the corrupt officers will in turn be fighting you back. I say so because it is unthinkable that this House will establish the Office of the Special Prosecutors Act, consequent upon which the Office of Special Prosecutor will be appointed, monies will be approved, yet they do not have personnel to investigate cases, crime on corruption, and prosecute corruption and corruption-related offenses. Clearly, the office is just to exist and appear to be checking corruption, but in reality, not to check corruption under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, the budget has made that a lot of bills will be drafted. Mr. Speaker, clearly, it is for no reason that Section 100 of Public Financial Management Act is telling us that any time at all a bill is being introduced into this House, it must be accompanied by the fiscal impact analysis. The law is like that because the law, after being made, the bill after being passed into law, is supposed to be implemented. Therefore, there is the need at the point of passing the law to know its fiscal impact analysis on the economy. The financial implication of that particular bill must be known. Now, we live in a house where, with this particular house, it will be passed without any fiscal impact analysis, and after the passage of the law, there will be a huge lot of implementation challenges, just like what is happening to the Office of the Special Prosecutors Act. Implementation becomes a challenge. It is not a matter of making so many laws, but it's a matter of implementation of the laws to achieve the intended purpose and the intended results. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, with the inconsistencies and the misinformation stated in the budget, and Mr. Speaker, with the debt stock under President Akufo-Addo being taken to 291 billion, is not taken, the generation of Ghana will be born into debt. As a result, Mr. Speaker, I am unable to associate myself with this particular budget if corrections are not done. Mr. Speaker, I am done.
Honorable Abnandapa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor of the House that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the forward-looking government for producing this budget statement and economic policy under the theme Economic Revitalization through Completion, Consolidation and Continuity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to place on record that Ghana is the only country that its leader, who has so much empathy for the good people of Ghana, introduced the free water policy, which, Mr. Speaker, a whopping close to 1 billion was spent on it from March, April, December. And this free water is continuing because of the prudent management of the COVID situation. Mr. Speaker, we all hope that by the grace of God, by June
Honorable Minister,
most Ghanaians.
Hold on. Switch off your mic, please. Yes, Honorable Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My understanding was that this budget was the budget of the President that he presented to Parliament. So for the Honorable Minister to indicate that he was congratulating us for producing this budget as part of his... I'm being confused. I thought we were rather considering what the President had presented to us. I don't know of Parliament producing a budget. As MPs, we don't produce budgets.
Honorable Member, you're out of order. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also stress that the provision of water gives the opportunity to most of us to practice personal hygiene on ourselves and on our families, as well as within the community. This has deepened our hygienic practices to such an extent that we still continue to enjoy the absence of cholera and dysentery outbreak. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I also want to state that that within the past year, the government has put into the pipeline projects, water projects, and I'll name them with your kind indulgence, Mr. Speaker. The water project for Wenchi, Tamale, Yendi, Damongo, Upper East, Sekendi Takrade, Keta, and many other places. And Mr. Speaker, to continue to put money where our mouth is, by the end of all these projects, we will have close to 5 million Ghanaians enjoying the provision of clean water. Mr. Speaker, we all know the importance of water in our lives. Without water, we all won't be alive. Mr. Speaker, I also want to stress that the water bodies that God has given to us need our protection. Fortunately for us in this room, and Mr. Speaker, I must say that it's always a pleasure to stand in this august house to make contributions, because the august members gathered here represent all of Ghana for us. I will entreat all of us to make sure that we are all protectors of our God-given water bodies and rivers and lakes, especially our wetlands also. Mr. Speaker, I am here to also commend this government for introducing the sanitation and pollution levy. I will entreat the House to make sure this, because, Mr. Speaker, I was called here together with the local government minister to come and give an account of what the sanitation situation is in Ghana. And I remember honorable members urging government to make sure funds are provided to prosecute the agenda of sanitation. And today, to the glory of God, this government, forward-looking government, has put in the budget a levy to take care of sanitation issues, as well as to combat air pollution in the country. We are also going to support the fumigation of public spaces, schools, health centers, and markets. And Mr. Speaker, this has duly contributed to making sure that we eliminate COVID from our midst. Mr. Speaker, this levy will also take care of the management of landfill facilities. It will also help construct more sustainable state-of-the-art waste treatment plants. Mr. Speaker, for the long term, I'm looking at a picture where Ghana will be the first country in the ECOWAS region to have a waste-to-energy plant. Mr. Speaker, to give some figures, we know that Accra alone produces about 5,000 tons of waste a day. Kumasi produces 4,000 tons a day. And for the whole year in the country, we produce 7.5 million tons of waste. What are we waste, Mr. Speaker? That is why it is so prudent and gratifying to see that the government has proposed this levy of 10 pesos at the pump. Mr. Speaker, I will entreat all of us to approve this year's budget to make us continue with the good policies for the development of our nation. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, this levy will also help us continue the construction of toilets in our homes. Mr. Speaker, here we are talking about vulnerable groups. I know of MPs who helped their constituents to have household toilets. And Mr. Speaker, sanitation gives all of us dignity. This is what we are talking about. If I had my way and the funds, Ghana should build 1 million toilets in homes so that we eliminate open defecation once and for all. I have a problem with the fixation of people being worried about the building of toilets. We need toilets in our homes. We need to provide toilets for the vulnerable groups. We need to make sure that at the end of the day, these evacuations are done properly in a hygienic manner to be treated for other uses. Mr. Speaker, we will continue with the bin project that we introduced last year, that we are producing 20,000 bins across the length and breadth of this country. We have done 8,100 in our big towns. Please shine your eyes, Mr. Speaker, and see where they are. Because at the end of the day, we know that Ghanaians appreciate dignity. Ghanaians are civilized, and Ghanaians need the best from us. That is why the government is supporting the ministry to provide the bins, and we are going to continue with its provision. Because we do not support the littering of our environment.
Honorable Minister,
it is not good.
Please go off your mic. Kindly go off your mic so you save time. Yes, Honorable Champo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I've listened to the Honorable Minister very carefully, and she is calling on us to support the introduction of 10% tax. So we are ready to support her. But, Mr. Speaker, to whom much is given, much is expected. They promised giving the Nima people WCs. Are you accounting to us what you have already done to us?
You are out of order, and stop shouting. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'll urge this August House to support the sanitation and pollution levy so that we can do a lot in the area of sanitation. This is taking the bull by the horns, and I can assure the August House that when this is approved, this will be put to good use because we are a government of accountability. Mr. Speaker, I believe that all that we are doing in this sector is to make sure that we eliminate opportunistic diseases and infections amongst our community. Another beautiful thing that the levy will support, Mr. Speaker, is the removal of the heaps of waste in towns and villages. It has started. So we'll continue with funds that we will get from this levy to make sure that we eliminate all those heaps in our villages and our towns to make the atmosphere and the environment very good for habitation. Mr. Speaker, I believe that all of us in this room want a good environment to live in. So I think the rest of the population also does. So it is our duty to make sure that we deliver on these promises in here, to make sure our public places are good and fit for purpose. Our lorry parks are good and fit for purpose. Our markets are fit and good for purpose. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to end and conclude by saying that we will continue to consolidate and to continue with the good development that we are giving this nation. We all know he who gives water gives life, and he who gives sanitation gives dignity. We thank His Excellency for giving us life and dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mentakanda.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start my submission with a constitutional provision that, Mr. Speaker, gives every Ghanaian the right to enjoy good health care. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I refer you to Article 34(2) of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. The President's Parliament, at least once a year, all the steps taken to ensure the realization of the policy objectives contained in this chapter, and in particular the realization of basic human rights, a healthy economy, the right to work, the right to good health care, and the right to education. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is on the right to good health care. Mr. Speaker, again, it is not for nothing that the Abuja Declaration requires the Republic of Ghana to invest not less than 15% of our annual budget in the health sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 26 of the Abuja Declaration. It says that we commit ourselves to take all necessary measures to ensure that the needed resources are made available from all sources and that they are efficiently and effectively utilized. In addition, we pledge to set a target of allocating at least 15% of our annual budget to the improvement of the health sector on food. Mr. Speaker, if there is any period in the history of Ghana that we must even go beyond this 15% of our annual budget, Mr. Speaker, the period is now. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, if you look at the 2021 budget, we are struggling to even do 8% of the annual budget into the health sector in the era of COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, after this government has touted Agenda 111, Mr. Speaker, I was expecting that Agenda will clearly reflect in this budget. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it has no commitment in this particular budget to that effect. Mr. Speaker, with permission, if I may refer you to pages 222 and then 223 of the 2021 budget. Mr. Speaker, you realize that the CAPEX that has been allocated to the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, if you put everything together, we are doing around 1 billion Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, which is less than 149 million euros. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the construction of about 111 district and regional hospitals. And Mr. Speaker, and the allocation is around 1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the last time, and Mr. Speaker, before even I go there, Mr. Speaker, the CAPEX from GOG is about 13 million. Mr. Speaker, the CAPEX from donor partners is around 721 million. Mr. Speaker, CAPEX BFA is around 22 million. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President is all over, touting Ghana beyond aid. Mr. Speaker, our health sector is heavily financed by donor partners, and we are here singing Ghana beyond aid. Mr. Speaker, the last time we approved a district hospital, WHO standard, in this house, Mr. Speaker, it was around 34 million euros. And a typical example is the Shama one. So if you have a CAPEX of around 149 million euros, Mr. Speaker, are we going to see the WHO standard of hospital, or they are going to build us weighing centers? Mr. Speaker, if indeed they are going to build hospitals, it must reflect in this budget. Again, Mr. Speaker, this government has the penchant of giving sugar-coated promises and delivering very little, if any at all. Mr. Speaker, you remember in page 34, paragraph G of the 2016 manifesto of the NPP, Mr. Speaker, they promised constructing a district hospital in every district where there is none, and then upgrade district hospital where they exist. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, for the past 4 years, the Gaboso district hospital has not been upgraded. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, there hasn't been any new construction of any district hospital in my constituency or in my district. Mr. Speaker, again, in the year 2020, Mr. President promised the good people of about 88 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, to quote the Minister for Health, he says it's a vision. And the Speaker, it still remains a vision and hasn't seen the light of day. Mr. Speaker, now, what the habit this government has developed is that anytime they read budget, they just list projects in the budget without any steps to actualize those projects. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to the 2020 budget. The 2020 budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you at page 185. Page 185, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 1032, paragraph 1033, paragraph 1034. There were projects that were stated in this budget 2020 that some were going to be commenced, some were going to be completed, and others were going to be continued. Mr. Speaker, and absolutely nothing has been done about those projects. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you examples. Mr. Speaker, they said they were going to complete regional hospital in Kumasi and 4 numbered district hospitals with staff housing at Konongo. Mr. Speaker, again, they said they were going to complete Upper East Regional Hospital. Mr. Speaker, it has not been done. Mr. Speaker, they said they were going to complete Greater Accra Regional Hospital. Mr. Speaker, after His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has brought Red Hospital up to this standard, the very little that he must add, Mr. Speaker, the whole 2020, they didn't add even a block to that particular structure. Mr. Speaker, they also said they were going to commence maternity block and children block at Konfano Teaching Hospital. The Speaker, they also spoke about the construction of maternity block at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. They spoke about the reconstruction of Tema General Hospital. They spoke about the reconstruction of the Central Medical Store. They spoke about the General Polyclinic, and then even take it to about 30% completion. Mr. Speaker, all these projects I have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, absolutely nothing has happened to these projects. So they just merely list the project without taking steps to complete those projects. Mr. Speaker, and there are 1,001 projects that the former regime started, and as I speak to you now, Mr. Speaker, they haven't completed those projects. Mr. Speaker, with these evidences I have adduced, Mr. Speaker, you will trust that this government can deliver the Agenda 111 at your own peril, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, if you look at paragraph 993, it talks about the performance of the National Health Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, at paragraph 993, Mr. Speaker, we all know that there is a direct correlation between the National Health Insurance and the attainment of the universal health. Mr. Speaker, as I speak now, the National Health Insurance Scheme is still struggling under 50% coverage. Mr. Speaker, if we are going to go at this pace, it will be extremely difficult for us to achieve the universal health coverage on time. Mr. Speaker, again, we all know that the major challenge in the National Health Insurance Scheme has always been funding. But, Mr. Speaker, I want every member of Parliament to listen and listen well. Mr. Speaker, even the little revenue we generate as a result of the National Health Insurance Levy, Mr. Speaker, number one, this government has brought a policy to cap it. Mr. Speaker, deliberately refusing to invest more than the 15%, the money that is being generated in the health sector too, the government is capping it. The Speaker, it is also almost all the time unduly delayed. The Speaker, this gives rise to what we call co-payment. That subscribers of National Health Insurance Scheme will go to hospitals and they will have to take money from their own pocket to also pay. Mr. Speaker, I think that repeatedly on this floor, we have admonished Mr. President to completely stop capping the health sector of this country. Mr. Speaker, again, if you go to paragraph 255 of this budget, the 2021 budget, the Speaker, it talks about COVID health levy. Mr. Speaker, every country that was affected by COVID-19, the leaders are thinking outside the box. They are tasking to come out with relief and stimulus packages. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, we are thinking about imposing obnoxious, vexatious, and insensitive taxes. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that, Mr. Speaker, this COVID levy will further deepen the hardship of good people of this country, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, together as members of Parliament, we must reject this levy in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, if you read paragraph 350, it talks about the communication strategy that was put in place to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I completely disagree with this rendition, Mr. Speaker, because if there is any aspect of COVID-19 that was poorly managed, Mr. Speaker, it is about the communication aspect. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you now, there's an ongoing immunization exercise, a vaccination exercise. Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that the education and sensitization of our people is on the low side. And government is here talking about any rigorous attempt to educate the people. Mr. Speaker, again, whenever I mention the word frontier healthcare, Mr. Speaker, it saddens my heart. Mr. Speaker, if you read paragraph 747 of the 2021 budget, it talks about how government was supporting other institutions to fight COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, what prevented Ghana, what prevented government from supporting institutions like Noguchi, the Speaker, to do the testing at Kotoka International Airport? The Speaker, we sat down and we gave this venture or this contract to a private company, the only contract that could have helped institutions at Noguchi to rake in revenue to build more capacities. We gave it to a private company. Mr. Speaker, I do know that it was a strategy to create, loot, and share. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to believe that was the situation. Mr. Speaker, again, if you look at paragraph 980 of this particular budget, 2021 budget, Mr. Speaker, you realize that it talks about the recruitment into the health sector. Again, Mr. Speaker, yes, recruitment is a problem, but Mr. Speaker, the problem has more to do with the distribution of the limited number of health care workers already in the system. Mr. Speaker, there must be equitable distribution of the in this country. If you have more than 80% of your healthcare workers all in the cities, Mr. Speaker, it means that I shudder to understand how we'll be able to take care of our rural areas. Mr. Speaker, we were even lucky that the epicenters of COVID-19 were in the cities, and you and I will agree that we have a similarly strong health sector in the cities than even the rural community. Mr. Speaker, I think that if there is any time to concentrate on the health sector, Mr. Speaker, if there's any time to invest more in the health sector, like His Excellency John Dramani Mahama did, that we'll be seeing hospitals like the University of Ghana Medical Center, we'll be seeing the Maritime Hospital, we'll be seeing the Bank of Ghana Hospital, we'll be seeing the Dodoa Hospital. The Speaker, it should be now. The Speaker, looking at the budget and reading through, the Speaker, with the greatest deal of respect, if I support this budget, I'll be contributing to imposing more hassle on the Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Samuel Abujinapo. Very well. I'd rather call Honorable Ambrose Derry instead.
No, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving the opportunity to contribute to this debate in support of motion number 5, that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and financial policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I am going to be making contribution specifically in respect of the Ministry of Interior in particular and the security agencies in general. And I want to put that in context. Mr. Speaker, the goal of His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is to make sure that each and every person in Ghana feels secure. And to debate this matter, I have to put it in context. First of all, Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2030, Goal 16, is applicable here, where it talks about building strong institutions to ensure justice, peace, and security. So this goal of the President is well situated in this Sustainable Development Goals agenda. Furthermore, the AU Agenda 2063 has two aspects that I want to refer to, the aspirations and the goals. First, for the aspirations, I want to, 7 of them, 3 reads, and Africa, good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law, and 4, a peaceful and a secure Africa. Mr. Speaker, for the goals, the applicable goals are 2. First, Goal 13, which says peace, security, and stability are preserved, and Goal 16, a fully functional and operational Africa peace and security architecture. These are the policies within which our policy is situated. But before I go to the situation on the ground, let me allude to the AU's attempt to concretize this agenda. And so in July of 2019, it brought about the theme, which I want to quote, silencing the guns, creating conducive conditions for Africa's development. So the year 2020 was in fact fixed as a year in which this was going to be achieved. As we know, it has not been achieved. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, 85% of Burkina Faso is under terrorist control, and the Gulf of Guinea is the most dangerous maritime area in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, it therefore means that in discussing our security, we need to be situated. And so, at page 191 of the budget, it first alludes to the guns, to the arms that we've lost control of since the fall of the Libyan state and the proliferation of guns in the whole Africa. So at paragraph 1095, it states clearly and 1096 that the Commission of Small Arms and Light Weapons is working towards getting a database that will enhance our capacity to control the arms. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Small Arms Commission has already marked guns in several of the regions in respect of police and the army, and we are now working towards a database that will give us greater control, an electronic small arms database management system. Mr. Speaker, we have to say that over the years, this Parliament has supported efforts to fortify our security. But the fact remains that the budgets that are brought to Parliament adequately cater for the security. Mr. Speaker, we need to call for innovative funding approaches, innovative funding sources, so that the commitment of this House to make Ghana a safe haven in Africa would not just be lip service, because already our colleagues on the other side are complaining about figures and deaths. What will it profit us to reduce our debts only to be killed because we are not sufficiently protected? That remains that the budget cannot do it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm inviting this House to talk about innovative ways of funding. We go for bonds to finance several aspects. Is it beyond us to do that? Mr. Speaker, the threat, especially coming from Burkina Faso, requires the involvement of Parliament in certain areas, especially the intelligence area. And although we have an effective Defense and Interior subcommittee of this House, it behoves on us to see how we can deal with the intelligence aspect. Because the intelligence helps us to be proactive. But how are we going to be proactive if we don't have the information? So, Mr. Speaker, those are the two proposals I have here. Mr. Speaker, next, the budget provides for early warning systems for certain emergencies. In 1939, we had the worst or most catastrophic air trauma ever. And the further we go away from it, the danger is real. Mr. Speaker, the President has given meaning to it by setting up a presidential commission chaired by one of the distinguished ladies of this country, the President of the Ghana Institution of Engineers, Mrs. Carlin Bo-Chendik, and they have come out with a report which is a framework focusing Ghana's earthquake preparedness and response. Mr. Speaker, this report has been presented. And Mr. Speaker, I'm giving notice that Parliament would be involved, especially through the subcommittee, at the next stakeholders meeting to make real this. And Mr. Speaker, the important thing is that we have sufficiently qualified Ghanaians who can support our efforts when we make it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of this House that this is not a hollow budget. We are working constructively towards getting the National Contingency Plan on earthquake duly established. Mr. Speaker, for want of time, let me go to the next that I want to deal with. which has to do with the narcotics law that have been passed by this House. It was passed on the 20th March 2020 and assented to by the President on 11th May 2020. Mr. Speaker, this law does have a more positive approach to the drug menace. It is dealing with it as a health challenge, and therefore, within that law, we have created a fund which is supposed to be a substance use disorder rehabilitation fund in section 22 thereof. And Mr. Speaker, it also provides at section 24 that the funding will be provided, one, monies approved by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we need to have money to finance this effort. Otherwise, it's going to be empty. We are going to have our citizens, especially our children, suffer from the drug disorder, and will not have the funding to rehabilitate them. Mr. Speaker, so sometimes when we're talking of taxes, we should try to put it. Mr. Speaker, but there is an aspect of it which we have set a committee up to work on the LI, and the committee will be bringing up a draft, and the draft will be discussed, and Parliament certainly is one of the stakeholders where it is been decided by the law, stated by the law, that 1.3% of THC content of dry weight, that level is reasonable that we can use for industrial purpose. And so on. Now the LI has to come for us to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, we will be coming to this House to make sure that we involve the House in that discussion. But I have to emphasize one point. The law does not legalize recreational use of cannabis. The law still is against recreational use of cannabis. And Mr. Speaker, I would count on members of this House to help us in educating the public generally on that. Mr. Speaker, the President has provided unprecedented support to the security agencies, the Army, the police, immigration, fire service, prisons. But still, the support is not enough. And that is why during the vetting, there were several issues that were raised rightly about prison service conditions, prison service space, what we need to do to make it more correctional than it is now. We also got fire service. The capacity of fire service needs to be built out. And furthermore, the intelligence agencies, all these are going to come in for something. The Gaming Commission, there is a proposal in the budget to try to tax the sport betting agencies. We should distinguish between the policy of not allowing our kids or children to get involved in gaming to people who are soccer fans who want to pay money for their pleasure or their satisfaction. We should be able to raise some funds from there. Mr. Speaker, this House must see security issues as a collective responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I appeal to both sides of the House that this is an aspect of our survival and existence that we cannot have them and us. Because I don't say when, the extremists get in this country and they fire a bullet, the bullet is going to kill all of us. Mr. Speaker, I would therefore appeal to the other side. When you get up and say, we are not going to support it, therefore we are not going to support the protection of this country. You are going to reject the budget so that we are overrun by terrorists, so that the future of our children will be thrown up in flames because we want to score political points, I'm inviting you. I know that will work on the various pressures. But this is an area that we should work on. Now, for the drug matters, we are not only encouraging its use industrially, but there's also the aspect of use by schools. Again, the president established another committee headed by a distinguished Ghanaian, chaired by Mr. Bright, Kweku Apia, Executive Director of Child Rights International, and they have also come out with a report, which is report of the Consultative Committee to combat the drug menace in schools. Mr. Speaker, doing this will also be expecting support of Parliament to help us make good this, so that together Ghana will be the safer place. But we cannot do so if this budget is not approved. And I'm appealing to you to approve it. Approve it so that Ghana might survive. Approve it so that we will continue and move forward. This is when we need to show that Ghana first before our partisan considerations. And I know we'll rise above the occasion. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you.
Honorable Edward Abambere Bawa.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion that was moved by the Minister of State responsible for finance and seconded by the Honorable Member for Ofuasi Yeredi, Mr. Kojo Oppong Nkrumah. And in doing that, my first comment I will want to pass is just on a comment that was made by the immediate speaker, that's the Minister for Interior, when he indicates that security matters is a matter of collective interest and that we should take it collectively. I agree with him. But it's also important to also socialize the security men to also know that when they are even shooting, they shouldn't just target a group of people and just be shooting. Since it's a collective, interest. Mr. Speaker, the next point I want to talk about has to do with when Honorable Oslo Wusu, in reacting to Neil Antivantapoi's call for the state to help the Parks and Gardens, the Department of Parks and Gardens, she indicated that the manifestation of the works of Parks and Gardens was the greenery that you see at the Jubilee House when you are passing. But I was confused. On the 25th of February, GhanaWeb filed a story where Ghanaians were incensed by just, a heap of rubbish in front of the seat of government. I am not too sure whether, to a very large extent, Department of Parks and Gardens are really making an effort to make the place look green, but the inhabitants of that particular edifice are deliberately making sure that there's rubbish in that place. It is something that we start questioning. If really a state institution is trying to beautify our seat of government and the inhabitants are trying to make sure that the place looks terrible. But now to the substantive issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the immediate past Deputy Minister for Petroleum and then the Minister for Water, Sanitation, and then the beautification, I'm not too sure about what the title is these days. Water Resources. They seem to justify why we should increase our export price by levying 10 pesos per litre on diesel and petrol for the sanitation pollution levy, and then 20 cedis for the energy sector recovery levy. I have 20 pesos. If you add that, that's going to be 30. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, since 2016, when the price of fuel was, in terms of liters, was 2 cedis 70 pesos per liter. Today, just before even these taxes, it's 5 cedis 40 pesos. 100% increase in export prices in terms of the taxes. Meanwhile, you have government functionaries justifying why we should add more. Particularly when we do know that even the taxes that we are supposed to collect, state functionaries, the national security, officials of the presidency, and indeed officials of Ghana Revenue Authority are conspiring with cartels to make the country lose not less than 1.9 billion. Then you come back again and talk to Ghanaians and ask them that you will want to justify why you should add 30 pesos per liter of petrol and that of diesel. But Mr. Speaker,
they're on their feet. Oh. Yes, Honorable Leader. Can you hold on? Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I was enjoying my good friend's debate until he veered into wild allegations. I heard him clearly when he said state agencies, and then he included the presidency and made allegation agencies and the presidency are conspiring to make the country lose huge revenue. And he knows in this house you cannot just make sweeping comments and go scot-free. What is the basis for that allegation? He must as well back the allegation with evidence. And Speaker, I'm inviting you to compel him to provide evidence to back the allegation he's making. If he has no such allegation, then he better allegation?
What specific allegation has he made?
Speaker, the allegation he made, the Honorable Edward Bauer made, was that the office of the president and other state agencies and even the GRA have conspired to make the nation lose huge revenue. I heard him loud and clear. So if you have evidence, provide it. If you have no such evidence, stay clear and let's listen to you as you make your cogent argument.
Honorable Bauer, do you have any evidence on conspiracy for the state to lose money?
yes, please, Mr. Speaker. And it is important.
Very good. Let's hear you.
Let me refer. The document is on the line, Mr. Speaker. I will table it after that. The document is.
I'm listening to you, please.
Mr. Speaker, I am struggling because of my time. That's one. But let me talk with you on that. On Monday, last week Monday, the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors launched. On Monday, the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors launched a report known as the Ghana Petroleum Report for 2019. In that report, they indicated that Ghana was losing 1.9 billion in terms of tax evasion as a result of the operations of certain individuals. And they had stated that officials of GRA, the national security, and officials from the presidency, and indeed it was on the basis of that one of our resource persons cited at our training ground that Ghana was actually losing that as a result of the operations of state officials. So this is something that is online.
The evidence of conspiracy is important, but can they put the report here, table the report, so that it is in record?
Mr. Speaker, so definitely we'll print it and make it available to the...
No, we can move on. If you bring that, otherwise you withdraw that. The conspiracy is a serious matter, right? Honorable Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, just that I respect your ruling that the Honorable Bauer makes available that report. But without that report, he should not proceed further on that particular matter. So it's noted. So whoever in the course of any debate in this House makes reference to any such matter, we expect that will be guided by this precedent. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable
Speaker, I think my respected minority leader, I corroborate what he said, and I think that should be the guiding principle. But the point has to be made, and all of us need to recognize that. In the honorable member's statement, he included the presidency and then national security. So these are critical institutions of state, and we shouldn't be toying with that. But I'm particularly excited that the minority leader has called that he stays clear. He stays clear of those war allegations until he has better particulars. So stay clear and then continue as we follow with you.
Honourable members, my ruling was that if the report is available, put it on the table it. If it is not, you will withdraw it. I want to see where the report talked about conspiracy. Because conspiracy is a crime. If you're making an allegation of conspiracy against anybody, there must be evidence that indeed that has been so. That's why otherwise you will withdraw that and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I will follow your instructions and withdraw, not because of the fact that it is not true, but because I do not have the report now to table it on the. So basically that's the basis. Mr. Speaker.
My position is not about that officials of state have committed, it's just the conspiracy, right? It is entirely possible that officers of state may have done this or that, right? But if you say conspire, then you are alleging that they start to plan to do or acted together to do something. So if the report states so, I would like to say so, right?
Mr. Speaker, basically, as I said earlier on, I stand by what I said, but just because of the fact that I do not have the report here, if you ask that, I withdraw that, I will let it pass. But I still stand by what I said, because I believe it's because it was made. Mr. Speaker,
I thought you withdrew it.
The basis.
I thought you withdrew it. If you withdraw, then you can't stand by it.
Okay, so I'll tender it later and then make the same point another time. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the reason why they are introducing particularly the energy sector recovery levy is because of the fact that they say we, as a country, have excess capacity, and on an annual basis, we are charged for power that we do not use. Indeed, they create the impression that if nothing is done, by 2023, we are going to be paying $12.5 billion as a result of this excess capacity. But, Mr. Speaker, it is important to let everybody know that the government has deliberately used excess capacity charges as a basis for hiding their inefficiency. I believe that most of my colleagues have actually dealt with the issue of excess capacity. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Energy's own report, that's on the energy sector recovery plan, they indicate that on annual basis, as a country, ECG loses $180 million as a result of people who default in paying for their electricity bills. Out of this figure, 150 million, which is 80% of the bills, is owned by ministries, departments, and agencies. Mr. Speaker, if at the end of the day, the ministry itself cannot pay for costs that they have budgeted for, the agencies cannot pay for costs that they have budgeted for, and the departments cannot do that, and you create an impression that this debt is as a result of excess capacity, then there's a problem. In government to realize this and ensure that, Mr. Speaker, that we all postpaid meters, and of course in some cases even prepaid, were changed to smart meters. The whole idea was to give electricity consumers some level of confidence in the the metering system. Even in terms of the districts, they had introduced what we call the smart boundary meters, such that even managers of the various districts will ensure that the power that was supplied to those particular districts were accounted for. But unfortunately, this government, 4 years, have decided to take this policy away, and on an annual basis, we accrue this amount of money. What's also more interesting is that every year, ECG loses some amount of money as a result of technical and commercial losses. Indeed, the PURC indicates that 23% of power that is given to ECG is not accounted for. This 23%, in terms of monetary values, is $400 million a year. It is on the basis of this that the government itself, realizing that the only way we could solve the problem in the power sector was to ensure that the distribution angle of it was efficient. And therefore, the issue of opting for